I didn't call you off for another. I didn't cross the line for the bottle. Take me back, take me back. I know I messed it up like your father. You know you shouldn't care, but you bother. Take me back, take me back. Don't leave me back, 'cause now I see it clear. Don't leave me, all I want is to be here. Don't go, 'cause all I need is right here. With you, it feels like everything is so real. So real. With you, it feels like everything is so real. So real. With you, it feels like everything is so real. I'm sorry for the way that I say things. You know I never meant to break things. I just need one more chance to say it like this. Don't leave me back, 'cause now I see it clear. Don't leave me, all I want is to be here. Don't go, 'cause all I need is right here. With you, it feels like everything's so real. So real. With you, it feels like everything's so real. So real. With you, it feels like everything's so real. So real. With you, it feels like everything's so real. You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. From up here, from up here. The world from up here. From up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. From up here, from up here. The world from up here. From up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here.
Welcome to the updated Schiphol Airport, an airport with a whole big F-100 sitting on the roof of the terminal. And you can even go and walk around it, I hear, and take a tour. Hop in your airplane. It's flying time. important to remember where you parked your airplane, especially if it's a really nice Airbus. Hey there, welcome to the flight. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Hope you're doing really good in the middle of all of that zipping around and checking out the that cute little Fokker on top of the terminal here at Amsterdam Schiphol. Welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by. But Loviz did a resub. It was tier 2. Loviz has been here for, wow, has it been 52 months? That is a little bit amazing. Loviz, thank you for all the support and also coming in and saying, gee, Dave, you know, there's this VATSIM event over here. Maybe you ought to do, you know, helping me keep those straight too. Welcome on in. Thank you for the extra tier 2 sub. And can't wait to see you in the Friendly Sim skies. So let's see. I need to restart the music here. Tim Dog is here. Welcome aboard, Tim Dog. I see Martel came in. T-Bird's here. Hi, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming by today. Let's see. Captain Chris, welcome in. Captain Chris checking in from Frankfurt. There is Martel. And let's see. Airplane is also doing a middle of the Atlantic flight. So happy landings on that one. That should be a long one for sure. And if you're joining over on YouTube, I did get the YouTube stuff, the chat window fixed today. So that should be working a little better than it has these past few days. Let's get a folder and get music going. And then we can chat about other cool stuff. So I was going to try and do an experiment. Been working on getting a little bit more reliable weather cam. And I've been working on that a little bit. And the cam's up working today. It's very nice that the weather cam is working. But I thought, you know, maybe it's the cable. I have an extension cable out there. And maybe I need to fix the cable. So I knew that in this box that I had in the back closet, I had this extra cable here. I thought, oh no, this big orange cable here, it's going to work out really good. I can find it. It's going to work. No big deal. So I get in the back, you know, digging around in the back of the closet. And I think, oh, maybe it's over in this thing. So I'm all fours, back of the closet, turn like this, and all of a sudden something goes bing in you know, my lower back and stuff like that. So if I'm sitting here a little bit stiff today, there is a reason. It's not bad, but just today it's going to be that way. So there you go. Major Tom, welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. Laxon is in from Boda in Norway. Good to see you. And Captain Sibby just arrived. Hi, Sibby. Welcome aboard. And let's see. Oh, you got a new you've got a new Yoshi coffee emote. Well, we've still got a little coffee right here. So how about a little Yoshi coffee too? Okay, so we got a two-hop here. This is a brand new updated Flight Tampa Airport for Amsterdam. Looks really good. There's full ATC going out. Departing on runway 24, though. Slight switch from the early morning video. We're heading up to Copenhagen. Vectors for Copenhagen. Okay, so we got vectors to Copenhagen, but it's really kind of a short flight. So stay on VATSIM, stay in your airplane, go into SimBrief, do a new flight plan. Let's come back to Copenhagen. And then we're also thinking about a little James Bond or something today, but they also just updated the airport for, they also updated the Atlanta airport. Probably ought to go and see if the Atlanta airport's doing pretty good too. I know that it was causing a couple of hesitations, scenery stutters and stuff like that. You know, those sorts of things. And so we ought to go and probably check out that too. And maybe we'll save 007 for Thursday or something along those lines. I hope that's okay. And let's go and hop in the plane and do airplane things. All right, so let's see here. Phoenix. I'm taking the A320 on this one. This is, you know, it's either this one or really the PMDG, two of the most reliable airplanes that you can have in Microsoft Flight Simulator to do it like a two-hop, especially in a really big VATSIM event. Sibby is updating something. Yeah, well, I saw you had the new coffee emote. Are you updating something else? And Major Tom is flying with us, Sterling 22. Major Tom, thank you for flying with us today. And Kazan Racing, welcome back to you. And we'll also open up our cargo. Oh, the airport, Flight Tampa. It's a Flight Tampa for Copenhagen and then the Atlanta. Airplane is doing an Air France A350 flight, and you're doing a across the Atlantic flight today. Did you, any signs of any WASM troubles or anything with your A350? Always good to hear about that one for sure. And let's do external power. And we're going to turn on nav lights. no smoking to auto, emergency exit lights to armed, and overhead integrated lighting up. Ooh, Polyout, the update is to reduce VRAM and add some config options. The updated Atlanta to reduce stutters is coming soon. So you won't see any changes in Atlanta. So it's just some behind the scenes kinds of things there. Okay, we can still check it out or something like that. You won't see any changes. Zach is here. Copenhagen, this is a cool airport. One of the things I've always really thought is really neat about the Copenhagen airport is the fact that they have a KLM Fokker F100 on the roof. And apparently you can go tour that little airplane while you're waiting for your flight, which I think is really neat. Airplane says no WASM issues. Was saying there was an airplane. Oh, it's close to you. You're flying a Delta flight today. Okay, GPS primary. Let's see. Navigraph data updates on June 10th. So be ready for a Navigraph update. And let's do the ASUS, air operations, Senor Tomas. Yep, that kind of cute little Fokker right there. I'm looking forward to the new F100 coming out because Air Berlin used to fly that one. So that one should be kind of nice. Captain Chris, are you going to do on a later flight? Oh, cool. I hope you're doing good today. And all is right in the world with you. And there is a load sheet, and that looks good. Come on over here. And within the Phoenix app, we can go to page 1, go to the next tab, and hit refresh and get the ATIS. Let's see. Why is there a smoke bomb going off in the front of the airplane? I think you're thinking there is a there's power card out there. It's power card. Hi, DC Gert. We'll look at that in a minute here. Skipple information Foxtrot. Runway 24, main landing runway. Okay. Winds 280 at 7. Winds are variable. Remain on tower frequency until passing 2,000 feet, then departure. TSAT pad, form Skipple by voice, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So let's see if they do CPDLC here. Let's look at EHAM delivery. And they do. Okay, cool. I wonder if they will deliver an EHAM sandwich. You knew the EHAM sandwich was going to come out there today, right? You updated your nav data. You're not very good about keeping up with the updates. It's once a month. It's once a month, and I mostly fly the airplanes that will whine at you if you don't update it, so that's the big reason I know. Plus, I've also gotten into the habit of, like the real pilots, one of the things that the real pilots do when they get in the airplane is they take a look at their active nav data and make sure that it's current. If it's not current, you're not flying that day. Oh, Chris is at the doctor's again today, but you don't need surgery. That is good news. That's very good news. So you get to heal. Yeah. Surgery is a big, big deal. Hi, Iceman. Welcome aboard. But yeah, Captain Chris, glad to know it. So are they happy with your progress as far as... Are they happy with your progress as far as your recovery so far? Is it going good? You going to be 100% ready on your wedding day? Zach is going to come up you're at 2:56 UK time to order a wind control radio panel. That'll be nice. The jokes are already EHAMmy. Of course they are. Hi, Michael. Welcome to you. You put in 2G by mistake. Captain Chris, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's come on and do a clearance first. So ATC request. Pre-departure clearance. We are at gate Delta 52. Delta 52. ATIS information. Oh, Foxtrot. How could I forget? And our station is EHAM. EHAM. And we'll just put a nice little hello in there and send it. There we go. Getting better and better. Not fully well at the wedding, but better than last few weeks. Okay, so mostly recovered and ready to go on that big day for you. Oh, cool. MG King is back. Welcome aboard. And our pre-departure clearance has gone out. And let's load up the load sheet and do load sheet stuff. 59.325. So init and init request. Init request. I've got to say, I did kind of transfer over. I had purchased this airport. I think I actually got it through another website, the Amsterdam airport from Flight Tampa. But I was able to transfer the purchase over to Contrail. Holy moly, does that make it easy to keep your, that really makes it easy to keep your airplanes and airports updated. So we are a Scandinavian flight, 441. And I'm going to grab my wind. And there we go. Healthy enough to say yes. Will you be able to cut the wedding cake and stuff like that too? That's an important part. And we got a phone call. Hello. Oh, you were asking about the little fire outside the airplane? That is, I think that's probably diesel fumes from my pushback truck. I think that's what that is. Hi, MG. Zach, does the departure request only work on the first officer side? No. It will also work on this side, but I generally do all of my CPDLC and ACARS kinds of things over on the co-pilot's McDo, and then airplane stuff on the pilot's McDo. At least that's the way that I do that. Michael is here. The girls, my parents and I went to a wedding in Italy, and that was the catalyst for your trip. Well, I guess you let the cat out of the catalyst bag on that one, and it's like most jokes, it sounded better in my head. But just as long as you don't think I was going to make a catty comment about that. 100% able to cut the cake. There we go. All right, EKCH, runway 24. It's the Andic to Sierra departure. Flight level 060. FL 060. 6,000 feet. Squawk is going to be 0142. 0142. When ready, call 121.980. 121.980. And page 2. If unable, call voice. Roger, roger. Vector, Victor. There it goes. That's not a dumb question. Zach, there are no dumb questions here. None whatsoever. I mean, seriously. Look, these are complicated things that we're doing here. I mean, really complicated things. And so, you know, you gotta not think that you're asking dumb questions, okay? Seriously. Let's see. Dutch Pilot just did a resub. So Loviz did a resub. Thanks, Loviz. And Dutch Pilot did another resub. And thank you, Dutch Pilot. Welcome in. Happy Monday to you. What did I miss? Trashmatech is here. The clearance message. No, it's a Boeing thing too. It's a Boeing thing, and it's a Beluga thing. It's all sorts of stuff. Let's see. Happy Monday, Keith. Good to see you. Happy Monday to you. Sibby, I actually really do like the 007 game. Maybe we'll get to it again on Thursday. Let's see. If there was a dumb you would have asked it. Oh, yes. Oh, I've asked a couple myself too, but there's no dumb questions. And let's see. Oh my gosh, where's my alerts? Senor Tomas just gifted 10 subs to the community. Holy moly. Thank you, Senor Tomas. I really appreciate that. Dan just resubbed for 33 months. Thank you, Dan. Senor Tomas, thank you for gifting some subs. Those are really important, actually, and they're really helping me out on the business side of all of this. So thank you for the extra support, and thanks for being nice to other people because, as I've said in the past, not everybody can afford a sub. So I'm super grateful that you're really nice. Okay, let's start loading the airplane. 8 minutes of loading. There we go. And everything looks good here. Cool. We're going to need just a couple of charts first. I do want to take my time with Bond. You know, I'm not that great with it as it is, but for me, I kind of really want to enjoy the story behind it, because one of the things that I've noticed about a lot of modern computer games now is just how amazing the storylines are. I mean, they really are. They do blow me away. I'm just kind of cleaning up my charts down here. And then we're going to need airport ground east. I don't think we're going to need the west side. That's the polar bond. We're not going to the polar bond today. So there you go. Although we may be on the polar bond coming back in. Sunjammer is in an outside view and it's saying I'm going 4 knots and you're at the gate. So you must have the wind blowing right in your pitot tube. You think that's it, Sunjammer? Is there a breeze blowing right at your airplane and that's what's making it? It says you've got a ground speed or something. Okay, this is going to be Andic 2 Sierra. Actually, I think Andy is up there. There's the Sierra Papa Yankee. Man, how come we don't get to do the spy departure? And there's Andic 2S. Andic 2S, the Yankee version. Okay. And that's the correct runway, but what we need to do, so RNAV SIDS, runway 24 and KYSY. Come over here. It's this one here, and what we really need is this page. Let's see. You don't have to be good to play. I enjoying the story. That's it. Sunjammer said, so that was the case. Really? So you changed the weather and the wind diminished. All right, runway 24, Andic 2 Sierra. That's us. Flight level 60. What I needed was this frequency. So after 2,000 feet, it's 119055. 119.055. That's departure. They don't always give you that, and so that's why you go and look over at the SID PT page for your departure information. I refer to it as SID procedures. That might not be right, but that's the way that goes. Airport charts coming into Copenhagen. What we need to do is get rid of the big plane charts. Ground chart, we don't need that. A340, 777. But what we do need is we do need the airport parking chart, and then we should have everything else that we need. Cool. All right, with that in there, we can go over to pilot brief or pilot boxers or pilot thongs. It's up to you. Okay, that one sounded as good as I thought it would. Okay, 53 is our cost index. 53 is the cost index. Flight level 370 is our cruise. And page 2. Page 2, 0 fuel weight, 59.3, 59.3 slash. Page 2 on this one, 0 fuel weight with 161 passengers today, 31.7. And I'm going to accept that and return. Come back over here, and we're going to put that number in the top line there. And now we can go and do the rest of our fuel budget. And that's going to be down here, and it almost always works out. I did plan a little more taxi fuel in case they switch to the polar bond, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. So 0.288, 288, route reserve is 0.672, alternate is 1.16, final is 1.06, and fuel planning is groovy green, and that's great. Flight plan, EHAM, departure is going to be runway 24, runway 24. It's the Andic 2 Sierra, Andy 2S, and that's good. Coming into Copenhagen, our arrival, it's 22 left. Although SimBrief's been giving me 22 right all the time, but it's going to be 22 left. It's going to be Tudelo arrival because we're coming in from the west. So Tudelo for Charlie. And we make sure that we deselect any VIAs and insert that. That looks really nice. Back to init, page B, and that looks good. There was a, oh my gosh, there was a very nice level 4 hype train. Thank you for a level 4 hype train. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? I don't think so. But there was a treasure train. Okay. So there was a treasure train involved too, and I didn't even see that. Sorry. I was too busy doing the McDo. Neighborhood kid asked Martin how old you were. I'm so old. Even the acne on my back has a beard. Okay, all of this looks good. Oh, we did get a squawk code. We ought to do our squawk code. 0142. 0142. That's great. First frequency going out is 121.980. 121.980. That looks good. Let's listen in and see if we can hear anybody. Oh, I hear people. Ooh, that's the Sibby wine glass. That would be tasty. Somebody has neglected to turn on his ADIRs.
Good evening, EKCH.
Forgot to do the ADIRs. Oh, how horrible. And all of that information is cleared. Cool. Our initial climb clearance is 6,000 feet. So dial in 6,000 feet. Turn on the autopilot. 6,000 feet. Altimeter here at Schiphol. 1013. Hey, that's set. That's set. Backup is set, and we need to do the backup. Artificial Horizon. El Pikachu, welcome. I hope your Monday is going well. Thank you for coming by today. Okay, all this is looking good. Hopefully the passengers are coming aboard. Hi, passengers. I hope you're behaving today. Aircraft is loaded over here, so that's good. Man, I knew I was forgetting something. I forgot the ADIRs. Okay, final load sheet is 59.3. That is unchanged. And 31.7, that is unchanged, so we'll accept that and return. Those numbers are staying the same. The flight management computer says I need 5.3 tons to make it up to beautiful downtown Copenhagen. I bought 7.22 because it's vectors to Copenhagen, and you know, vectors to Copenhagen. Open up the flap and start the APU. Hey Spaniel, welcome aboard. Is this the party plane to the Bahamas? It should be a great Bahamas.
Could you maybe ask him to unspawn, select KLM 06 Foxtrot?
I think a party plane to the Bahamas would be great. Buckeye came into chat and said we need a spy hat.
Message if he can move, but I cannot promise anything.
Yeah, no worries, thanks.
There's our first no worries of the day. First no worries has occurred. All right, looking good there. Nobody over there, nobody over there. Well, there was a Transavia over there, right? Yep, we got a Transavia airplane over there. Anybody else here? APU's coming up, got a KLM. And that looks good. And what else could we do? APU's coming up, then we can disconnect PCU, PCA, preconditioned air. And we're going to go ahead and turn on the APU bleed. I can disconnect external power. I can do my fuel pumps, because I always forget. I'm going to disconnect the preconditioned air now. We're running off the APU. I'm done with ground power. My parking brakes are on. I'm going to disconnect my chocks and cones now. And we've cleared all moorings there. Let's get GSX to push us back. I did update GSX today. What do you bet it needs to do a hot fix? Man, the text is a little big on this here. Let's do the hot fix. Apply the hot fix. Raider pilot, welcome aboard. Hakuna Matata, did I say that right?
Yeah, go ahead, Stingray.
I probably missed what that's all about.
Stingray 2-2, I got him called in, so he's swapping stand.
Well, thank you so much.
Always hate sitting here seeing the little circles and stuff like that. It means no worries for the rest of your days. I like no worries for the rest of your days. That is cheers worthy.
Correction, Randy to Sierra departure.
That is cheers worthy.
Initial climb, flight level 60, squawk 3175. Apologies,
Loading aircraft data.
Randy to Sierra departure. Runway 24.
Coffee is so good today. I don't know what it is. I don't know how, you know, how great the brain power is today, but the coffee tastes good. I have to sing it. You have to sing that. Hakuna Matata. I don't know. Prepare for pushback and departure. We'll let KLM do its thing. In Swahili, it means no worries or no trouble. And Polder Pilot is here. Hi, Polder Pilot.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, guess what? We're ready to get pushed back. Hi, Crew Chief. We're all ready to go up here. Well, sort of. We probably have another 2 minutes to go. Eek, 4 minutes. See what happens when somebody has a gray hair moment and forgets to start aligning their IRSs? Doors are closed. I'm going to go seatbelts.
Bypass pin inserted.
Seatbelts on. Let's see, above. So let's go ahead and squawk. There we go. Squawkage is occurring. Polder Pilot, is your name Polder Pilot? Polder, is your name from the famous runway here in Amsterdam? By any chance?
Locking gear.
And if you didn't know, the runways here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport do have numbers like all airport runways, but they also have names. And the famous runway is called the Polderbaan, and it's the one that's 20 minutes away from the terminal. So, you know, when it's time for pushback and start, the pilots are up there singing, "We got a long way to go and not much time to get there." Let's see, we're going to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes.
So, Zach, you correctly noticed that my speed is not set. I have not done my speed calculations, so once I put in my speed, it will automatically set itself to the managed speed. Almost, it is a flat land and it's made from sea land, so it's Polder. Okay. And if you don't know the names, there's a whole Wikipedia page at about Schiphol Airport, and as a part of that Wikipedia page, they have all the runways names and what it means. Okay, almost time here. Let's go ahead and do those speeds while we're waiting here, okay? So let's go and do this. So departure perf, and we're going on runway 24. It is dry. Let's sync the load sheet. Let's sync the weather. Let's calculate. And let's send to the McDo. That looks really good. Now let's come back over here. And if you look down here now, so you were looking at the speed. If we come up here and look, you can see the speed is now got dashes in it and a dot. So that means it's now set. Our speeds are all set and ready to go. And if you go down to the flight management computer and go to performance, perf, now you can see speeds are set, gives us clean speed, gives us our flaps, our trim, everything. So nice. Let's see, is the Airbus A330 300 free? It's default in Flight Sim 2024, and Polyot says yes. It is, well, I suspect anything is better than Soylent Green. Okay, we're ready to go. All right, everything looks good to go here, right? We are good there. I think it's time to go. Let's call in. Let's see.
Information Foxtrot, QNH 1013, contact ground, 705.
Skipple, very good evening from Scandinavian 441 and A320 at Delta 52. Information Foxtrot is aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
2 stations, first easy 2 whiskey. Information Foxtrot, QNH 1013, contact ground, 705. Cheers, and other stations, Scandinavian 441, information Foxtrot, QNH 1013, contact ground, 705.
121.705 now for Scandi 441. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
121.705. There we go. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Let's see. When I put the speed in the McDo and the autopilot changes, it's so cool when it happens. This is a really cool airplane. It's very, very well modeled, but it also shows just how awesome the actual Airbus is, too. And that's what I think is really neat. Let's see if we can push and start here. Skippo ground, good evening from Scandinavian 441 at Delta 52 with Foxtrot requesting startup and pushback.
Hello, Scandinavian 441, command clear of KLM 737, taxiing out left to right behind, push and start approved.
Push and start approved after KLM 737 is out of the way for Scandi 441. Uh-oh, can't see him looking out the windows here. Oh, there's a new camera view that I've set up. This is called speed brake view. And you're going to be really amazed that the speed brakes, all of this is modeled. If you wonder where we are, I'm going to go and move the camera up, and you can see we're on the top of the wing here. And so I've got a cute little speed brake view in there. And there's a lot of moving parts in the wing that we never even really see, which is amazing. Senor Tomas is about ready to hit 500 hours in the sim. And you haven't flown an Airbus? Hey, it was a very long time. Sibby will tell you, it was like years that I just flew my 757 and maybe a few other airplanes, but I never touched an Airbus. Never touched an Airbus. Is it this one that's pushing? Maybe it's that one over there that pushed. Skipple ground, hello again from Scandinavian 441. Delta 52, we've noticed a KLM off of our left wingtip still at the gate. Another one is just taxied out of sight. Is that the one we're supposed to hold for?
That's 441. The aircraft is taxied out, so push and start.
Push and start approved for Scandi 441. Thank you. Well, yeah, and the thing is way back in the day, way back in the day, it was Captain Sibby that was my Airbus flight instructor. I learned everything I know about Airbus and getting started from Sibby, whose mom is an Airbus captain. So cool. Senor Tomas, you're used to your Boeings. I think you know, see, the thing is, it's a game, right? guess what? We get to fly the airplanes we want to fly. And if you don't want to fly an Airbus, you don't want to fly a Boeing, you know, if you don't want to fuck around with a Fokker, guess what? You get to do that sort of thing. Because that's what we do. We get to fly the airplanes we like to fly and go the places we like to go. Zach is buying parts on A320 captain's side. Really? I think that'll be neat to have. Well, I really do like the Airbus. This is a well-designed airplane.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set. Engine number 1 is starting. And looks like we're getting a good start. And this is one of my favorite cockpits around. It's such a straightforward, such a functional cockpit. If I were 100 years younger and had the opportunity, I would, to get a job as an airline pilot, I'd want to fly these. Zach, are you going to get the wind control radio panel? That looks like a really cool panel to have. Hi, H Pilot. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in.
Unlocking gear.
And starting engine number 2. You're not taking responsibility for the landings. No, you just showed me all the systems and how to start it up and do stuff. Dave, if you look, there is a panel below the video panel you're watching here on Twitch. And that's got all of my latest, all of my information. So all of that is there as far as my PC specs.
And it's 119 or decimal 230?
119.
And here comes our crew chief. There goes the tug. The colors, actually, I do like the colors too. Hi, Manaphy. There's a gear pin.
Hello, Alitalia 111.
There's a wave. We'll be nice and wave back. Emergosa, so far so good. I remain out of trouble. Nobody has yelled at me. Dude, hey. Hello? Hello? What are you doing? I don't know what this tug driver's been drinking, but I want some.
Seatbelt 712
Okay.
Victor.
All right, let's stop going there. 1 and 2. And start it back to normal. It's going to be flaps 1, trim is down 0.3. Let's do these. Ooh, really?
Could you repeat?
Delta 13, at whiskey 13,
Down 0.3. And flaps 1. And speed brakes. Auto brakes. Parking brakes. Tow brakes. Taxi light. I'm going to go forward just a bit.
I can't understand. Could you repeat? Because I'm not too loud.
At whiskey 13, cross, runway 18.
Cross 18 center.
Okay, let's sit up here. I had to add an extra pillow on my flight deck chair today because as I was digging around in the closet, I kind of messed up my back a bit. It's nothing serious, but it is a little bit painful, so I've had to add what I call an old man pillow in the lower back here on my chair today.
Hello, EC46 Quebec call. Taxi stand Hotel 3 at whiskey 13, cross runway 18.
Skipple ground, hi there. Scandy 441 pushed and started from Delta 52. Foxtrot remains aboard requesting taxi.
Canadian 441, taxi holding point Sierra 7, runway 24.
Taxi holding point, was that 07, taxi runway 24?
Holding point Sierra 7, runway 24.
Charlie 7, runway 24 for Scandy 441.
Negative, Sierra 7.
Sierra 7, apologies from Scandy 441, thank you.
No problem.
Sierra 7. Okay, so let's make sure we know what we're doing. Oh, that's not the right airport. We have to go to the right airport for the right charts. and we're going to Sierra 7, but they have specific taxi routes here. And we want to make sure we use the right taxi route.
Scandinavian 441 at Alpha 9er, give way to EZ 320, taxiing left to right on Alpha.
Scandinavian 441, give way at Alpha 9er for the EasyJet right in front of us.
Correct, EZ2 Whiskey at Alpha 8, give way to TUI 737, taxiing left to right on 2 Bravo.
That's Alpha 8, give way to TUI.
Okay, so we want to do the Alpha taxiway. You see the little arrows? They're kind of hard to see, but these are like one-way taxiways. So we're going to go down to Sierra 7.
Hello, KLM 9er, full golf. Taxi stand
We got
charge
busy.
7 at
Back and neck
Whiskey
pain
1
can be bad.
1 8 center and taxi via Quebec.
Charlie 7 via Quebec, cross Whiskey, Motherboard Whiskey 1 KLM 9 for golf.
Freebird 45 Papa Quebec at Alpha 8, give way to 2 aircraft, the second one being a Scandinavian 320 coming from the left on Alpha.
Give way Alpha 8. Stable ground with the 541 Charlie, stand Delta 1 ready for...
I was thinking about making today a brew in the
Delta
cockpit
541
flight
Charlie.
and flying as a red nose airplane.
Canadian 441 Tower, 119.230, bye-bye.
119.230 over to the tower for Scandy 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
You too, bye-bye. Freebird 45 Papa Quebec, Tower, 119.230, bye-bye.
Tower 119.230, 45.
And departure is 119055.
Kilo, vacate first or second to the left if possible.
Second to the left, Victor 2, Lufthansa on Papa Kilo.
H pilot, I didn't. I've ended up deleting them completely. And maybe at some point in time I'll go and reload them or something like that. But right now I've deleted them. They just totally blew up on me, which is too bad. I really like it. They were getting better. Hi Diamond Mike, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by today. CT Aviation wants to know, do you recommend the free EFHK or the payware? I think the Helsinki airport is really good, and I kind of like the Helsinki airport. The payware, it's an unusual airport. It really is an unusual airport.
I don't know.
At least the terminal to me looks really, I think it's a cool terminal, so I kind of think that it's worth it. Manaphy, no, I didn't do Elite Wings. That was just a little bit too early for me. And I kind of have to sit here and, you know, watch it would I like to? Yeah, if it was just me, I'd love to fly it. But the thing is I'm, you know, also live streaming and stuff. Kind of got to just watch it here. Because I can really overdo it, and I don't want to do that.
EC2 Whiskey, runway 24, clear takeoff, wind 27090.
Yeah, take off for me, 240.
Manaphy went into LaGuardia.
Postman 1443, runway 18 right, clear to land, wind 27090. Scandinavian 441 with me.
Scandinavian 441, just holding short of runway 24, fully ready.
Scandinavian 441, behind the departing EasyJet, line up and wait, runway 24 behind.
Runway 24, line up and wait behind the departing EasyJet for Scandi 441.
Seabird 45 Papa Quebec, join Sheriff 7 behind the Scandinavian.
Rob 3 UK got one of the gift subs today. Rob, glad you got one of the gift subs. And again, for those of you that are doing that, thank you so much. There they go. They are departing. So strobes going on. Lighting lights standing by. Top menu going off. And our EKM checklist is groovy green. Look over here, make sure we don't see any lights lined up on our runway. That could be a bit of a problem. Major Tom got one of those too. Yay. Manafee, you haven't done Frankfurt Friday yet? Hey, Frankfurt Friday is the ultimate level up event. If you wanted to, be able to walk around and say, I have flight simulator nerves of steel, you need to do Frankfurt Friday. It's how you as they at NASA, that's your steely-eyed missile man thing, is I think what they used to call those.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance.
Oh my gosh, Cracker's back with a nice resub.
Runway 24, clear takeoff, wind 2709 and off.
Runway 24, clear for takeoff for Scandy 441. Thank you. Throttles up halfway.
Hotel Victor, hello, runway 18.
Throttles are up halfway.
2709 and off.
Engines are stable. El Claco is running, and manual flex, SRS, and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue.
Seabird 45 Papa Quebec, line up away, Sierra 7, the runway 24.
$100 knots checked. V1, hands off the throttles, rotate.
DC2 Whiskey, contact departure 121-205, bye-bye. Seabird 45 Papa Quebec, runway 24, clear takeoff, wind 2709 and off, good day.
BP.
Resident Charlie,
Cracker, thanks for the resub, and thanks for being here a whole 6 months, putting up with all the really, really bad jokes and stuff. Thank you for helping me to keep the goofy show going.
Chinook 39 Tango, contact ground 121-805.
121-805,
And here comes our flaps going up. Didn't quite see it. Didn't catch it fast enough.
Schiphol Tower, hello, Alitalia 111, holding short, holding point 07.
Alitalia 111, good evening.
And here I thought the connotation was because sometimes I can be a bit of a chicken.
Red nose 541 Charlie, runway 24.
And yeah, that sounded better in my head too. As usual, all of my jokes. There goes altimeters, checked and set.
Alitalia 111 behind departing 737-800, line up away, runway 24 behind.
Line up away behind, departing 737, Alitalia 111.
And there's a great view back. Nope.
Gonna make one Juliet, roger. Junction 6 Hotel Victor, still with me?
contact Amsterdam, 134.
Big Fish Flyer just came in. Welcome aboard, Big Fish Flyer. Schiphol departure, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is at 6,000 feet. Hi.
441, hello, identified. Flight level 130.
Climb flight level 130, Scandinavian 441. And make the map a little bit bigger as we go out. And passengers enjoying nice views. Really nice views tonight.
Approach, goedenavond, Martin 886.
Nice little sunset too. Probably ought to figure out where we want to go for our flight into. We ought to figure out about, do we want to fly into or out of
heading 270.
Atlanta after we come back.
Contact Amsterdam 134-375. Canadian 441, contact Amsterdam at 134.375.
124.375 for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Amsterdam, good evening from Scandinavian 441. Just passing flight level 100 for flight level 130. It's 134.375. Not 124.134.
Departure, Fenton 5 for...
There we go, that's it. Amsterdam, good evening from Scandinavian 441, passing flight level 110 for flight level 130.
Scandinavian 441, Amsterdam today. Climb flight level 250.
Climb flight level 250, Scandinavian 441.
Air France 3 Hotel Charlie, proceed after Sudol to Sierra Papa Lima. Austrian 375, proceed after Arctic to Sierra Papa Lima.
Out we go. All right, RNAV stars. Let's go ahead and get our hold ready to go. Just in case. So, on our current arrival, the hold we would do is at Lugas. And your inbound for this is going to be 073. So, flight plan 073. Flight plan.
Upper
1L button. Fix. No, not fix. No, it's the hold. I'm not doing a fix. We need to find Lugas. I know what I'm doing. I remember. There we go. There's the Lugas. And we're going to do a hold at Lugas. And I've already forgotten the numbers. That's why we have charts that we can refer to, right? Inbound is 073 and it's left turns. 073 and left turns and insert. All right, we've got the hold set up back to performance. And we're going to come over here, go to the Phoenix tab. Let's go to arrivals and hit refresh. And let's hydrate like Daniel said to do 3 minutes ago. Now what I need is we need to look at Copenhagen arrival ATIS. And the arrival ATIS is information echo. Expect ILS approach 22 left. Condition is 666, so the Devil's runway. It's a dry runway. Transition level is 65. And everything's good. We are 30 miles from top of climb. Let's let the flight attendants get up. Ring the bell for them. Oh, I left my cockpit door open. I was hoping they'd bring pizza and beer up to the cockpit, but they didn't, so we probably had to close it. I'm going to get a nasty memo from the security people.
I didn't receive, I'm sorry, 136.
Boy, we understand you've been leaving your cockpit door open. You seriously think they're going to bring you any pizza? What's the matter with you?
I'm with you.
With you. We've had a no worries and we've had a with you. We've had a no worries and a with you today. We should be playing Spy across the pond bingo. If you're brand new to the Spy flight on really, really long flights, we have a bingo game. And we can go and play bingo and listen for things on the radio. Sadly, the last time we did it, nobody was misbehaving on the radio, so we didn't hear any of the good stuff.
Scandinavian 55 van, tot correction Scandinavian 44 van, tot het Maastricht, 136.465.
136.465 now for Scandi 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
AC 2 1 Yankee Kilo, tot het Maastricht, 136.465. Scandinavian 141, descent to flight.
136.465. This was Maastricht. So into Germany.
And we were reporting back. Scandinavian to Mike Babata.
Maastricht, good evening. DC21 Yankee Kilo, flight level 370.
AC21 Yankee Kilo, Maastricht grade identified. Good evening.
Maastricht radar, good Abend. Scandinavian 441 just past EKCH at flight level 210 for flight level 250.
Scandinavian 441, Maastricht grade identified. Climb 25370.
Climb flight level 370 for Scandi 441. Up and away time. Dogs is here. Hey Dogs, welcome aboard. You are doing a flight with Captain Pebble from Helsinki to Stansted. Unless you're going to Luton, is what Sibby's about to say. Unless you're going to Luton. I hope you're having a good flight today, Dogs, and it's a nice day in the Colorado Front Range.
Scandinavian 441, fly speed Mach decimal 79er or greater.
Mach decimal 79er or greater for Scandinavian 441. So pull it. 0.79. They want us to speed it up a little bit here. Vectors is going good so far. I haven't gotten in any trouble yet. No trouble yet, so that's good. Boarded an extra 30 minutes of fuel. I've got my hold plugged in. Airplane, last step climb is completed, an hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, our airplane's going across the pond.
Copenhagen control, 119.555.
Land 7 Mike Thunder, sorry, Copenhagen control 119.555, bye-bye.
I didn't understand a word of what that pilot said. I understood the numbers. That's about it.
Control on 127.
Very nice fluffy clouds today.
27, check 5, easy check 24.8, have a good evening.
Big fluffy clouds. Yesterday in Germany, we flew over a bunch of pretty good thunderstorms. There's a little bit of rain up in the Copenhagen area. It looks like most of it was going north up to Sweden now.
Bremen Arena, via 2 Papa Tango, flight level 380, and then inbound Agati.
Liner T Papa Tango, master grade identified. Good evening, sir.
This airplane is so well modeled. You know, when you're sitting in a window seat, there's a little vent hole in the little plastic covering for the actual window of your airplane. They even modeled that little vent that's right there, which is pretty cool. If you've ever sat in a window seat, you've looked at you might have noticed the little vent right there. So they even modeled that, which is amazing. That's some pretty cool detail. 25,000 feet. Let's do seatbelts. Airplane went over. Yeah, there were some big storms in some parts of the Atlantic today. And if you're new to flight sim, wondering where all the passengers are, the sim does not draw the passengers. You can make them draw passengers, but it takes a lot more system resources. So to keep the airplane flying smooth, I've turned off passengers and stuff like that. Actually, it's off by default. You have to turn them on. But the airplane is loaded as if it was fully loaded. We have 161 passengers in the airplane today.
Can we have 7 Mike Papa, are you back?
Scandinavian 7 Mike Papa, we are back in cockpit.
7 Mike Papa, contact Copenhagen control on 119.555.
Contact Copenhagen Controller on 129.555 for Scandinavian 7 Mike Papa, danke für Information am Nordschutz.
7 Mike Papa, negative frequency is 119.555.
Cool, we got that. That's really nice. Kason, hope I said hi when you came in.
Danke, ciao.
Yo, ciao.
Maastricht Raider, hello, contact Victor Romeo, climbing 30.
From the 8 Victor Romeo, master grade identified, climb 25380.
Climbing 80, contact Victor Romeo.
The passengers have been a tune-out factor for Will from online.
Hello, 280.
Yeah, I just for me it's a draw on the system. You know, it makes storming work a little bit harder, and you know, at a certain point that just degrades your performance. But yeah, if I were going to be a real world pilot, I think I would rather be a cargo pilot than a passenger pilot. Because, you know, in the real world, some passengers are just so obnoxious
I would like to have you direct Bombi.
Super duper obnoxious. Boxes do not speak.
Affirm direct Bombi.
Direct Bombi, 562. Thank you. Maastricht Sierra Wing 50 Bravo, request 2 minutes delay.
Boxes don't complain about a 500 foot per minute landing. That's right, the cargo pilots just get to turn that part of it off, right? You know, they get to sit and fly the plane. And what's also nice is they get a free health club membership for the cargo pilots because they get the big Stairmaster, because cargo planes don't use jetways. And some of them have to climb a lot of stairs to get up to the cockpit.
Climbing 240, 0. That's complete.
Now fly 4124, route direct to Hamlo.
Okay, Polyot said a solicitor in defense, he had to be given a few stern warnings today. Oh, really? I wish he didn't speak. Wow, you had to do a stern warning and not just one? Holy cats. And I heard everybody there was so well behaved at all times. Must have been a recent airline passenger or something, right? Must have been a recent airline passenger.
It's 127, destination 65.
127, 865. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I don't think that they can bonk people with a gavel in the UK, Irvi. They haven't given them hammers yet. Although it sounds like somebody deserved to get hammered. And the only reason we have them here in the U.S. is because, you know, Denny Crane, right? All you need is your voice and a look. Yep, we had to introduce hammers because of Denny Crane. And that looks good. Let's see, check the next phase. 151 miles from top of descent. We're getting close, so we probably 4.4 is our estimated fuel for landing. So let's go and check and see how we're doing here. Pilot brief. And okay, so I've got at least 45 minutes of holding fuel in case we have to hold. I think I've got about a half an hour to 45 minutes. Let's see, Pauliot is going to be doing a special story today, and I'll put a link in just a second. The gavel is an American invention, and Hollywood has done such a thorough job of associating gavels with judges that English visitors to the court are surprised.
And you, sir.
And okay, so a judge in England and Wales maintains order with presence, a spoken word, the authority of the office, and occasionally a sharp look. The judge doesn't need to bang anything to make it happen. There is, Pauliot has started a Substack, and I'm going to put a link in for you if you haven't had a chance to read it, because it's kind of cool here. Almost ready. And here is a link if you'd like some interesting reading about the legal world, but also airplanes and some of the things that go on. So I just put a link in. Well, I mean, seriously, Irvi, Twitch is like what, the Wild West? You've got to have the happy little band hammer.
Scandinavian 441, route direct to Tutlo.
Route direct to Tutlo now for Scandinavian 441. Route direct, Tutlo, and insert. Okay, that looks really good.
58 Uniform Echo, you will receive a rerouting into Copenhagen. That's due to
subscriber confirmed.
too long holding.
Nemesis, welcome back to you, and thank you for an incredibly nice resub and a long one too, 65 months. Wow, that's a long time. What an incredible amount of time. TNS Nemesis, thank you for helping me to keep my goofy little world going here.
Copied, route direct to Bavta, Ryanair 58.
An awesome jet fuel in the flight plan, thank you.
21 Yankee Kilo, same for you, route direct to
pressing matters, like the price of oil going through the roof.
Bavta, ATG 21 Yankee Kilo.
That's going to have to do it for the morning coffee. It'll be ready eventually. No big rush on the website and stuff. But, you know, there are a lot of pressing things going on in the real world right now that people need to be focused on.
Easy 1-2 Bravo Echo, master grade identified. Good evening, sir.
Master radar, good evening. Lufthansa 4 Yankee Fox inbound, Obatu, flight level 370.
Top clearance granted.
Lufthansa 4 Yankee Fox, master grade identified.
Irvy's back with a really nice resub. Hi, Irvy.
Master, good evening. Approaching Baltimore, passing flight 190 for 240.
Irvy, thank you for a 41-month resub. I guess, oh, it's the first of the month, isn't it? It's the first of the month. I was going to say, thanks, Irvy. Thank you for your resub. Nemesis, thanks for yours. Cracker did a nice resub, too. Let's see, Dan did a resub, and Senor Tomas gave out 10 gift subs today, so thank you. And thanks for helping me to keep all this silly stuff going. All right, let's see here. Coming up here, so performance, climb, and 109 to top of descent. So we should start getting ready to do our descent and arrival here. Go back to the Phoenix app, go back to the weather tab, arrivals, and refresh. EKCH, arrival latest, information Foxtrot. Okay, so that's current, and we can start putting in our arrival data here. It's going to be 1013.
Ryanair Copenhagen, protect Raven, 125.025.
Our temperature today in Copenhagen is 16 degrees. The wind in Copenhagen, winds are 200 at 5, 200 at 5, transition is 65, and it's a big bus, so we'll go full flaps, and let's get our minimums. Cherry just did a follow on Twitch. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And EKCH, ILS or localizer. This is the right side. We need the left side.
Copenhagen 127.865 Canadian 652.
Ryanair 580 from Echo.
And we want runway 22 left.
Free speed, Ryanair 58, uniform Echo.
Nordic 5613, contact Bennett radar on 125, decimal 025.
Rahmen radar 125.025.
Minimums for a Category 1 landing are 210 feet.
650 up to level 340.
210 feet over to the barrel box. And that looks good. Back to performance. We are 90 miles from top of descent. If they tell us to descend, they're not going to give us any specific numbers. If they tell us to descend via, that would put us out at 4,000 feet at a baggy. They always step us down. Hi Thalo, welcome aboard.
Ryanair 580 from Echo, contact Copenhagen control on 127.865.
127.865, Ryanair 58 uniform Echo. Choose.
EC 21 Yankee Kilo, speed restriction lifted, free speed for you.
Free speed, EC 21 Yankee Kilo.
Master radar, KLM 181, inbound.
Maybe that's our next frequency.
KLM 181, master grade identified, climb to flight level 310.
Climb to flight level 310, KLM 181. Master radar, approximately 7.
Okay, I think we're all prepared for the landing. If we are, then that really means that we have not a lot to do except do a good job of flying the airplane. If we have to make a change, it just makes it a little bit easier as opposed to plugging all this stuff in now. So we're in really good shape.
Yeah,
Here is
because
our
late
top
call,
of
I
descent
think
hockey
it's
stick.
then much higher than 270 because you must be 250 at Revla. So climb to the 270.
Channel 270.
Kids in the cockpit. I just heard a baby kid in the cockpit.
Scandinavian 7455, Marflick radar identified. Good evening, sir.
GT Boy is in with beer cheers. I'm just starting my tea cheers today.
Master radar, speedbird 220.
And happy Monday. What am I thinking?
122 miles.
Good Monday. Thank you for coming in today.
Speedbird 220, Marflick radar identified. Good evening.
One of the things I'll try to do on the Monday and Tuesday days off and stuff, I'll try and get the E-Jet going again, see if I can't fix that. More through the roof.
Scandinavian 441, contact Copenhagen control on 127.865.
127.865 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. There we go. And this is now Copenhagen control. Wait.
Yankee, descend flight level 250.
250, balance 36.
Stingray 22, proceed direct Tutlo, join Tutlo for Charlie arrival.
Direct Tutlo 4 Charlie, Stingray 22.
Stingray 22, that is correct, and enter the hold over Lucas. That's published.
Aha, see,
Enter
they're
the hold
doing
over
the
Lucas,
hold.
published.
We saved a
Stingray
bunch of
22.
time there. Copenhagen, good evening. Scandinavian 441's direct to Tudlo.
441, Copenhagen, good evening. You're identified, reduced to minimum speed. There's going to be quite a bit of delay time.
Reducing now minimum speed for Scandinavian 441. Oh my gosh.
Air Portugal 752, into the hold over Lucas as published.
The hold over Lucas published, Air Portugal 752.
Air Portugal 752, descend now.
Okay, so what I did is I just reduced my speed now to the little, just above the little green dot, which is my clean speed. So we just jammed on the brakes. So they were telling me Mach 0.79, and now they've told us to slow it down. So,
Yankee, just to verify you are heading.
Affirmative, we are heading 032.
Thank you.
let's see what it's like.
Red nose 3539, descend flight level 160.
Man, I should have been a red nose today and made it a brew in the cockpit day. Let's see, it's 81 degrees. No, it's not 81 degrees. We have 81 arrivals. See, that's why I should have. 31 departures, 24 flight plans.
270, and is that the altitude you want me in the hole too?
I'll descend you in the hold as we go along.
Okay,
Roger.
so there we go. So it is going to be busy coming into Copenhagen today. I know, MG, so we actually are going to get a few holds on this one. So, super duper important.
You identified you can reduce to your minimum speed after BAFTA flight direct 50.
Minimum speed after BAFTA direct has to be ET21 Yankee Kilo.
1 Yankee Kilo, that is correct. For further contact now, Copenhagen Control 135.565.
135.565 ET21 Yankee Kilo.
Well, unless they were to come and say that to me, and I would basically agree with them. But I've never been a fan of, you know, those kinds of mainstream beers here in the U.S. They've always,
ET2448,
you know,
flight level 180.
that's kind of the word that we would use too. I much prefer something that has some real flavor to it. So that's why I like a stout or an amber. Personally, I like the amber beers. But those golden beers that are just, you know, something with light behind it, just, they just taste terrible.
Level 270 is going to make 650.
Scandinavian 441, descend now, flight level 320.
Descend now, flight level 320, Scandinavian 441. Here we go. I haven't heard about that, the NAT version of that. I did hear that about the goblin version of that from Harry Potter, but I never heard the gnat version of that. In Milwaukee, if you diss on Budweiser, you get a cheer and maybe even a free Miller. Really? Okay. Now we know how to get a free Miller if we're in Milwaukee, right? Is the sonic screwdriver what you use to adjust the overthrust oscillator? It helps me if my AE35 unit is messed up. It also helps me clear the plasma injectors on my warp core reactor. If there's, you know, something wrong with my ODN conduits. My sister offered me a Coors Light earlier at dinner. Really? Scandi 441 entered the holdover Lugas as published. Really? Is that so? And Scandiops, we were 2 minutes late out of the gate. Oh, Sasha, welcome aboard. It's bread flavored LaCroix. I've never liked it. I never liked that kind of beer.
Confirm KLM or Eurowings 50, brother?
Oh, sorry, that is Mansplit. Eurowings 50 Bravo, descent flight level 180. Thank you.
Roger, down to 180, Eurowings 50, brother.
Stingray 22, descent to flight level 220.
220, Stingray 22.
Scandinavian 652, descent now, flight level 240.
Sasha's girlfriend is watching. Hello, Sasha's girlfriend. Welcome aboard. And cheers. We are flying into a very big VATSIM event with a bunch of other airplanes. Not a beer drinker, but you did like the German wheat beers when you were in Wiesbaden? Well, I mean, come on. If you're in Germany and you're having a real German beer, that's going to taste really, really good, right? When in Germany, you should drink a German beer. When in Athens, you should have a Mythos. And other places, you have to drink whatever you like.
Charlie 543, 550.
Radio 541 Charlie, good evening to you. You identified, you can reduce to minimum speed.
ECB, you had a Jägerschnitzel?
Minimum speed for delays and clear still for Charlie, arrival for reference 51 Charlie.
And Portugal 752, descend now, flight level 250.
That's right, really great wine in Italy.
Portugal 752,
hi, Monica.
descend now, flight level 260.
When in Germany, you should go to Belgium. Yeah, Belgian beer is supposed to be really good too. You've been lots of places and lots of fun foods and drinks. Where is the best pizza that you've ever had? Where's the best pizza that you've ever had? I'm trying to keep my speed pretty much at green dot speed right now, or just above clean speed. And if you don't know what your clean speed is, you can go over here and go to the approach speed, and it's the number right in the middle. See where it says clean? So 220 knots of indicated airspeed, and you can see we're right at 220, so there we go. So we're good to go there. Sibi says Stella Atrios is good, and EC just across the bay from Naples, Italy, you had bowling alley pizza. Really? And wine. It was a full moon across the bay from Naples. You're talking about Naples, Italy, or Naples, Florida? I didn't know they had bowling alleys in Italy. You realize if we're going to start talking about bowling alleys, the jokes will go into the gutter. I will not be sparing you any of those jokes. And some of them will definitely strike out. And there are your bowling jokes.
Down to 200, Stingray 22.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the setup.
290.
Descent flight on the 290, Portugal 6 Charlie Yankee.
Red Nose 541 Charlie, it's a hold over Lucas as published.
Let's go to below on TCAS now.
Lucas has published for Red Nose 541 Charlie.
I'm going to be banned because of the
just
jokes.
To verify my own hearing, Lucas holding it published.
Lucas holding published for
What
Red
do
Nose
you
541
call a bowling alley with no balls? A striking disappointment. Bonus level. First job was a pin setter at a bowling. Really?
EC2448 for further
So
contact control.
you had to do your manual pin setting at the bowling alley?
23730 EKCH 24.6.
Thalo wants to get a bowling shoe joke in.
Scandinavian 652, continue descent, flight level 210.
Descent level 210, Scandinavian 65.
Even though we're high up there, I'm going to go from Mach to airspeed now, because we're going to probably have to manage that a little bit closer.
441, continue descent, flight level 300.
Continue our descent now, flight level 300, Scandi 441. You had to jump in the pit, put the ball on the rail, and send it back and put the pins up and jump out. Really? Thalo's brain is tired today. Mine's a little bit tired too, actually. Mostly just dealing with a little bit of lower back pain and watching out how I move. Sleeping was a little bit difficult too. But I got the cable out of the box and I was all ready. Of course, the bad part about it is I knew the cable was in there. Sadly, it did not have the connectors that I wanted, so it was all for nothing. And here we are coming up on Lugas. Let's bring the map in a click. You can see we got one airplane in the hold up here that's starting to show up. It's been 10 years since MG King went bowling. Whenever I would go bowling, it was so hard for me to keep my mind out of the gutter. Senor Tomas had bad dreams after watching a movie last night. This is going to be, yeah, I've had a couple of those. I had a couple of, weird ones after some of the James Bond,
Copenhagen, good day,
stuff.
501, climbing flight level 30.
You don't remember the last time you went bowling? Well, you're mostly into golfing, right? Golfing and scuba diving. That joke really was striking to airplane.
Level 400, Scandinavian 150.
Thanks for coming back in. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you're into golf. From what I know, I don't know everything, but it's golf and diving, scuba diving for you. And clean speed now is 218. I'm just doing it manually here. First gin and tonic was in Egypt, and you also had Turkish coffee there. I watched the thing on Making You Only Live Twice. I will spare you from the puns, Senor Tomas. Flight level 290 now for Scandinavian 441. Yeah, Turkish coffee. Well, I bet Turkish coffee is always best at a sidewalk cafe, right?
1501 for further contact. Maastricht on 136.465. Good night.
136.465. Good day.
Okay, we're at clean speed, about to enter the hold at Lugas.
050 Bravo for further contact Copenhagen control on 123.730. Thank you for your patience.
Over to Copenhagen 123.730. You would call 0. Thanks, good evening. Bye-bye.
I don't usually like it when controllers tell me, you know,
Scandinavian 441, descend flight level 270.
descend flight level 270 for Scandinavian 441. I don't usually like it when a controller tells me thank you for your patience, if for no other reason because I'm not a doctor. You had a Normandy Mule in Con, so it's a Moscow. Oh, really? How did you like that one? Do they still use like a lightly carbonated ginger beer that they put in that? 216 is our new speed. Okay, we are now officially in the hole. Let's go ahead and I'm going to set the chronometer. I believe I've got about 45 minutes of holding fuel, so we're good. The first person that they cast as Blofeld in James Bond was too cuddly. And so that's when they got Donald Pleasance.
Protocol 6 Charlie Yankee, continue descent flight level 230.
So we have to start thinking about diverting in
Scandinavian 441, descent flight level 260.
Descend flight level 260 for Scandinavian 441 and 215 on the speed.
Descend now flight level 270.
And I got, oh man, so busy, all sorts of stuff. But one of the things, you hear how just calm, cool it is here in Copenhagen? They're really good at moving a lot of airplanes. So this is why I always say that this is a great event for people that are new on VATSIM.
Speedbird 2708, contact Maastricht 136.465.
Well, yeah, the original reading the original James Bond novels is a real interesting experience. It's a real interesting experience. 214.
Flight level 400.
Continue climb flight level 400. 2819.
Speedbird 813 Charlie at cruise level Mach decimal 77.
At cruise Mach decimal 77.
Okay, we're going to be holding. Now's a great chance. Sit back in the chair a bit.
At cruising flight level, flight level 400.
Okay, sit back in the chair.
At cruise level 400.
No.
Scandinavian 441, descent flight level 250.
Descend flight level 250, Scandinavian 441. Okay, that was a mistake. Don't sit back too much because I still have to reach the autopilot. Still got to reach the autopilot. So can't sit back. Yeah, that's right. In the books, they carved something into his hand, and then he had to have it removed. So that was not something that they did in the movies.
KLM 368, keep a further contact Copenhagen control 123.730.
Okay, we're good there.
123.730.
Once you're on the ground in Copenhagen, leave the airplane at the gate.
Unfortunately, we have to divert to Billund due to fuel.
I'm sorry, that was blocked. Who's calling?
Portugal 752, we have to divert to Billund due to fuel. Sorry.
Portugal 752, roger that, no need to apologize. Holding is cancelled, turn right heading 277, I'll have a clearance for you shortly.
Right heading 277 in Portugal 75.
Speedbird 813 Charlie, contact Maastricht 136.465.
We had a descend, but I didn't hear the altitude.
Speedbird 819, contact Maastricht 136.465, so long.
136.465, Speedbird 819, thanks for that, bye-bye.
Russ is at home right now. Hey, Russ, welcome aboard. Thanks
Copenhagen,
for coming in.
This is Sterling 22.
Good to see you.
We were on the wrong side of the
work,
holding
so
pattern. Do you want us to remain on the wrong side? We're turning the wrong way, too.
We'll keep it safe for work.
Sorry, who's calling?
Stingray 22. Looks like we assumed our FMC was correct on the direction on the hold, and we're turning the opposite way. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, Stingray 22. If you can modify the hold the next time you pass to go left, then that will be fine for me.
Roger.
Skipple, hello again from Scandinavian 441. You gave us a descent, but unfortunately you were blocked and we never got the altitude.
441, Roger, thank you very much for checking in on that. Descent flight level 240.
Descend now, flight level 240, Scandinavian 441.
Copenhagen Control, good afternoon of that 676 Super.
And 213, so we're slowly rolling our speed back to keep it right above, right at clean speed.
Looks at 676 Copenhagen Control, after you identify, just verify you wish to divert to Copenhagen. Just to let you know, we are expecting about 20 to 25 minutes of delay at the moment.
We're 5 minutes into the hold right now. So we're still really
so
good.
The 676, just advise me what you like. I could tell you towards Copenhagen, towards Tutlo, but there will still be some substantial delay for you.
We can still
Hope you got enough fuel to divert to Copenhagen there.
Expecting delay.
This is not the time to divert.
Right, heading 035.
Turning right, 7, no, can you confirm heading?
Heading 035.
212, speed changed again.
Portugal 752, descent flight over
At this point, I could also just leave it in. I could
in.
leave it in managed speed, and it would take care of it for me. So I'm actually doing extra work on this.
Verify flight over 130.
130, Portugal 75.
I see 5 airplanes in the hold that are just below me. So you can kind of see the airplanes in the hold here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Portugal 752, for further contact, be on approach, 127.
EC is going to go chopping vegetables. Have a nice evening. Thank you for coming in today. Russell, here it's about 1:30 in the afternoon.
At flight level 290 with you. 80.
Portugal 6 Charlie Yankee, descent level 220.
H pilot. All the music you hear is from Epidemic Sound, and
flight level 340 KLM 223.
the playlist is at the bottom of the screen on the left side. So there's a now playing.
Stingray 22, descent flight level
I don't actually have a whole list because
150
there's
Stingray
like
22.
we're up to about 8 hours worth of music in this file. In the folder.
Somewhere else I'm unable to approve at this time. Please wait another 5 minutes, then I'll transfer to Maastricht and then he can approve it.
No worries, thank you.
No worries, number 2.
Lufthansa 676, proceed direct to.
I don't usually turn on the seatbelt sign in a hold unless it's bouncy.
And Lufthansa 676 to verify 224 Charlie arrival.
I confirm that 224 Charlie arrival. Lufthansa 676.
Stingray 22, contact Copenhagen Control, 123.7.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
123370 Stingray 22.
Just did a follow on Twitch. Hi, Mythical Pork. Welcome.
12373.
Airplane's destination airport. Isn't it feel good when you do a long haul flight like that? When you get your
676
destination airport?
As published, you have free speed.
Roger that, holding at Lugas. Lufthansa 676.
Scandinavian 652, descent flight level 190.
Level 190, Scandinavian 652.
Scandinavian 441, descent flight level 230.
Descend flight level 230 for Scandinavian 441. And we're just going down 1,000 feet at a time. Not hearing the other airplanes, though, in our hold being told to descend.
First, KLM 233, contact Maastricht.
Let's see. New clean speed is 211.
136465, KLM 223.
Hi, Zach. Welcome back. 211.
087 Whiskey Juliet, Copenhagen Control, you identified, clear 224 Charlie.
And we want to do the clean speed, which is down here. The clean speed, because what that does is that's the cheapest Cheapest flying we can do.
That's 541 Charlie, descend flight level 240.
That's flight 240, that's 541 Charlie.
EC 12 Bravo Echo, descend flight level 270.
Level 270.
For the 676, descend now, flight level 300.
Descending 300, depends on 6 and 6.
Finally in the range of other ATC stations too. No, but so what happens, Jordan, is when you're in a hold like this, you want to reduce your speed to minimum clean speed. In an Airbus, it's also referred to as green dot speed, right here. And you can see there's the little dot shows up. That's basically our minimum clean speed before we really start rolling out flaps. And this is the most economical speed that we can go. I mean, all we're doing is flying in circles. We don't need to do it really quickly. So we would slow it down at this point. And we get clean speed here and now drop down to another one. So 210 knots now. And again, I'm making extra work for myself. I could do it myself. I could let the airplane do it. Fact is, if I do, let's go ahead and experiment here. So what I'm going to do is press in the speed dial here. And now it's become a dot. And if we look down here at the speed, you can see
Skype 1790, what is your position?
it's managing it just fine.
We are now,
Actually, it's got us a little bit faster than green dot speed.
Northbound from where?
Because it's supposed to be 210 knots right now.
Tango, Uniform Sierra.
There you are, Skype 1790, roger that, go Copenhagen, 135565.
135565, go ahead.
Bye-bye.
You were scared to do Copenhagen, too many planes. So, Jordan, this is probably one of the best big events to make your first event. I mean, you're listening in right now, and do you hear how calm and cool the controller is right now? So this...
Scandinavian 441, continue descent, flight level 210.
Continue the descent to flight level 210 for Scandinavian 441. And seriously,
Quebec 190 kilo, I think you're trying to call, but there's only static noise. Climb now, flight level 280.
really not doing a whole lot at the moment. So this is absolutely one of the best events to make your first big event.
Good evening, runway 2675, 54280,
We're going to depart out of Copenhagen next if you want to join us for that.
Flight level 400.
Level 400, cheers, runway 2675, thank you.
Airport Golf 6 Charlie Yankee, descent, flight level 170.
Airplane is 100% right. First Wings is a great event to me. This is just sort of like the first big main event, that kind of deal. Good evening, GVY, Thorben, welcome back. You're holding below Scandinavian 652. Yep, I heard your flight. So we're all in the same stack of planes right now. Thorbson, thank you for coming by tonight. How's your fuel? How's your fuel? Right now we are, let's see what we got here. Let's do, well, flight plan will just give us estimated fuel on board for landing. And our estimated fuel right now is 3.7. We have to divert, at 2.2. So we're doing actually pretty good at the moment. Hi, Abelars. I remain out of trouble. 45 minutes out of Copenhagen as always. I did 30, so I think I'm living a little bit dangerous today. You can see my ATC speed here. Fuel was 30 minutes. You were probably smarter to do 45.
Get a 25 Juliet, turn 15 degrees to the left.
16 degrees to the left, okay, left 25 Juliet.
Yeah, 15 is enough.
15, we'll get a 25 Juliet.
People at 19 kilo, contact Maastricht 136.
Flight level 210, that looks great.
Delta 298 at 28,000.
Yep, I've got it set to below. Airplane, you recovered a fifth of your original planned fuel with your routing. So you're doing really good. Airplane's doing cross the pond today in an A350. I need to remember to keep moving side by side a little like this. Don't let muscles get tense.
Time's up for 2675.
The controller here.
Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome in. We're in the middle of a hold. Flying a multi-million-dollar jet in circles.
Yellow Wing 7 to Juliet, complete.
Delta 298 with you at 28,000.
Airplane's going to do another hop.
The controller got a disconnect on motion.
Delta 298, we are direct Golem climbing 36,000.
Yellow Wing 7 to Juliet, complete.
We may have lost our controller. Things might be considered out of control. I think we may have lost.
Please stand by for a minute.
Okay, we're good. Things are not out of control. I guess they're probably doing one of those controller briefings or something like that. Or maybe they ordered pizza and the pizza just arrived. Sadly, on this approach, I don't think that we get to see the big long bridge that's to the east of Copenhagen. Plus, it's also staying pretty light out here right now, so it's not going to be all that dark. So we probably won't see the lights of the big long bridge. See the airplane down there? Hey Thorben, is that your Scandinavian right there below our left engine? That's right. Pizza is important. Stand by. Priorities. Buckeye says to hydrate again. Gotta hydrate again. Thank you.
Yellow Wing 7 to Juliet, how about that?
Stand by, please.
Just sit back and...
Flight 2675, contact Copenhagen, 135.565.
Hydration is good, right?
Up on 2675.
Affirm, 135.565.
35565. Ryanair 2678. Cheers, bye.
And Yellow Wing 7 with Juliet to verify into the hold over Lucas is published.
Full planet now, Lucas, hold to Juliet.
And Yellow Wing 7 with Juliet, descend initially flight number 3. Yeah, actually make
There's that airplane.
For now, I will update.
This is number now.
Request descent, scan up for Juliet.
Okay, so Juliet, maintain flight number 350 into the hold over Lucas is published.
Maintaining 350 and hold as position for Lucas for scale up to Juliet.
Delta 298, contact Copenhagen, 135.565.
135.565, Delta 398.
And it just disappeared under us, so we'll see if they're going to make the turn soon too. Been at flight level 210 for a while. We are now 20 minutes into the hold. Wow, 20 minutes? I thought it was just like 5 minutes a second ago. Time flies when you're flying around in circles. And when we get kicked from the hold, it'll be direct to Corsa. And 250 knots. I beat you to the joke. Oh, sorry about that. At least your nose wheel isn't mushy.
652 descent flight level.
Oh yeah, if it's I think it's ballooned. I forget what my alternate is today. It is ballooned.
Alright, KLM, 25 Juliet, correction, 0 wings, 7 Whiskey Juliet, descend now, flight over 310.
310,
That's right, it's always a good day when your nose
KLM 25 Juliet, maintain level
isn't mushy.
350, I'll have to send for you in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Maintaining at 350, copy that, so KLM 25 Juliet, thank you.
Not much else to do. It's just fly in the circle and get. I think we're going to get at least 2 more descents before we get to continue. And then we're staying on the ground. We're going to redo a flight plan to go back into Copenhagen. Let's see what we're going to be landing at in Copenhagen. In Amsterdam, I believe. I'm sorry. Amsterdam. There's just a tower right now. Oh, they may be going offline. Let's see. There's the Polderbahn. That one's coming into the Polderbahn. So we should board taxi fuel. Runway 18 right is what we're expecting for arrival. So another 15 minutes of taxi fuel for the taxi in for our next flight. H pilot, yes. The biggest thing that I recommend is an airplane that you're personally interested in, one that you like. Now, if you like the, like a very airplane that's very hard to fly, maybe look at something that's a little bit easier. But I really feel like the best thing to do is choose the airplane that you're the most interested in. So if you're interested in the Boeing, you do the Boeing. If you like the Airbus,
441, descend flight level 180.
Descend flight level 180 for Scandinavian 441. Ooh, 3,000 feet. Hi Annie, welcome aboard. Oh my gosh, airplane range rings. Ooh, I had to do range rings here while we're waiting. It's different for you in the A350.
20 to 30 minutes of holding still to go.
Okay, thank you.
Oh man.
EG21 Yankee, flight level 370.
You go to the flight plan page in the McDo. At the bottom of the flight plan page, there's all the data, but the very bottom line on the screen, there is a box that you click on. I don't remember the name of the box. That is going to take you to fixes, and then you'll put your fixes in exactly the same way you're going to see me do this here. So, EKCH,
Copenhagen, good evening,
airport ground.
Flight level 350.
So we need the opposite direction of our arrival runway. So it's going to be 22 left, so flight.
Alright, reduce minimum speed, cleared for the
fix
2 left
info.
4 Charlie arrival, Scandinavian 554.
EKCH,
Level 120, Scandinavian.
22 left.
Copenhagen approach, Copenhagen 390
on the... dude, you're killing us. 217.
Copenhagen, you identified, I'll call you back.
And 5 miles.
Ryanair 79 Romeo Alpha.
Page 2, EKCH 22 left.
Romeo, hello, continue.
I want a 10-mile radial.
Airport Golf 6 Charlie Yankee, descend level 150.
Last page.
Descent level 150, Airport Golf 6 Charlie Yankee.
Man, typing is hard.
63 Bravo Zulu, flight level 370 inbound to flight.
63 Bravo Zulu, Copenhagen, good evening, you're identified with minimum speed.
And a 25-mile range ring.
Minimum speed, 63 Bravo Zulu.
Back to performance. Good, and now we should have them not quite showing up, but if we make it a little bit bigger.
648 Copenhagen, hello, you're identified, maintain level 270.
You can see it's down south of us, that's why we can't see it. Hi, Dad, game time, and Neo came in too. Welcome aboard.
My apologies, go
It
ahead.
is. Annie's back in chat. Welcome back. I found it help finding a plane that suits the routes.
Would you like to still try on Unicom later on, or
the one that you want, if it suits the routes, that's great.
I'll do anything.
Hi, Jim. Welcome aboard.
All right. So for everybody who's not yet established in the hold, please be advised that we are looking about 45 minutes before you can get the next post time. That's for everybody who's not in a hold at the moment.
Wow, it got busy today. Holy moly, it got super busy today.
Entering the hold at Tidvu.
Not just a little busy, but super busy.
I
wonder if we could get pizza delivery up in the hold.
So, do you know how long?
Major Tom, we've been in the hold now for 25 minutes.
The delay is quite long tonight. Everybody came late, so you're looking at least 30 to 40 minutes.
Right now I have 3.9 tons of fuel. Red Sky at Night, Shepherd's Delight. Actually, I heard it as Sailor's Delight, but arg, matey, I was a sailor. You might have missed, where do we find the spy songs? H-Pilot. The songs are listed. Every time it changes, the playlist is at the bottom of the screen, and all of the music is at Epidemic Sound. Hey, Jim, welcome. Do it overtime. Congratulations. Major Tom just got released from the hold, and Thorben, you're icing. Really? You got icing?
I am a little bit busy at the moment, but I'll try to remember. Okay, thank you.
You know what that means, right, Thorben? It's a chill-out flight. Well, it's the red sky at morning that's usually a good indicator that you're going to have severe weather later in the day. I think is the way that goes.
Copenhagen, continue 790, can you confirm the holding time for us?
Could you turn
I
your
can't
mic
confirm
down,
any holding time
please?
at the moment. 790, you look about 15 minutes, I think, but I can't have anything precise at the moment.
Roger, 790.
Hey, it's been a long time since I had to do that spiel. It's been a long time since I had to do that.
554, we are at our time of descent, requesting lower if possible.
Kevin 554, yeah, I'll have to call you back in a little bit.
Not a problem, thank you. It's going to 554.
Escaping even 648 is level 270, final cruise altitude.
For the time being, Skeleton 648, contact Copenhagen 135.565.
Contact Copenhagen, what was the frequency again?
135.565.
135.565 for Scandinavian 648.
Skeleton 652, contact Copenhagen approach 119.805.
Red sunrise always means storms on the way.
Wait, speed. Wait.
Oh my gosh, it also comes from the Bible. Really? I didn't know that one. Matthew 16 verses 2 and 3.
Right heading 020.
Okay. I had no idea that part of Red Sky at Night, Sailor's Delight, Red Sky at Morning, Sailor Take Warning, part of that came... Holy moly.
Actually, 698, even easier. Let me take a left turn heading 235, please. Left heading 235.
Left heading 235.
Copenhagen, hello, November 650, Golf Yankee, descending flight level 350 on course Tudlo.
63 Bravo Zulu, Copenhagen, hello. You identified Kit 2 Charlie arrival, expected delay.
Okay, well this one says it's because of high pressure. If you've got high pressure, you're not going to get big bad storms.
Expect ILS 22 left, 86 Bravo Zulu.
63 Bravo Zulu into the hold over Lucas as published.
Yeah, it's lower air pressure, so why is it air? Why did you say high pressure?
Golf Yankee, you identified into the hold over Lucas.
Okay, part of this doesn't make sense. We need low pressure on that one. Maybe I'm not reading it right. I'll put a link into what I was just obsessing over there, and if you've got time to read it, I'm going to get a descent here.
Scandinavian 441, descent level 160.
Descend flight level 160, Scandinavian 441. I don't know. I thought the Shepherds came in Scotland for shepherd's pie. Or Ireland, I mean. And that sounded better in my head, too. Oh, anyway, we were going to obsess about our fuel. So, flight plan, EFOB is 2.7.
554 into the hold over Lucas as published.
And I think my numbers are saying I'm in trouble. 2.2 is final reserve and alternate for me. I'm really close to the line. I'm close to the line. Annie likes shepherd's pie. Isn't it good? It's really good. Okay, I got one airplane ahead of me, and then it's our turn. So I say we go with it.
Control, runner 9 Victor Bravo, good talk.
We've been holding for 30 minutes now.
I thought you were maintaining level 220. Okay, please climb flight level 190.
Contact level 190 now.
Poliot likes cottage pie, but that's because you prefer beef mince over lamb mince. I think it's great that you're not sheepish about telling us what you like. I'm sorry, I know that joke gets your goat. Just ramming the jokes home today. Sorry. I will actually bet you. Irving likes lamb. You had some for dinner last night with mint. Yeah, that's lamb with mint sauce is supposed to be good.
DC21 Yankee, descend flight level 320.
Annie will be pulling the wool over your eyes right now.
KLM 25 Juliet, descend flight level 330.
Airplane, yeah, no kidding. This is what happens when you be put into a 30-minute hold. Irby says roast lamb with mint sauce is delicious. Yes, it is.
Descent flight level 340, Scandinavian 554.
Please nobody interrupt, I'll call everybody. Easy 63 Bravo Zulu, descent level 360.
Descent level 360, 63 Bravo Zulu.
Right at 9 Victor Bravo, when you are maintaining flight level 190, you can resume to T2 and enjoy the holding.
Roger, 190, resume to T2 and holding runner 9 Victor Bravo.
Airport Go 6 Charlie Yankee, contact approach 119805, thank you for your patience.
19805 for Portugal 6 Charlie Yankee, thank you so much, have a nice night, bye bye.
Kevin 441, descend level 120, you're next in line.
Descending flight level 120, and thanks for the update from Scandinavian 441.
Red Nose 541 Charlie, descend level 170, number 2.
How do Kiwis shear their sheep? They don't share with anyone. Oh!
DC12 Bravo Echo, descend level 180, good rate of descent.
And fuel is 3.7 FOB. Well, this didn't make sense. It says 2.5. 2.2 EFOB is when we have to be worried. So, Jim, the only time that I was ever a passenger in a jet that had to do a hold, it was a United 737 from Denver to Dulles, and there were some very big thunderstorms that developed over Dulles and didn't move. So they were forecast to move, but they didn't. So we had to hold for about 20 minutes or so, and the pilot said we were like 5 minutes from about 5 minutes from diverting, and then we made it into Dulles. They kept the seatbelt sign on for that because we were near, it was very bumpy that day. There were thunderstorms all up and down the East Coast, and this one was so bad in Washington that it flooded out the railroads. They had a new railroad out to Dulles from the downtown Washington area, and I was a little disappointed. I was going to take the train, but they had to shut down the trains. Anyway, the seatbelt sign was on for that. I leave the seatbelt sign off in the hold, in my airplane, in my sim, in case there's a passenger sitting back there that that's had one too many. That being said, I don't know what SOP is for real airlines about what you do in a hold. I just activated approach mode. I'll just do it manually here. So again, not sure what the rule is. I imagine it's going to be different. It's probably different for every airline. Direct Corsa is going to be what we'll get out of Lugas.
Copenhagen, very good evening. Speedbird 825, view level 350, routing direct to low.
Speedbird 825, Copenhagen low, identify reduce to minimum speed, please. There is very long delay to Copenhagen time.
Very long delays into Copenhagen. Lately, we haven't had a lot of delays into Copenhagen. Lately, we haven't had many at all.
280 knots for the time being, please.
280 knots, Copenhagen 790.
Nice little sunset into Copenhagen tonight.
698, turn right,
we're going to do continuing service today. Continuing service
698, you're clear now, direct to
into back to Amsterdam because we got the new airport updated.
Right now, 3 Lima Romeo,
the
just for the heads up, we have another 10 minutes of
Amsterdam
continuous
Airport.
Sorry, who was asking for the continuing?
Ryanair 13 Lima Romeo, just giving you a heads up. We have another 10 to 15 minutes of contingency fuel besides we reach our reserves.
13 Tango Romeo asking? Which Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo is saying that?
From Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo.
Roger that. I currently have one ahead of you, and it's an 8-minute between. It's going to be about 15 minutes before I get you in.
Okay, I'll be fine. Thank you very much, Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo.
7441, turn left heading 135.
Left turn now, 135 for Scandinavian 441.
That's no 51 Charlie, descent level 130.
That's a flight level 130, that's 51 Charlie.
087 Whiskey Juliet, descent flight level 240. 087 Whiskey Juliet, descent flight level 240, good rate of descent, please.
And we were in the hold for 37 minutes. So at 45, it would have been bad. And so that worked great. You're just doing circles, Annie. If you look over here, so we were holding at Lugas, so it's a big racetrack in the sky. Circle, circle, circle. That's all you do. And eventually we'll get direct to Corsa and speed back up to 250.
Even 698 request.
We can do 40 miles.
Capital 130698.
Copenhagen Control, Genex 25 November, follow 270, good evening.
Genex 25 November, Copenhagen Control, hello, you identified, continue with Copenhagen 135.
I'm at 3.6. Did you change?
565, Genex 25 November here.
Scanner 441, proceed direct Corsa, rejoin arrival.
Direct Corsa now and rejoining the arrival for Scandinavian 441. We're at 2.3. We exited the hold just in time. So direct to Corsa and insert,
Bravo Echo, you're
and there we go.
number 3, almost number 2, so another 5 to 10 minutes I'll get you in.
Sometimes we have to come full circle to find the
Copenhagen approach, 119.805, thank you for your patience.
119.805 for Scandi 441. Thank you. Have a great week.
Descent to 676, descent level
119.805, right?
Lufthansa 676.
Easy to 1 Yankee, descent flight level 240, give me a good rate of descent.
Just confirm descent again for me, 21 Yankee.
Yep, 805.
21 Yankee, descent level.
FNF 1 Bravo Lima 250 knots.
Thank you, sir.
Copenhagen, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is direct to the Corsa VOR with Information Hotel.
Scandinavian 441 approach, hello, expect vectors for 22 left, turn left, 025.
Vectors now, 22 left. We're going to make a left turn to 205 for Scandinavian 441.
Yeah, Portugal 6, Charlie Yankee, descent 4000. Unit 103.
We just got a turn out here. Well, we're going back the complete opposite way now. So they just turned us all the way back out, which will happen after a hold. They'll have you do the hold and then try and reset. Was it 025? It could have been, because that
441. You're heading 025.
025, Scandi 441. Thank you. Sorry about that. It was 025.
652, turn left heading 050. Left 050, Scandinavian 652.
That was Kieran. Thank you. Thank you for catching that. Jim is on a 90 stream streak right now. So much streaking going on. Hope it's not too cold at your house for streaking. Hi, Ministry. Welcome to you, and thanks for coming by. We are just coming in.
1 Kilo, final 120-205 course, and only.
120-205 is next.
1 Bravo Lima, reduce 220 knots.
220 knots, 1 Bravo Lima.
Portugal 6, Charlie Yankee, turn right heading 170.
There we go.
Right heading 170, Portugal 6, Charlie Yankee.
There's the 25-mile range ring right there that we put in. And Dusty has arrived too. Perfect timing. So if you're just joining, we're coming into Copenhagen, vectors to Copenhagen. Today, we're going to stay in the airplane as soon as we get to the gate. We're going to connect it to the jetway, shut it down like we normally would, and then come up with a new flight plan to depart Copenhagen to go back to Amsterdam. So it's a double hop out. And right now they are landing on 18 right in Amsterdam, which is the Polderbaan. So be sure you get a little extra taxi in fuel. So I call it Polderbaan fuel.
And then 1228, you can guess it, expect vectors for 229.
Ooh, expect vectors for 225.
Somebody just got flipped to the other runway.
Then 1 Bravo Lima, descent 4000, and contact final 120-205, call sign only.
Descent 4000, 120-205, call sign only, 1 Bravo Lima, goodbye.
Canadian 441, sequencing, give me speed 300 knots.
300 knots, warp factor 10 for sequencing, Scandi 441. Captain, The engines can't take warp factor 10. I'll tell you, they'll burn up. Scotty, quit whining.
1228, descend 4000, Unit 103.
4000 feet, Unit 1013, Scandinavian Street.
Just had us go plaid. At least we're not doing ludicrous speed.
Navy 441, assume own navigation, direct Charlie Hotel 645.
Charlie Hotel 645 own navigation for Scandinavian 441.
Approach with us 541 Charlie.
Direct to
541 Charlie, approaching vectors for 2 left.
Vectors to the left, with us 541 Charlie.
This is 541 Charlie, again, speed restrictions are able to give me 300 knots.
Holy moly, everybody
yeah,
gets to speed up today. Everybody gets to speed up coming in.
Airport 6 Charlie Yankee, turn left heading 050.
Left heading 050.
There's all of our speed.
Navy 1228, turn right heading 70.
Right heading 170, Scandinavian Street.
Navy 652, reduce 220 knots.
220 knots, Scandinavian 652.
Airport 6 Charlie Yankee, resume own navigation, like Charlie Hotel.
Did I do the wrong radial?
Direct 626.
Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I think I did. It should be 037. I bet I did the wrong one. 037, right? So, flight plan.
Skyrise
Yep, I did. It should be 012. 012. There we go. I was going to say the extended center line was sticking out of the runway the wrong way. Paul is back in chat. You like the A320? It is a very good airplane. Mr. Zen is saying, Willkommen to Kastrup. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome, welcome. And we are on our way in, assuming I can remember my headings and get the right numbers in. Paul is from Portugal today. Welcome in. And they really speeded us up here to close us up a bit coming in.
In a 1228, reduce 220, direct Charlie Hotel 626.
Kieran just did a follow on the channel. Hey, Kieran 342, thank you for your follow and welcome on in.
128.
Oh, this would be a good...
Navy 441, descend 4000, Unit 1013.
1013 on the altimeters, descend now 4000 for Scandi 441. And I assume the 012, so I had the wrong number. You see my range rings here? There's 25 miles, 10 miles, and 5 miles. You see the straight, turquoise line here? That is the center line that goes out of the center of the runway. I had the wrong direction. Do you have to leave at a certain time out of Amsterdam? No. Let's bring in the map.
441, presume normal speed.
Normal speed for Scandinavian 441. So now it's 250. Darn, we like jetting in at 300 knots. So MG King, to do the extended center line on the little range ring thing that we do, you get the reciprocal or the opposite direction of the runway you're landing on. So we're landing on runway 22 left. So what you do is you take the reciprocal or the opposite direction runway right here, and it should have been 037. I still didn't do that right. 037 degrees. I'm an idiot. It should have been 037. I'm going to get it right eventually. There we go. That looks better. MG King, I got it wrong. 12 is the elevation. C. I told you, it's the end of the it's the end of the week. I should have just, you know, I should have ordered pizza, opened an adult beverage, and watched somebody else fly. But it's fun to fly with friends.
Hello. Scandinavian 441, turn right, heading 160.
Right turn now, 120 for Scandinavian 441.
Heading 160.
Ooh, 160, big change for Scandi 441. Thank you.
Easy 12 Bravo Echo. Hello, expect vectors for 2 left.
And it looks like a cool night over Copenhagen. Yeah, 012, 12 feet is the elevation. So at least we're not going into the nosebleed section.
Approach, good evening, fraction 5, you might flight 130 inbound, Tango November Oscar.
Windows 541 Charlie, expect vector silence 2 right.
Vector silence 2 right for residence, Park 1 Charlie.
Fraction 53 Mike, approach hello, expect vector silence 2 left.
Passengers getting a really nice view tonight.
Name 441, turn left heading 045.
Left turn now, 045 for Scandinavian 441.
Name 1228, final 120205.
120205, Scandinavian 122.
It's cool, you get to look, you can do the turn.
541 Charlie, be level by Charlie Hotel 626.
Hi Nikki, welcome aboard. Coming into Copenhagen.
Sky rise 1339, turn right heading 160.
Turn right 160, Sky rise 139.
Name 441, proceed direct Abegi.
Scandinavian 441 is now direct to Abegi. Direct to Abegi. Are we there yet? We're close. We had like a almost 40-minute hold today coming into Copenhagen. Hey, there's the lights for the big bridge. There's the lights for the big bridge. And there is Copenhagen Airport.
220 and contact 5, calls that only.
220 degrees and contact call sign, finals with the call sign for Scandi 441.
Tower 118, 105, Austrian Delta, bye-bye.
Scandinavian 128, turn right, heading 075. Scandinavian 128, turn right, heading 075.
It's vectors to Copenhagen, Sibby. Let's see. Uzi said the lights are a little fake looking.
Block each other out, turn right, heading 100. Scandinavian 128, further right, heading 130.
Further right, 130, Scandinavian 128.
Thank you. Lufthansa 4 Yankee Foxtrot, hello, maintain present heading, descend to 3000.
Welcome, George.
Maintain present heading and descend to 3000, Lufthansa 4 Yankee Foxtrot.
Scandinavia 1228, speed 200.
Speed 200, Scandinavia 128.
Activate
Ryanair
LS.
79 Romeo, left
Got
heading
the glide slope and the
240
localizer, but we can fly this in by hand. It's a beautiful evening here in Copenhagen.
2000 feet, Ryanair 79 Romeo.
After a beggy,
Good evening, Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo.
Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo, good evening.
heading's going to be 037.
Scandinavia 1228, there will be a parallel approach, reduce speed 180 till 6.
180 onto 6, Scandinavian 128.
Finals, good evening, Scandinavian 441.
Scandi 441, good evening, present heading, descend 3000 feet.
Present heading 3,000 feet for Scandi 441.
Scandinavia 1228, right heading 190,
Sometime, hey George, hope I said hi, welcome. Sometimes they will actually, though, if it's packed, they'll let you do a side step. So mostly we land on 22 left, but they will sometimes side step you over to 22 right if it's too crowded for 22 left.
Lufthansa 4 Yankee Foxtrot, speed 200.
Speed 200, Lufthansa 4 Yankee Fox.
Canadian 441, speed 200, right heading 070.
Right 070 at 200 knots for Scandi 441.
Ryanair 79 Romeo, contact Castro Tower, 118, 105. Good.
105, have a great evening for Ryanair 79.
And you can see there goes our flaps.
Left heading 250, clear to ILS 22 left.
Left heading 250, clear to ILS 22 left.
Flaps going out. You can see every part of the flaps that they modeled in there, which is really amazing.
541 Charlie, hello, expect ILS 22.
Expecting ILS to right, reference 515.
Scandinavian 441, reduce speed 18.
180 knots for Scandinavian 441.
Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo, descend up to 3000 feet, speed 200.
Descend 3000, speed 200, Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo.
Scandinavian 1228, connect tower, 119, decimal 355, goodbye.
119, 355, Scandinavian 128.
Scandinavian 441, right turn, heading 130.
Right turn 130 for Scandinavian 441.
Lufthansa 4 Yankee Foxtrot, speed 180 or greater until 6.
180 or greater until 6, Lufthansa 4 Yankee Mike.
Scandinavian 441, right heading 190, clear to ILS 22 left.
Right turn 190 cleared for the ILS 22 left for Scandinavian 441. And hit the approach button.
Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo, turn
okay,
left,
lights.
360.
Left 360
Cabin call, seat belts, everybody's happy there. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are going to be medium. Looking good. Hi, Daniel. Welcome aboard.
Lufthansa 1 Echo Papa, good evening.
They do let people do. They do let people do these really cool sidestep approaches every now and then. Uzi, it's from wind control. Wind control. We're staying on the ground. Who said next? Daniel. We're actually going to do a quick flight back to Amsterdam since I just updated Amsterdam. So we're here in Copenhagen to Amsterdam.
1 speed 160 until 5 knots.
160 until 5 miles for Scandinavian 441.
Lufthansa 4 Yankee Foxtrot, can you help me with a little bit more speed until 6 miles final?
We can do 200 until 6, Lufthansa 4 Yankee Fox.
That's perfect, thank you. Break the Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo, left heading 250, clear to ILS 22.
Left 250, clear ILS 22 left, Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo.
Red is 541 Charlie, turn right, heading 11.
What's turn 110, red nose 515.
Okay, posture check for landing. 200 till 6 is sporty. It is. I think what they're trying to do is there's an airplane very close ahead of me here. So we're following this one, and they're trying to speed them up and slow me down. We may be getting set up for a go-round. Let's get the ILS and be ready for a go-round.
118-105, Lufthansa for Yankee Fox. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Scandinavian 441, tower 118-105.
118-105 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you.
See you next week. Red nose 541 Charlie, right heading 1-.
Catstrip Tower, hi there. Scandi 441 is about 9 mile finals for 22 left. I have a tower at 119.
After that, 118-105, runner 13, Tango Romeo, good night.
Lufthansa 1 Echo Papa, turn left heading 31.
Left heading, green runner 13, Tango Romeo, 12 miles, ILS 22.
I had the wrong one. Thanks, George. Yep.
Runner 13 Tango Romeo, Catstrip Tower, good evening. Wind 210 degrees at 6 knots. Continue approach, runway 2 left, number 3.
Continue approach, 22 left, number 3, runner 13, Tango Romeo.
Catstrip Tower, good evening. Scandi 441, 6 mile finals for 22 left.
Scandinavian 441, Catstrip Tower, good evening. Wind 210 degrees at 6 knots. Continue approach, runway 2 left, number 2.
Continue the approach 22 left. We are number 2, Scandinavian 441. Flaps are
Scandinavian
full.
652, contact apron 121.630, bye-bye.
Apron 12163, Scandinavian 652Y.
Runner 79 Romeo, apron 121.630, bye-bye.
Uh, 121.630, Ryanair 79 Romeo. Bye.
CA2 Golf Alpha, line number 8, runway 2 to right.
Okay. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Everybody's happy here. Flaps are out. And there's our cute little A320 all ready to land.
CA2 Golf Alpha to confirm, departure frequency will be 118455.
118-455, engage.
All right.
CA2 Golf Alpha, wind 217.
Missed approach.
Clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Is straight out and south. Okay. Autopilot off.
Scandinavian 1228.
Captain's got the airplane. No reason to panic. Sibby, Sibby, put the parachute back. You don't need a parachute. It's not going to be that bad. No reason to call.
Expect late clearance.
Expecting late landing clearance, Scandi 441. No, you don't need to talk to an attorney. I'm trusted tonight, huh? Wow.
Tower with the spot from Charlie, let's sit right.
Under 541
Straight ahead, 500 feet.
Good evening, wind 210 degrees at 6 knots.
Turn left and track 183. Thank you.
Continue approach for 2 to the right, residence 541 Charlie.
Scandinavian 441, runway 2 to left, clear to land, expedite vacating to the right.
Expedite vacating to the right, clear to land. 2 to left for Scandi 441. Here we go. We're going in. Did we put the wheels down?
Left station confirm call sign.
Skywise 1339.
Skywise 1339, thank you very much. Catstrip Tower, good evening. Wind 210 degrees at 6 knots, continue approach runway 2 to left, number 3.
The approach runway 2 to left, cars off the line.
Lufthansa 4 Yankee Fox, short cross runway 12, hold short of Zulu, contact apron 121.630, bye-bye.
Crossing 30 and on Zulu, contact apron 11630, Lufthansa 4 Yankee Fox, bye-bye.
Cars off the line, I don't really want to go around, so can I proceed back?
Skywise 1339, negative, you have approximately 7 miles in front of you, you should be fine.
Runway 13 Tango Romeo, Peasing is vacating, runway to the left, clear to land, expedite vacating to the right.
Clear to land to the left, okay, to the right.
All right, that is a...
441, welcome to Copenhagen, thank you very much for your help. Continue by Bravo, cross runway 12, hold short of Zulu.
Continue Bravo, clear to cross 12. We will stop at Zulu for Scandi 441. Fun night.
Very. Windows 514 Charlie, 1 meter to the right, clear to land.
Clear to right, 541 Charlie.
I'll bet there is all sorts of butter on that runway.
The 1 Echo Papa,
I'll bet it is a butter landing. There's going to be plenty of butter for movie night on your popcorn. I've got to see. Let's see. Was it great? So over here,
13 Tango Romeo, expedite to the right.
we were a little bit long, minus 184, 1G for the landing.
1228, continue by
Well,
Delta.
gee, that was a good landing. I think that calls for unsportsmanlike celebration. I think that was a very happy landing.
Right, 1339, remember to the left, clear land,
Let the
expedite to the right.
unsportsmanlike celebration begin.
Runway 13 Tango Romeo, welcome to Copenhagen. Thank you very much for your help. Continue by Bravo, cross runway 12, hold short of Zulu.
Bravo, cross runway 12, hold short Zulu, Ryanair 13 Tango Romeo, no problem.
Tower,
Even 441, contact apron, 121.630, bye-bye.
121630 for Scandi 441, thank you. Cat strip paper and good evening. Scandi 441 is on Bravo holding short of Zulu.
Scanning 441, Cat Apron, good evening. Taxi stand Echo 72 via Romeo, Whiskey and Tango.
Parking tonight is Echo 72 via Romeo Whiskey and Tango for Scandi 441. Romeo Whiskey and Tango. All right, Echo. Oh my gosh, we're going all the way up here. Okay, so Bravo, Whiskey, Romeo. Oh my gosh, we've got to stand way up here. Holy cats, they're making us go a long way away tonight. That was an awesome landing. I say we just blow off the rest of the day, meet for pizza and beverages. And celebrate. Okay, we are on a Romeo. Next turn is Whiskey. We got a parking a long way. I wonder if that's where Scandinavian normally parks. Okay. Whiskey and Tango, and we're going to Echo 72.
Taxi stand Foxtrot 8 via Romeo and Whiskey.
Let's see. Thorben, yeah, they park everywhere at Catstrip, really? So they're all over the place? I guess they make people like me park all the way up at Echo 72 because we left so much butter on the runway.
20 via Yankee, Victor and Sierra.
Yankee, Victor and Sierra 2, stand Echo 20, screaming 123.
Got a little CRJ up there. Some other Scandinavians are up there. Maybe they parked them up here. Although that looks like is that an Air Berlin livery? Mr. Zen DK. Yep, that's all the pilots who...
Castle Ground, Lufthansa for Yankee Fox on Box Echo 73. Thanks for that service. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a great evening.
Okay, 72. That's the Airlines of Portugal. Echo 72. It's right next to this Lufthansa up here. That's TAP, Airline of Portugal. I just went into my study and you found a care package. Somebody sent...
It's the difference Scandinavian 979er.
Echo 72, there we go. Somebody sent cookies and fudge. It's always good to have a little bit of fudge there, because if you're doing something important, it's important to be able to have a fudge factor.
Negative. 2050 is our target of block time, and we updated it around 3 times, but for some reason it didn't show up in the system.
I'm thinking that's probably good. Parking brakes are good. All right, let's get ready. She's 60 Spanish and she treats me like a son. Oh, really? What a nice care package. Okay, APU bleed is ready to go. Nose light is off. Let's go ahead and do engine number 1 and engine number 2. There we go. That looks good. Let's get the transponder off. So standby, above, and standby. We'll also reset the rudder trim for our next crew. We need to do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll get a fresh ADIR setting here for our next flight. We'll leave crew supply of oxygen on for the moment. Beacon can go off. We'll do seatbelts off, and that looks good too. Let's deboard the airplane, and we can come to the Phoenix app. We'll go to ground services. We'll put in a ground power unit. Chocks are out. We need forward and aft stairs, cargo doors, and we'll open up the main doors too. And so we're all good to go. Now let's go. What a nice care package. Cookies and fudge. All right, let's get ready for our next flight. We already know the runways, so we can go and do this really fast. Let's go to SimBrief. I said, let's go to SimBrief. There we go. And we'll turn down the airplane. New flight plan. All right. SAS, flight 441. We are at EKCH. We're going to EHAM. We're going to come down here and be in an A320. And we're going to stay in a Scandi. And there we go. Scandinavian. So let's see, 22 right and 18 right. That looks great. The runways are spot on. Fuel planning. I'm going to plan an extra 15 minutes there, but I'm going to plan 20 and 25 for taxi fuel, especially coming in because we're coming in on the Polderbahn. That's the one the longest way out. Hi, Patrick. All right, let's come on here and generate a flight plan. Patrick, thank you for coming by today. All right, that looks really good. Let's get a PDF version of the flight plan. I'm going to save a version to my desktop just in case something blows up and I need it. But I'm also going to make a copy of this and put it in chat for you if you want to get my numbers. Okay, there's that, and that's now in. Cool. Let's go and pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. Okay, going back, we're going to go back at 36,000 feet. 36,000 feet. And file. That looks really good. No chickening out possible this time. Here is our route. It's going to be the Lango to Charlie. I'm going to just put that over in my notes too. We are departing out of gate Echo 72. So we'll get these over here. So E72 is our gate. We don't need this taxi out anymore. Let's get rid of that squawk code. Let's get rid of all those frequencies and that initial climb clearance. We don't need any of that either. I'm also going to erase that Amsterdam over there so I don't say it again. And all of this looks good. And it's the Bluefin arrival coming in. How can we never get this Sierra Papa The spy arrival. Okay, so that looks really good. This is all set. We don't need that anymore. And let's come on in here and let's see if our new flight plan has updated. Sometimes it automatically updates. Sometimes you have to go in and out of VATSIM. So let's click it and see. And it says Scandinavian EKCH to EHAM. It's updated our flight plan. We're all ready to go. So let's come on back here. It automatically closed our doors, so we're going to go and need to get stairs and doors open again. So we'll do those. Let's go to My Flights. Import the next flight plan. Oh, wait a minute. Go to Ground Services first. Go to Mass and Balance on this one and do Reset All. There we go. Now go back here and import your new flight plan. Patrick, you get to show up here whenever you have time. It was a long, stressful day. Well, I'll tell you what, come in, sit down, chill out, get a little snack that you like, get your favorite food, and let's go back to Amsterdam. I would suggest an EHAM sandwich for Amsterdam. Okay, ground services, we got everything open and ready to go. Mass and balance. Over here it says we're going to have 116 passengers. Let's go to the pilot brief and see if that is indeed 116 passengers. 116, we do have the correct flight plan aboard too. Let's come over here and look at ground. I don't know if we can use CPDLC here or not. We can. Clearance via DCL. Let's go ahead and get that ready to go. I don't know why my floodlights are not working tonight. Floodlights are not working. We may need to do dome lights on low. Dome lights are not working. Dome lights aren't working either. Integrated lights work, but dome lights and these don't work. So it's going to be a little dark going out there. That works. Okay, let's come on in here and let's do navigation data is good, init. Nav accuracy is downgraded, GPS primary is done. All of those are cleared. And let's clear this one. And that looks good. McDo menu. ASUS. Air operations. Flight init. And re-init. Initting is happening, and Captain Chris is going to fly as a KLM flight. But yeah, Patrick, you never have to worry about missing. Come in when you can, when it's fun. And if you had a stressful day, we will make things less stressful. Receive messages. Now we're going to have one here. This is our arrival message. So that's already good. There is our new load sheet. That looks good. But now we're going to do our clearance. Let's get that done first. ATC request. Pre-departure. And we got some jazzy tunes for this one. We are at gate Echo 72. E72. Let's check our ATIS over here. It's the fast way to do it. So EKCH departure ATIS. Information Kila. And this is EKCH. Make sure that that's the correct one for ground. EKCH is ground. Send it. We've sent it. Come on back. And receive messages. Our pre-departure clearance did go out, so we'll wait and see if we actually get that. Go into load sheet. And let's do a flight plan. So let's do init request. And check the departure and arrival. That looks good. Our flight number is the same, SAS 441. Let's get a fresh set of wind data. This will be a very jazzy flight planning session here. That looks good. Let's go ahead. We need to redo the ADIRs. And the phone's ringing. Broomy, welcome aboard. It is the Phoenix. And the phone is ringing. And let's see what it says. Let's see. Clearance rejected. Why? Well, that's no fun. Let's do... Okay, 121. Catstrap. I don't think anybody's there. 119. 905. And let's listen in and see if there's anybody there. Broomy. Do I prefer Airbus? For events like this, actually I do. I actually like these better. It moves faster. Copenhagen delivery, hi there. Scandinavian 441s at stand Echo 72 with information. Kilo requesting clearance back to Amsterdam.
Scandinavian 441, clear delivery on Logan. You cleared to Amsterdam. Lango 1 Charlie departure out of 2 to 1, score 3722.
Scandi 441, we're going back to Amsterdam on the Lango 1 Charlie departure. Our squawk tonight is 3722.
Scandinavian 441, your feedback is correct.
Oh, that's right. They can listen to multiple frequencies that way. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to need a couple of charts here. So let's go to charts. And what we need to do is go back. And this one you need to reset them. So you reset them and then resync them. Daniel, you are going from Billund. See you in EHAM.
Left on Yankee, stand Bravo 19.
Okay, EKCH.
Yankee Bravo 19, stand 1674, thank you.
Scandinavian 979, do you have any problems?
Yeah, for some reason we seem to be able to turn here. Yeah, I think I'll just disconnect. Fuck this.
That's alright then. You have a good evening.
Likewise, ciao.
Scandinavian 1642, deliver taxi, pushback and start.
Spire's just so
Scandinavian
funny.
1674, hold your position.
It's Leviosa.
No, where's the...
1674, you're in Zulu now, and you're not in Yankee. The Yankee is the taxiway on your right hand side. Please move over to that one to get your attention.
System is now activated.
Yeah, we'll go.
Ship will detonate in T-minus
Thank you.
10 minutes.
Somebody had a problem. Uh-oh, you don't usually hear that.
Station calling, you have called multiple times. Check your microphone, it's not working. Scandinavian 1642, were you ready for push?
RNAV SIDS, 2 to left.
Scandinavian 1642, roger. Check
Okay,
it.
we don't need to listen to that for now. So it's going to be the Lango departure. Lango 1 Charlie. This is 2 Charlie and 2 Foxtrot. It's not 1 Charlie. Something's wrong. I'll bet it's the noise abatement version. Nope. Nope, these are the only ones we can do. Those are the only ones. Okay, so let's just go and grab this one. Let's see. Something about just getting disconnected. Yep, it was terribly entertaining. What's the difference between RNAV and ILS? In television terms, RNAV is like old school, old school TV. ILS is like high definition. How's that sound? Okay, let's come on down here. We're looking for Lango here. Oh my gosh. It's going to be forever. Oh, there's 20 pages on this. Holy moly. And the pages don't flip fast. Oh, and get all the information the first time, because if we have to go back to this chart, it'll put it back to the main page. Lango. So I've got a 2 Charlie, which is probably the same. Let's just go with that. So our initial climb clearance is going to be flight level 70. And Lango Jets, it's going to be 124.9. 124.900 is departure. Okay, so we got that all taken care of. Coming in, let's do a quick one here and we can start. Let's go and get our passengers aboard. Let's get those here real fast. So Phoenix, and start loading the airplane. And do we need a load sheet? Nope, we got a load sheet, so we don't have to worry about that. Cool, passengers are boarding the plane. Let's go back over here and get what we need. Let's see, Broomy, Paulia, thank you for answering the RNAV. That was much better than I answered it. Patrick is here. You got the spy books and you got it to your Kindle tablet. I really like reading books on a Kindle, on a tablet too. I really like those. I do hope that you like them. They're a little bit different. The spies are a little weird, but there's a reason for that. And there are some elements that I always like to explain. There's some elements to the story that are what I call quote unquote ick. And the reason that I say that is because spying is a little bit ick, to be honest. And so I always like to mention that if you're new to that world. Okay. And we don't need the A380. Okay, that cleans that up a little bit. Spying is kind of cool. The whole spy thing. I didn't see the 1 Charlie either. I think he meant 2 Charlie, but let's not make a deal out of it, because if we sit here too long, they're going to be gone. And I don't want to miss them. Okay, our arrival is going to be Bluefin 1 Alpha. Bluefa 1 Alpha. Bluefa 1 Alpha. I wonder if that was named after Blue Sapphire. Bluefa 1 Alpha, we transition at Kubat. And that puts us out at RTIP. And then our approach is going to be to the Polderbahn. That's going to be 18 right. Polderbahn, does that pick us up at RTIP, or do we need a transition? There is RTIP, and that's good. Okay, we've got that, and let's go and do our flight plan. There is a spider in the corner of your wall. I can see it. It can see me. We are enemies. Try not to let it bug you. You probably heard that joke a few too many times. I'll stop. Let's see, there's a nighttime transition, though. Is there a nighttime transition from RTIP? Yes, there is. Okay, we're going to do RTIP 1 Delta, which is the nighttime transition. So let's prepare for that one, too. Let's see. Okay, I think we're ready to do the flight plan. So it's pilot brief. Does the spider like surfing the web? How about spidery jokes? We could do spider jokes. Hi, VT class. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Irvi, it's useless when you're dealing with spiders. Okay, cost index is 41. Climb clearance is going to be, we went to flight level 360, and that looks good. Page B. Zero fuel weight is 55.0. And center of gravity is 31.8. And that goes in the top line, and accept it and go back. Come on over here. So let's just do the fuel budget real fast. And taxi is 0.230. Contingency 15 minutes is 0.637. Alternate is 0.787. Final for 30 minutes is 1008, 1.0. Fuel is good. That's great. Flight plan. EKCH. Nope. EKCH departure. We are expecting runway 22 right. Runway 22 right. We are going to depart on the Lango. All I have is a 2 Charlie, so we'll just go with that. Coming into EHAM, our arrival is the Polderbahn, and that is 18 right. ILS 18 right. Our arrival is the Bluefin 1 Alpha, and our VIA is going to be RTIP 1 Delta, and back and insert. That looks good. Performance. And init page B, and we've got our final load sheet aboard. Final load sheet's coming aboard. 55.0 is our new number, and 31.8 is, and that looks good too. All right, that's great. I need it says 4.5 for fuel. I boarded 5.8. And that looks good too. Performance. Let's get ready to rumble over here. All right, that looks good. Go to Phoenix. This is a speed departure here, obviously. Ground services. Okay, all this is good. Did we even pop on? No, we didn't even put on the we stayed on the ground power on the APU. Parking brakes are on. Chocks and cones are going away. That looks good. Did we have hot brakes? I kind of stomped on them a little bit. Wheels. How's our brakes? They're not too bad, but let's turn on the brake fans for a little bit. Just cuz. Let's get those there. Okay, that looks good. We're all cleared there. Our squawk is 3722. Clear, 3722. Good. Our initial climb clearance is going to be 7,000 feet. That looks really good. Altimeter in beautiful downtown Copenhagen is now 1014. 1014 is looking good too. Let's do, let's see, something about, is it Adam Larson checking in on YouTube for the first time? Hi, Adam. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. You stomp them a lot. I should have spy-proof brakes, shouldn't I? Okay, doors are closed. Seatbelts can go on. Let's have GSX prepare to push us back. GSX. VT class is on a 3-stream streak right now. Okay, come on back here. All this is looking good. Let's do our departure perf.
Hello, Captain.
We are ready to be pushed back. Calculate. Send to the McDo. Good.
55 forecast away from good evening. Take second left Yankee, then Papa, stand Bravo 9.
Alright, left Yankee, then Papa, stand Bravo 9er, Scandinavian 554.
Bypass pin inserted.
My guess is it's going to be nose left tail right. Let's see. VT class has been here for 3 months, and Polyot wants to take the MD-11. We could do a MD-11 cargo flight out of Atlanta, although usually out of Atlanta. Lately, I've been flying passenger planes because the jetways actually work. So that would be the only reason to not do that. But it looks like they did a good job of doing the cargo aprons around the new Atlanta airport.
Locking gear. Then Echo 77 via Zulu Bravo Romeo Whiskey. Stand here 170.
Cat strip delivery, hello again from Scandinavian 441, stand Echo 72. Information, Kilo remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, I just have one inbound before you can push, but the startup is approved. I call you back.
We'll wait here and startup's approved for Scandi 441, thanks. All right, all this looks good.
It would be very good if you can expedite. There's somebody waiting for you.
It's going to be nose, left, tail, right.
Release.
MG says we could do a passenger MD-11, or...
Could you repeat the stun number?
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready to do a non-RNAV airplane, though. I was thinking, oh, we could also take the L1011, but I'm not sure I'm ready for a non-RNAV airplane.
Give away to the right now, Scandinavian 1700.
Okay, we've cleared all moorings, right? Delta operated MD-11s.
119355.
I think that's Captain Chris over in the KLM. Polyot said, yes, indeed, Delta did operate an MD-11.
KLM 331 castaway upon located Amsterdam, Lango 2 Charlie departure, spoke 4705.
Reset the clock, that's a good thing to do. How's our brake temperatures? Yeah, not so bad. Hopefully they're cooling down a bit. I don't know if I ever got a Delta MD-11. I still think it's only right we fully test Atlanta, and with that, the cargo terminal. Haven't been to cargo, so we could do a cargo flight. Where do we want to take our cargo today? Where do we want to take some cargo today? ATLA. Atlanta. Patrick, it's non-RNAV, so doing like current RNAV SIDS and stars that we do, departures and arrival. AZ said we could go to New Orleans.
441, there's an ATR coming from stand Echo 77 from your left-hand side. Once the traffic is clear, push and start approved. Release point Tango 3.
Release point Tango 3. As soon as the ATR passes, we are clear to push and start, and we'll watch out for the little airplane with swords on the wings.
Yeah, Tim should say that they're usually cutting the grass, but there's almost only off-road here.
I didn't see much grass at this area, in this parking area.
Yeah, exactly.
Cutting the grass. Okay, where's our ATR? I see a Ryanair over there. Hey, there's the ATR. There they are, scooting on in. Patrick said Biloxi. So we've taken the MD-11. We've taken the MD-11 in.
Ryanair 454, be advised.
We have taken that in from into New Orleans.
So we might be
there's a Ryanair just coming in, and there's the little ATR behind it.
Copenhagen apron.
There is a good cargo apron up at Dulles. There is cargo in Louisville. There's cargo in Memphis.
Left on Yankee, then Mike to Bravo 4 for Scandinavian 648.
Ryanair 454 at stand. We're parked on the grass, and we want to thank you very much for your
They're parked in the grass.
Have a good night.
Hey, look at that sassy little ATR. There's a sassy ATR coming by. Hollywood says there's also one in Dallas. All right, looking good. Beacon goes on. Flight attendant seats. And parking brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Interesting that my floodlights aren't, my panel lights are not working in this airplane.
Give way to company service 648.
My panel lights are floodlights. The backlights are working, but the floods aren't. Starting one.
Make a left turn on Zulu, then Mike, first in Bravo 10.
That's right. There's a big cargo terminal. Well, there's several cargo terminals up at the new DFW airport. So we can do that. I'll bet it's a good opportunity once we get up in the sky to do a poll. I'm feeling a little Polish today.
3D Master, verify, read back the gate, please. It's via Zulu and Mike for gate Bravo 10.
Engine's coming up nice.
Mike.
Polyad says north to Dulles, west to Dallas, south to Nolens, southeast to Miami.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brakes set. That means once you've filed a flight plan, what that basically means is ATC has already looked at your flight plan and approved it, and once they've done that, they kind of lock it into their system. So if you want to change it or something like that, you're going to have to do that with voice in your clearance.
Unlocking gear.
Okay, starting engine number 2. All right. I'm going to just save what you typed there. And
tow truck disconnected.
Mention that. Okay, what don't you like?
Left is clear, right is clear.
Oh, because I thought I turned them back on. Man, it's twice in a row. Good starts on 2. Once more, Uzi, so basically as soon as you filed your flight plan at a certain point in time, somebody from ATC is going to look at it. And if they've looked at it and decided it's okay, then they're going to probably lock it in, and then that means they've looked at it and it's approved, and if you need to change it, you can change it by doing a voice clearance.
You're on taxiway Yankee now. That means if you're going from Bravo 10, which is on taxiway Mike, you have a sharp turn. If you can do that, that's fine. Otherwise, consider making a switch over to taxiway Zulu on the left-hand side.
Yes, I will try Mike Kellen's knockdown.
Sky 288 forecast of Apron, hello to you there. Let's see, Echo 8.
Down 0.3.
If you can push from that,
flaps are going to be 1.
Push and start as opposed.
Flaps.
Could you just say that last part with the company's thing? Oh yeah, I see it now. Okay, push that through and stay clear of the company.
Thank you.
Catstrip, Scandi 441 at Echo 72, requesting taxi.
441, taxi by Tango, Whiskey, hold short of Romeo.
Tango and Whiskey, we will hold short of Romeo for Scandinavian 441. Let's go.
Ground, hello, November 650 Golf Yankee at intersection Zulu at Bravo.
November 650 Golf Yankee, get away from hello.
Tango, Whiskey, hold short
908 via Victor.
of Romeo. Okay, basically the way we came. Patrick, so every now and then an airplane on VATSIM, what happens with that is they're connected to GSX, and sometimes GSX makes airplanes do these wild and crazy gymnastics. I mean, it looks a little bit hilarious sometimes. So on VATSIM, it looks like the airplane has got the nose like this. Sometimes when it first started, they flopped around like, you know, somebody used their Harry Potter wand and it went very, very bad. It's a little entertaining like that. It doesn't happen as often though.
355, Castaway from Hello, taxi via Romeo for gate Delta 3.
Taxi via Romeo for gate Delta 3, Windrow 355.
Skynet 647, contact tower 119 at 355.
Pasta salad turned out great. Hold short of Romeo.
Runway 5 Yankee Bravo, you're on taxiway Zulu, switch over to taxiway Yankee, please.
On taxiway Yankee.
Got an airplane coming up here. Ooh, roast chicken tonight too?
Copenhagen 8 Penchanics 25 November on Bravo.
Turn off GSX.
Jack 25 November, guest of 81 hello.
Hide the top
left Yankee, gate Alpha 17.
Left Yankee and gate Alpha 17, Penchanics 25 November.
441, continue via Romeo, Yankee and Foxtrot, hold short of runway 12.
Continue via Romeo, Yankee and Foxtrot, holding short of runway 12 for Scandi 441. Romeo, Yankee and Foxtrot. So out here and down like that. Look over there. Somebody said the P word. Who's got pizza?
Yeah, once he's finished the pushback there, he's pushing to Tango 3.
Yeah, thank you, 7224. 63 Bravo Zulu holding short.
EC63 Bravo Zulu, just away from Hello 2 after the Scandinavian, taxi via Romeo for stand Charlie 33.
Romeo stand Charlie 33 after the Scandinavian, 63 Bravo Zulu, cheers.
Ground wind road 355 from gate Delta 3, thank you, have a great evening, bye bye.
Bye bye, have a great evening.
Copenhagen ground, Ryanair 3114, good evening to your frequency.
Ryanair 3114, Castaway from Hello.
There's Foxtrot.
Romeo and Whiskey stands Foxtrot 5.
Second please send for Ryanair 3114.
Ryanair 3114, taxi via Romeo and Whiskey for stand Foxtrot 5.
Continue taxi via Romeo and Whiskey until center Foxtrot 5, Ryanair 3114.
Hold short of runway 12.
441, contact tower 119 at 355, good night.
119 or 355 for Scandi 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
KLM 331, taxi via Tango. Actually, taxi Tango, Victor, hold short of Rome.
Catstrip Tower, hello again from Scandinavian 441. We are on Foxtrot, holding short of runway 12.
1, Castor Tower, hello again. Taxi to 1 point Alpha 1 via Alpha, cross runway 12.
Clear to cross runway 12. We're going to holding point Alpha 1 via Alpha for Scandi 441.
November, disregard.
Foxtrot,
Continue by Bravo.
clear to cross Alpha and Alpha 1. Hey, let's see, who did I miss? Captain Chris is here. Hi, Captain Chris. We are just getting ready to go.
Scandinavian A320, left, right to left on the Foxtrot. Give way to the Scandinavian.
And Alpha's the one that runs by the de-icing pad.
1875, Captain Tower, good evening. Wind 270 degrees at 5 knots, continue correction, remember to the left, go left. You are indeed to left. Scandinavian 647.
ECAM checklist is green. We are ready to go.
Wind 270 degrees at 5 knots, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff, bye.
Alpha 1, there's our turn.
Correction, 647 and after departure 1.
Departure is 124.9.
Scandinavian 441 behind departing company A320, line up runway to the right behind.
Runway 22 right, line up behind departing company Scandi 441.
Group at 825, contact apron 121.630, bye.
We...
Over to 121.630, speed at 825, thanks, good night.
November Romeo Juliet, contact apron 121.630, bye-bye. November Romeo Juliet, apron
Actually, it looks like they're all going to bed, so it's probably Unicom after this. We'll go to 124.9 unless...
Scandinavian 441, when airborne, monitor advisory, 122.8, wind 200 degrees at 5 knots, runway to the right, cleared for takeoff, bye-bye.
22 right, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, it's advisory for Scandi 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
You too.
Throttle's up halfway, stable, clock's rolling. And manual flex, SRS and runway is set, auto thrust is blue. I'm gonna leave my gear out for just a second because it's not, they're not hot, but they're not cool, you know? And so we'll leave them out and let them cool just a bit. 100 knots. V1, rotate. And unit advisory.
Scan 1875, welcome to Copenhagen, taxi by Bravo.
Lever climb, thrust climb. The brakes on an Airbus get hot quicker than most airplanes. That's just the way their brakes are supposed to be. They're just supposed to be that way. But I stomped on my brakes a little bit hard for landing because I wanted to get off the runway. They're not bad, but I just like them to be a touch cooler before I pull them up and put them into the well. You know, because we don't want passengers back in the back to get a hot foot or anything like that. So I'm just leaving my gear out for a second here. We can retract the landing gear on an Airbus at 220 knots.
Agent, stay sharp.
So I'm going to go reduce to 220 so I can retract them, but I'm just using the air to cool them off a bit. Hi, Nathan. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Augustus Dog, welcome back to you. And so far, so good. And this is just a way to kind of cool your brakes, your brakes down just a bit. So over here. So now, yeah, see, they're 95, 95, 105, a little bit warm. I don't know why the right brakes on my airplanes are always warmer. I guess I got a bit of a lead foot on the brakes on the right side. I guess I just push them down. Maybe we're a little scared. I'm a little more scared of alligators on that side. But yeah, these are going down. I'm going to wait till these things, when I see this one drop a little bit more. Dragging them through the water would cool them down. Yeah. Probably if you like quench them in water and stuff like that, I would imagine that would mess with the quality of the metal, and that would probably reduce the metal sooner rather than later. Continue the climb to flight level 360. $110, 95, 95. I think that's good. That's probably great. So, how about wheels? Gear going up. Metal fatigue is bad. I didn't do it was more than a 90-degree turn. Actually, it's a lot more than a 90-degree turn there. All right, and let's go manage speed going out, and away we go. I'm gonna leave the fans on, and we'll see if the temperatures go up or down. So 85, 85, 110, and 95. If they go up, we're in trouble. We don't want Yosemite Sam getting a hot foot. You're waiting for kitten space to look good. You realize that could leave the door open to a catty comment. I'm just saying. This is the spy flight. No constraints, just out we go. Could be worse. It could be trench foot. It could be raining. Coming into Amsterdam. There is no ATC, so we're just on our own. So we kind of get to chill and enjoy the music. How's the temperatures? Okay, the one on the right side's gotten warmer. These are staying the same. This one got warmer. It could be raining Looney Tunes, pretty much always here. Landing lights off. Nose light. Cabin call. Well, if only we could play music like that on live stream, that would be great. Nothing like Steely Dan. So let's see. Let's start getting ready to do a straw poll, and we can decide where we want to go. We're thinking about doing a, I'm going to take cargo planes out of the New Atlanta airport. And the ones we were all talking about were you also said New Orleans and Miami. All right, here comes a straw poll. I'm gonna put the I'll put a link in chat for you. It's free. It works for both if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, so you can vote. And I only vote if there's a tie. Daniel says the Scotland football team just arrived yesterday into Fort Lauderdale in a 757 operated by Icelandair. No kidding. Hi, Dan. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so the voting is off and running. 17,000 feet. How's my brakes? Okay, got a little bit warmer up here. Uh-oh. All events says it was a long night. You like Icelandair even for short hops. Great night lighting tonight. Let's see, coming into Amsterdam, there shouldn't be CTAF, so we just stay on advisory. It's Pittsburgh to Iceland and then on to Paris. Okay, it's holding, all the temperatures are holding steady. Not bad. Looks like there is a tie for first place between Miami and New Orleans. Miami just took the lead by 1 vote. Dulles is last, Dallas and New Orleans with Miami on top. So if you're interested in voting, again, free. It's straw poll. It's pretty easy. Iceland was doing major work on their terminal. You were having to do buses and stairs for a while. All right, looks like voting is slowing down, so we're going to go and get a 30-second clock for the final vote. Ready? 30-second clock appearing in the lower right-hand side of the screen. There you go. And there's the vote right now. Miami has taken the lead. 20 seconds to go. Miami has got a substantial lead over New Orleans. Dallas is in third place. Dulles has got 1 vote. And 10 seconds. It looks like we're going to Miami. Oh, Loviz is going to ask me if I went and updated my jetways there. And there it is. So Miami is our next destination. And that's going to be from Atlanta. We are doing cargo flying. So cargo flying. Miami, KMIA. I'm going to update the next command. Off to the Sunshine State with alligators and stuff, right? Off to the Sunshine State. And we're taking MD-11s. You could also take an A300 if you would like. Temperatures are well within the tolerance. You can stop worrying about the temperatures. Hi, Subsonic. Welcome in. Mr. Zen, Mr. 305. Hi, Mr. Zen. Welcome. Alligators for sure. And Polyot is taking a load of peaches. Will you be supplying the cream with those peaches? And might there be a chance of strawberries in there too? Okay. Lights are good. Kind of hard to see because my floodlights aren't working. Off, and off. Although I do like to do wing lights at this point. And all that looks good. Seatbelts are off. No smoking is auto. All that looks great. Over here, that looks good. We're going to do and turn the wheels off. And we want to be good pilots here and check pressurization. The cabin is climbing 5,000 feet, so there is pressure. There is strawberries in ECB's garden this year. Intergalactic gentlemen, welcome back. Are we moving to the country? Are we going to eat a lot of peaches? I don't know. Polyot got peaches. Also, Polyot got cookies and fudge today, too. So there you go. So let's see. Loviz says that they did finally update. They did finally update the Miami airport, and I haven't updated my Miami airport. Wow, everybody went to bed fast tonight in Europe. It is Monday. That makes perfect sense to me. People have to be to work tomorrow. Let's do FS add-on compare KMIA Miami. So we have a LVFR, glide slope. I don't remember mine. We're going to be in cargo. I'm not going to worry about it this time. And we'll just come on in and do EHAM. We're also coming back with oranges and pasta salad. Okay, food is really good. Sounds great. Passing 28,000 feet. Polyot, it's glide slope, which is the old BM world. It's the glide slope version. Thank you for telling me. Okay, so I have this one. FlightSim.to. I don't think I got it from the TO, so I had to have gotten the Glide Slope Pro from the marketplace. I will look at that after we land. Oh, that's right. You know,
more agents.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make a change then. I would really rather not do theirs. I'm gonna go and see if I can't snag the LVFR. I would rather not use theirs because yeah, if they're stealing stuff, or even in the past, I don't want to do it. Hey, we just got a raid from Two-Tone Murphy. Hi, Two-Tone. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Hope your week's off to a good start. We just arrived into Copenhagen for Vectors to Copenhagen, and we spun the airplane on the ground, and are flying back to the new updated Amsterdam. So we're going for EHAM sandwiches. Get it? Okay. Hey, Two-Tone, thanks for a really nice resub. Thanks for being here for 53 months and helping me keep my goofy world going here. I could not do it without you. Thank you so much for great support. And also for the really awesome videos that you do over on both your Twitch and YouTube pages, helping people figure out new stuff. And thank you for bringing your friends over here. I promise. Well, I was going to promise not to tell any bad jokes, but it's Spy Flight. You know I can't do that. Wait, there is a new Miami that's coming out in a few months. Latin VFR has abandoned theirs. Okay, we're just going to go. I'll keep the one I've got, and we'll wait for the new Miami. I did not update my Elevate X. Let's do Elevate X. So we need to complete the first flight, and let's start tracking the next one so we can get a good landing rate. Maybe we can get butter 2 times in a row, huh? Yeah, I probably should not hold my breath on that. Okay, all good to go there on Elevate X. Tim Dog just had an EHAM sandwich. Thank you for telling me about the new Miami. I'll just wait for that one. Better. Gulls and bagels. And I think we're in good shape. Cool. All right, we're doing Atlanta to Miami. A few of us are taking MD-11s. So cargo flying. Woo, clouds moved in. We were able to see the ground all the way out, so the clouds have definitely moved in. Yep, I got my wing lights on right now just to increase a little bit of visibility. You can see the Milky Way here showing up in there, and if you're new to Microsoft Flight Simulator, you can see that there's stars in the sky. One of the cool things about the stars in the sky in Microsoft Flight Simulator is they are in the correct place. So if you want to, you could actually do celestial navigation, and there is an app for celestial navigation available over at flightsim.to. Polyot says the new Miami will be from MK Studios. That makes it worth waiting for. I'll just wait for the new MK Studios. That makes it worth waiting for sure. Patrick has got chicken nuggets tonight. I don't know what it'll be tonight. Not sure here at Spy HQ. Final cruising altitude. And there is cruise. Means we're 154 miles from top of descent. I don't know, one of the national pizza chains is starting to do some good tasting sandwiches and stuff, but I really think I'll just go and I've got, I don't know, probably just fine. I'm sure there's some leftover something in the refrigerator that will be good. Usually by the time Monday rolls around, I'm starting to get a little bit tired. It's been a fun week with great ATC, but usually I'll go, and after we raid somebody, it's my usual mad dash to the pilot's lounge because recycling is usually reaching a critical stage at that point. And then I'll sit back here, and usually I will put on something like an episode of Doctor Who or an episode of Warehouse 13, one of the two. Buckeye said to hydrate 5 minutes ago. Finally got around to doing that. And I know I was told to not worry about it, but I'm going to hit the wheel button one more time. And sure enough, 90, 90, 115, and 100. So we'll just leave the brake fans on for the moment, but it shouldn't be a problem. And 140 miles to top of descent. Everything looks good here. Captain Chris had the worst slice of pizza in your entire life. Too much oil and cheese. I swear, there was one of the main. The brake fans do not work when the gear is retracted. Really? I thought I saw them working once. "100% right. They're not moving. Might as well turn that switch off." I thought they kept going. Don't need that on anymore. Had no idea about that one. No, we ordered when I was. This was back when I had a job and stuff. I was working, and we ordered from one of the big pizza chains, and it arrived. We basically got work pizza, so like pepperoni and sausage, meat lovers, pepperoni and cheese. So 3 big pizzas, and they came up. We opened up the box, and there were these. They were kind of lukewarm a little bit, and each one of them had this little pool of grease in the middle of it. It was just like, ugh, not good. Tim Dog says that it's hard to believe it's already time for FS Expo, Tim Dog. So something was, but it was really, really nasty. Polyout read in the Airbus FCOM. You've read too many of those in recent... Really? Have you been reading them a lot? By the way, Tim Dog, thank you for the sending a really, really nice PMDG pen. From the last time you were there, Tim Dog, I've been meaning to ask about, the pen. I mean, did they actually charge you a couple of cups of coffee? That's another inside flight sim joke. Nope, the pens were free. You did not have to have extra coffee or anything like that. 121 miles. Let's go over here and do a refresh. Still just a METAR. Let's go just plug in the numbers right now. 1012. Temperature 16. Wind 1903. A very, very jazzy arrival here. Arrival data. A little afraid to push the button on this too much. Sometimes when you go and get a chart in cruise, it'll crash your airplane on the second flight. Hopefully it doesn't do it. Let's click it. Got lucky here. Transition here. Altitude is 3,000. We'll call it 4,000 for the level. So 40 coming in. And minimums are 190. That was a nice jazzy tune. Yep, 190. 190. Barrows in. Back to performance. 107 miles from top of descent. We are doing RNAV SID. And that's going to, we'll just go ahead and let it manage us down to 2,000 feet here. We'll just let it do that. And we'll just let it fly the transition for us. Let's see. Captain Chris switched to sushi. And the happy mood has come back to you. Always something a little fishy about sushi. There's a local pizza place that makes the worst pizza that Tim Dog's ever had. It's super greasy, tough crust, and it just doesn't taste good. There's always one place in town that's like that, right? Captain Chris says we might have to divert. The EHAM night curfew starts in 11 minutes. Well, they'll let spies come in, you know? Spies do that all the time, right? There's another local pizza place is the best pizza. Pretty clear which pizza place we want to go to, right? Don't think we want to go to, you know, the tough crust place. So they'll let spies in, right? No ADC required. There is a EHAM night curfew. We're all set for our descent. 122.8, we don't need CTAF. Everything else is good. A little dark in the cockpit though. And MD-11ing going in from Atlanta to Miami. If you don't have an MD-11, you might look at the A300 for cargo. You could do that. There are also cargo variants for PMDG's Boeings. And there's a cargo variant for the E-Jets, too, if your E-Jet is working. Now would also be a good time to go over and look and see what's going on in Atlanta and Florida. Atlanta is up. Okay, Atlanta is up, and Atlanta is... My guess is it's going to be 27 right, 26 left. And that's the one I'm betting for. I'm going to expect we're going to go on 27 right. The love of pizza really is, it's just one of the most perfect foods out there. It tastes good. It also just makes you kind of smile. And in the world of today, we absolutely need things that make us smile. We could do digital latest for Miami. MIA, Miami, arrivals. Information, Juliet, 1 hour old. Arrivals expect ILS 912. So pretty much all of them. 9, 12, 8 left and right. So, in Miami, I would expect for a cargo, since I'm going to FedEx it, they're going to put us on, I'm going to plan 8 left. I'm going to plan 08 left as our arrival runway. All right, we know what to expect for our next flight. Wait, no, there is a VATSIM ATIS. No, there isn't. Your radar. Yeah, sometimes I've noticed that it does refresh at different times for different folks. And we're going to use this just to manage our arrival in. Now, one of the things that you could do, there's a really cool test you can do. Click the airport name, and there is Amsterdam, and look at arrivals. Now look for your flight. These are people that are flying in right now on VATSIM. So if you look over here, there is the Polish airline, lot 285 is estimated to land at 2209 Zulu. Then there's this Scandinavian 441 plane. It's going to be landing at 2217. And then there is KLM 331. I think that's Captain Chris. And that's going to be landing at 2220. So I've got an airplane about 4 minutes behind me. And so what I really should do is keep my speed up a little bit. So we're good to go as far as our arrivals are concerned. And this is a great way to see, is it tightly packed or anything else? I did get the nighttime arrivals. So coming in, if you look over here, after the SID arrival that we're doing, after Bluefin 1 Alpha, there is an RNAV transition. And the RNAV, and I plugged in the RNAV transition, which is the RTIP 1 Delta. And that's the nighttime transition. So we've got the nighttime transition already set up, which means we're being such good pilots right now. And somebody's going to put a gold star up by our flight number today because we're being such good pilots. You're all going to need your sunglasses because this pilot's halo is so bright it's going to blast out that lens there, the camera lens. It definitely clouded up a little bit since our departure. We got a lot more clouds returning into Amsterdam than we had. Okay, so we expect 27 right for departure and 8 left for arrivals. Top of descent's getting a little closer, 55 miles. We're all set for it. All we have to do is press the button. Oh, spies have eyes everywhere. Separation is pretty good. Captain Chris says there is 20 nautical miles between us. Captain Chris is at Mach 0.78. We are at Mach 0.79. The only problem is there aren't any controllers online so that I can mock their requests for our mock. Jokes are kind of in mock-up mode today. And we have the moon off the left wingtip. Unless it's a spaceship. Also remember, you have priority. It is for aircraft behind you to adjust what you're doing, not the other way around. Intergalactic Gentleman, a very good moon picture tonight. I do have priority. If in a situation like this though, it's sort of like, I know there's somebody behind me, so I would keep my speed up just to be considered polite, and that gives me brownie points. I mean, you got cookies and fudge, so if I get brownie points, that's good. If you start adjusting to them, you're causing more issues. But I thought I was being nice. I thought I was being cool and considerate. I know, it's 2026. What am I thinking, right? Ooh, got a little shower to the east of town right now. You can clearly see that on the right side of the screen. Not in town right now. That's going to be over the bluffs to the east side. And it says there's thunder involved too. Holy moly. We have a thunderstorm out there. Did you ever think about doing as a virtual airline? We've thought about that. There's an awful lot that goes into a virtual airline and stuff. And it just seems like we just are in so much of, follow your nose mode. So there really is a follow your nose thing. But yeah, there is a plan, I guess. It's every pilot for themselves. Hi, Patrick. Where are we? We are between Copenhagen and Amsterdam. $30 miles to top of descent. Not for lunch, but there will be a spy airline that you'll have, and that's down the road. Generally, things are moving. In some people think, really glacially slow. Why aren't you going faster with some of this stuff? We just basically take time. Oh, from the weather cam? What do you mean? Where is the storm? The storm is basically outside the window over there. And the weather cam is basically in my sliding glass door. It's an apartment. It's got the typical little, apartment porch out there. And I've had a small camera fried pretty bad, but it is no longer fried. Actually, I got a whole new one thanks to JSG Droid. Let's see. I just got an email notification. Oh, so we all know about the Artemis mission, right? One of the things that happened with the Artemis mission is, you know, in spaceships now they put like stuffed animals in the airplane, probably because it's nice visually and it's a good zero gravity indicator, and probably other reasons that us mortals don't know. Well, with Artemis, everybody got really, really excited about the little Rise plushie that they had. It was some cute little, you know, plushie thing that was floating around the cabin. And everybody got on social media and says, "Oh, NASA, you've got to sell those. We all want one." And I know that I did. And so the minute that I saw on social media that NASA had a store up and they were selling plushies, I ordered one, and it's allegedly arriving today. So very excited about a plushie arriving. And that plushie also contained a file with the names of 5,000 people. 5,000 people went on the trip to the moon. Really? I didn't know that. All I knew is that the plushie's coming. Was that everybody that was on the ground crew? Or is it a joke that I'm not getting? Anyway, it's supposed to arrive today. I don't know if it's going to be in the mailbox. Oh, they ran a competition where you could say, "Oh, I didn't know that." Well, I probably shouldn't do that. I'd blow my cover. Really? Cool. But that, I don't know. For a lot of folks right now, that was, I mean, in this climate of just one bit of bad news after another, you know, the Artemis mission, despite how you might feel about it or whatever, I was really, really excited, you know, to follow along with it and stuff. So when they made the plushies available, heck yeah, I, you know, definitely wanted that. Would it arrive on stream? I think it's gonna probably, it's NASA, it's probably gonna go through the US mail, right? It's probably being stuffed in my mailbox. So, and 3 miles to top a descent. I'll look outside the door and see if it's out there. Sometimes they'll put it outside the door, but not often. 2 miles. GD, top of descent, and 1 mile. And let's press the button. Push it in and it'll manage it for us. I didn't know they did a competition like that. And down we go. You need to order one, but well, yeah, shipping was really bad for those of you. Oh, you're gonna get it shipped to the New York apartment? I think that sounds like a great idea. Okay, there's our descent. I don't know if they actually have left it by the... Let's just see if there's anything outside the door. Hang on a sec. All right, not out there yet. You know, if you do get it shipped to New York, you could probably even have some of that picante sauce that's made in New York City sent to you. And our descent's pretty good. Next flight, Atlanta to Miami in the MD-11. Probably about time for seatbelts. Seatbelts going on. A little high for it, but that's okay. And we could also come down here and change TCAS to below. That's a good thing to do, to keep an eye out for traffic below us, and everything else is fine. Come down here, hit the wheel button again. 75, 75, 185. Brakes are just fine. We should be able to stop without starting a fire. Unless, of course, your pilot does something silly, which has been known to happen. There's RTIP over there. Get constraints popped on. Below flight level 260, we're almost right where we're supposed to be. Airplane is handling the descent perfect. Looks like we got a little ATC up in London right now. There is a red alert. What did I do? The spider has disappeared. It's gone underground. It's gone underground. It's now considered a stealth spider. I know, VT class, the neighborhood's just going down, 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 right? They're gonna have to sell out. Need to move. I don't know, probably couldn't do that. The last time we checked, there were a bunch of archaeologists in that had carved up Polyot's front yard and driveway because they found a couple of coins or something from Rome way back when. So it's been a Indiana Jones archaeological dig site. We had the house built. I will happily knock it down and rebuild. That's the only solution for the spider problem. And the nasty part is the archaeologists wouldn't let Polyot keep any of the coins from Rome. We had a lot of spiders this year. I think it might be the construction on the garage. Oh, really? So that's why there's so many spiders right now? Shrew is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. We are just getting ready to land in Copenhagen and Amsterdam. We did a round trip, Amsterdam, Copenhagen, back to Amsterdam. Then we're going to take a big old cargo airplane out of the new Atlanta airport, heading on down to Miami. They probably need something down there that we can deliver as a cargo flight. Welcome in, Big Shrew. Thank you for coming in today. MD-11, and it's going to be all right, just updating a few things for later. That looks good, and out we go. Got a pretty tight turn coming in here on this one, on the RNAV arrival here. Actually, it's on the transition. Vinny, your town is right in front of the cockpit. So Vinny, it says I see the RTIP waypoint here, and there's a town called I can't read it very well. The text is pretty small. Livstat or something. Almere. I don't see Almere here. There's the Pampas waypoint. Livstat Airport. Lelystad is what that one's called. Our airplane's just right up there. Almere. Let's see if we see that. These are aviation charts, so that doesn't have every town on them and stuff, so that might be part of it. It's near Omoro. Ontario Bear, welcome aboard, and walk the beagles. I would be less worried about the spiders and more worried about what they're eating, what they're looking to eat. Lelystad is where Flight Sim Weekend is based every year. Oh, really? That's where they do the Flight Sim Weekend in Europe? No kidding. I've seen pictures and a couple reports from people that have gone there. It looks like it's a really good time, Captain Chris. Well, let's see. Unless these are like carnivorous spiders that eat humans and stuff like that, I'm not sure what they would be hunting in Polyot's house. Unless they know where the cookies and the fudge is stashed, and that's what they're lurking around for. Or they could be like the spiders. I'm sure there was a Mystery Science Theater about spiders. We know there was a giant Gila monster, so maybe they've been spiders that were around. Thalo says that spiders like trying to steal cookies. Oh, you know who's an expert? You could probably get some help from Ronald Weasley. Ronald knows all about spiders. Polyot says it's Summer Game Festival this weekend. Tomorrow is the Sony State of Play. Friday is Summer Game Fest. Saturday is Future Game Show. And Sunday is the Xbox Showcase and PC Game Show. Earth versus the Spider. That's right. Yes, Earth versus the Spider. So there's all sorts of cool new game things going on. Vinny says that FS Weekend is held in a big airplane museum. Captain Chris, yep, it's next week in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing what their overhead panel looks like. Is it going to be something that clamps to your desk and then, kind of puts it up here so that, kind of up like that? To keep track of what games are announced this week, you can look at the gamesrecap.io. I have a telex here. Expect Gate Charlie 10 at EHAM. Ooh, this is cool. We just got, I wonder if that's automated. Gate Charlie 10. This is neat. Let's see if we can figure out where Gate Charlie 10 is. Okay, this is going to be airport ground east chart, right? West is going to be... Oh, that's right. We had another spy game that we're looking out for. It's going to be down here, I think. We need a APC. MD-11 cargo. Yeah, MD-11 cargo. There we go. Okay, Charlie 10. Charlie 10 is over here on the C pair. Okay, I see where we're going. So on the Polderbahn, we'll come in, exit Victor 1, come on down here. We usually cross Whiskey 13 and then Delta, and then we're going to have to do Bravo over the little bridge to the east charts, to the east way here. And so that comes over here, and then Bravo to the Charlie Piers. Okay, we know which way we're going. We're all good to go there. Hey, Loviz, welcome back. Good to see you. Loviz, you're going to take the L1011 from Atlanta to Miami. How are you going to do a non-RNAV arrival, or are you going to plug in the RNAV into that? Yes, okay, now I understand why I'm being called a chicken. Absolutely. Buck, 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 I'll make the chicken sounds. Okay, arm the approach. Arm the approach. In. We're good to go there. And running lights. Cabin call. You plug in whatever it loads into the INS. Okay. I'm too big of a chicken right now. I'm going to do an MD-11 cargo flight today. So, Loviz, you should know. There we go, chicken sounds. You should know that I did start to make an effort to update my Miami scenery with jetways that are frozen. But we decided to wait until the new MK Studios Miami comes out. I'll pick it up then. I think we're going to need some speed brake here. Your Miami is linked to Contrail, so it's easy. I'm a little fast. It's handling the descent beautifully. Flaps 1. Need a little help keeping the speed under control. It is a great night approach. So we're off the coast. They take us out off the coast here, and then they'll bring us in. Now, technically, we're a little bit late right now. There's a curfew that started 21 minutes ago. So we don't usually come in this late. They stop landings here. There is a new citation. Oh, that was for low vis. And our speed's pretty good. And let's go ahead and arm it. Yeah, my floodlights stopped working on this flight. I've got glide slope and localizer set up, so we're good to go there. Amsterdam traffic, very good evening. Scandinavian 441 is on a base for runway 18 right, our favorite, the Polderbahn. Looks like we're about 15 miles out. Amsterdam. Unless maybe we ought to just skip all this landing and go and get pizza. Could be the light bulbs or burned out? I don't know. This was unusual. This doesn't usually happen with this airplane. How about 180? There's our speed to 180. Here comes our wheels. Get those taken care of because we'll be busy coming in. That may be Captain Chris over there coming in on the approach. That may be Captain Chris. Did I not pop a breaker? Actually, I haven't had pop for quite a long time. Man, the comedy is just amazing tonight. Speed brakes down, gear is out, and here we come. Arm the approach. Approach is armed. Where's the comedy? Look in the lost and found. If you look in the lost and found, you'll probably see it. Captain Chris is about ready to make that turn over the water. And our altimeter here is 1012. 1012, 1012. And because it drives Diana crazy, we're going to do 1012 down here. Is it a bug with, I know, this is the first time this has happened with this airplane. So maybe I popped a breaker. Skip all traffic, Scandinavian 441, 10-mile finals for ILS runway 18 right, landing on the Polderbahn, Amsterdam. Okay, let's do posture check. And I'll keep my speed up until we get to 5 miles DME. Man, I don't think I remember flying. I don't know if I remember how to fly the MD-11. It could be bad. It could be scary. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Let's see. Poliot did something about a puzzle in disguise. It's a spy-fi puzzle game. Got a little crosswind, it looks like here. Heading to the right. Manage speed to land. Flaps 3. Flaps are full. ECAM checklist is green. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Stable. AP is going off. Hi, Wolfie. It's Monday. Welcome. Just getting ready to land, Wolfie. Wolfie, Atlanta to Miami next. Cargo flights. Hi, Krebby. That's a little hard.
Traffic, Caleb 331 is established on ILS, the runway 18 right, and that's all. Good luck.
Skippable traffic. Scandinavian 441 is now clear of runway 18 right. We are taxiing to the terminal, and since it's the Polderbahn, I guess we are westbound and down. Happy landings. Amsterdam. Pedal to the metal, right? I didn't get the glide slope warning. I'm working, the two things that I'm working on is to avoid the glide slope warning. Glide slope, glide slope, glide slope. I want to avoid that. And then the other thing that I'm trying to avoid is the, I'm trying to hit the touchdown points. Now, last second, I always pull the nose up a little bit more to try and get a little butter from the runway. Just, you know, spy problem there. Dad, game time. It is a little bit. So, the outside of the airport looks great. There's no inside to the airport. Now, I can live without an airport that doesn't have a terminal and stuff. I really can. That being said, I think the outside looks really good. This has just been a small update. Polyot said that there's going to be more updates that are going to come with the for the Atlanta airport. I do like this livery. The silver SAS on the side looks good. There you go. So that Dad game time. That's why you hear me hesitating a little bit. $30, no interior. On the other hand, all the stuff they did on the outside is not so bad. So, you know, I don't know. Let's see. Polyot says, I'm wrong. There is some interior. Boy, just not where I've been. So there is some interiors. Okay. And this is the updated Amsterdam scenery from Fly Tampa. Max says there's going to be 30 hours of ATC at Kennedy on June 30th, from July 1st to 12 to 6. Really? Well, you know, generally we avoid Kennedy because it's usually crowded and because the airport scenery is really hard on our frames. But you know, it's been a while since we've been to Kennedy. Might need to do that. Usually I chicken out at the last minute and go over to LaGuardia or the other one. Polyot says, let's get a little perspective. It's not act like $30 is that much. Most any build sceneries are over $30 US. Terminal buildings in apron look great. Performance is the worst of any scenery Urit has had. There's a lot of floating taxi. Oh, really? I know that mine was awfully bumpy. The taxiways, but... And we want to do a jump to the left and a step to the right here. And look over there. Nobody's there. Nobody's there. Let's cross. Yeah, several people have had trouble. So just do what Polyot said. Go to the verification tab and press the green verify button. And that's on Discord, by the way. Amargosa, pretty good. And it was the outer to go in. I did put a little more fuel in here for our taxi. Okay, so we're coming down on Bravo and we're looking for Alpha to cross the bridge to get the south side of the terminal. Captain Chris had a minus 145. And it's all the way at the end of the runway here. Let's see, we could go and see how bad. I didn't think it was all that great. Minus 305, 1.1 Gs. Well, that's super disappointing. Man, that is disappointing. I thought it was much better than that. Well, fine. Gambling going on. Alpha, and this is our turn over here. Here's the turn here. Holy moly, what's all that? That's not it. Thought there was supposed to be something right in front of us here. I think we need to go this way. Let's see. Expat Lauren. Did I say your name right? Welcome on in on Twitch. This is actually a favorite airplane too. This doesn't look right. Something's really weird about my scenery here. So this is the big de-icing pad. Okay, so that doesn't look right either. I'm now taxiing back wrong way. I needed to go right. I didn't see anything at the other end, Captain Chris. Let's see. VT class says I spilled stuff. All right, let's just do a turn in the taxiway. I didn't see anything to the right, though. Let's see if maybe if I just didn't see it. Yeah, officer, I was told to go this way. My GPS navigator told me to make this turn. Patrick was on a Greyhound going into Plainview. The bus came to the highway 10 miles past by a beautiful view in the airport, and we headed to the bus stop. Okay, so I made this turn. Is this going to be Alpha 25 Whiskey 8? Alpha 25. There's 26.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard.
I see Whiskey 8, so let's keep going. Further straight all the way down. Okay, I must not be looking right. I saw all of this stuff over and I said that doesn't look like a taxiway. It's not this one. I think it's the next one. Polyad says the spiders returned. Really? Polyad has a very scary spider tonight. I've already done the don't let it bug you joke. Now all the way down on Alpha. I saw that there. I just didn't see any of this. EHAM is as confusing as O'Hare. At least their taxiways are complete and we don't have to taxi through the grass, right, CT Aviation? Okay, I didn't see any of that from over there. I saw all of the roads and the trees, but I didn't see these taxiways. So there is a standoff going and a broken foot waiting to happen. Does that mean you're going to get the boot to go after the, you're going to go after the boot to go after the spider? Let me say that a third time. Are you going to get the boot to go after the spider? Totally destroyed it. Lars, welcome aboard. I am. Playing and streaming on the same PC. Okay, now this should go Alpha. It should become Quebec and then Bravo. Captain Chris, did you get a telex giving you a parking gate too? In your CPDLC? Lars, I am very, very lucky with this. I'm not kidding. I've been really lucky with this setup. Bold of you to assume that I even know where in the house the broom lives. Okay, continue up. And we're looking for Alpha 4. You did not have any message on your parking gate? Really? So you were in a Boeing though, so that was probably different for you. Okay, there is this one area. To go to Charlie 10, I need to look for Alpha 4 here. Is the spider's name Charlotte? There's Alpha 3. I'm looking for Alpha 4. You get it every time that you're in the Phoenix. If I use Maria's broom on a spider, she would kill you. And then you wouldn't get any more fudge or cookies, so we all know that it is very important to keep the fudge and the cookies flowing. The spice must flow. I think this is it. This is Alpha 3. I may have done a turn too soon. You get the arrival messages in the American Airlines A319 into DFW. Really? That's cool. Is this the A320 module for 2024? This is the Phoenix. Lars, this is the Phoenix A320. It's part of the A319, 20, and 21. Really fabulous airplanes. Some of the most complete that you're going to find in Flight Sim. Okay, looking good here. And we're supposed to be at Charlie 10. And if I did this right, Charlie 10, look at that. Nose light off, so as not to blind the ground crew. Hi, Charlie 10. And this airport, Lars, is the Fly Tampa scenery. It's really nice, nicely done. Parking brakes. Looking pretty good. Mateo's gardening service is back. Welcome aboard. APU bleed. And let's go ahead and engine number 1 and engine number 2 can go off. Transponder, standby. Above for the next crew. Reset rudder trim for the next crew. Come on up here. And pump, 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 pump. Good. ADIRS, 3, 2, 1, off. Last flight of the day, so crew supply of oxygen can go off. Beacon and lights can go off. Seatbelts can go off. Come on over here. Hit the D-board button. And we need to go to Phoenix. Ground services. I would like ground power, preconditioned air. Let's also get some cargo doors open. And there we go. Did I not turn off my strobes? Strobes. Yep, those are off. Beacon is off. All of those are off. Oh my gosh, look at that. There's a KLM. I'll bet that's Captain Chris's airplane. There's Captain Chris's airplane. Drumma, welcome to you. Thank you for coming in today. And we made it. Not the best of landing rates, but I'm going to say not so shabby. This was a really nice Vectors to Copenhagen day. And we got this brand new airport update here for Amsterdam, and the Amsterdam scenery looks really nice too. Really nice. So they did a good job on both. This is a cool little trip. Let's see. DT was in chat recently, and DT was suggesting that one of the things that we ought to do is take a Scandinavian ATR from Hanover, Germany to Copenhagen. They actually do an ATR flight like that. So we ought to practice the ATR, and maybe a week from today, do the Hanover to Copenhagen in the ATR. Live super dangerously there. Nobody's going to be playing chicken sounds on this live stream if we do that, right? That's gonna. Those are definitely sim nerves of steel on that one. So that might be kind of cool. But somebody might play the chicken sounds just for good measure. Gonna do it anyway. There you go. And Manaphy was pretty close behind that. So next flight for us, really, really nice. Captain Chris, thanks for flying down with me on this one. And really good. A little bit quiet here in Europe now. We've got Stansted, and this is one. This is, Stansted and Luton. Okay, so those are up. There's also some ATC in Poland and in Romania right now too. So we've got those going on, but we're going to go and do cargo flying. And it looks like there's ATC all the way. ATC all the way. Let's see if they flip the runways on us in Miami. Miami arrivals. Same runways, so we'll expect 8 left since we are a big FedEx. Let's get ready to rumble in Atlanta. Hot Atlanta here. I'm expecting 27 right. Yep, that's it. So let's come on up here to FedEx land. And let's go, and I need throttles to Boeing mode. Parking brakes go off. We don't need an autopilot or a McDo, and we can turn off SimApp Pro for this now. All right, that looks good. Let's start the sim. Oh, I should, let's just see if the Miami needs a load in first. Okay, the Atlanta should be loaded in. Tim Dog is flying an American Airlines Boeing 737-800. Is this a real world flight that you're shadowing, Tim Dog? Tim Dog does some shadowing and stuff. All right, let me just see if I needed to preload a Miami. Nope, it's already loaded. No reason to panic. Under control. It was a very fun, it was a nice flight. It was a nice, cool, calm flight. And really, we have our fair share of intense ATC flights on, here. So having a chill out flight is actually really quite nice. Really quite nice. All right, this is all loading in, so let's go ahead and do a flight plan. Sim brief. Patrick says, I heard what they were going to do is they were going to do some DLCs for the new James Bond game. So even if a lot of people have already finished the game, I'm still on chapter 2 or 3. It's really embarrassing, but so they're going to do some DLCs to extend that, but I haven't heard about the other one. Okay, this is going to be an FDX 441. We are at KATL, Atlanta, KMIA, Miami. They're adding missions. I have not heard about A380 teasers yet. I agree. It's an impractical airplane in the real world, and at the risk of sounding cranky, I just don't have much use for it. And we're going to do a Panda plane. Let's see, 27 right and 9. I'm going to switch my arrival to 8 left because we want to be on the north side. Jim, are you going to call it a night? Good night, Jim. Hope you had a good weekend. Catch you next time. Next live spy flight is Thursday. There's a little bit of ATC. How about 15 minutes? And how about 20 minutes for taxi out and generate? Yeah, Wolfie, the fly-by-wire is great. We don't need to spend money on an airplane, especially in my case that I'm hardly ever going to fly. Okay, we do need a PDF of this airplane. So you do need the PDF. I'll put a link to my flight plan in chat if you'd like to use my flight plan. I don't know how people play games on mobile. I really don't. I just don't know how they do that. This is the new Atlanta airport. Shrek Gaming, yep, the new Atlanta airport. All right, I also should redo the title. I will do the title. Title's done. Cool. All right, we get to fly planes. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. $36,000 feet. We're filed. No way to back out now. Okay, let's go and get some data over here. Also, there is a charts app on it. I have to say it's not so great. It's not that great. So we're going to do the Bang 3 departure to the Frog's arrival into Miami. Okay, we don't need these anymore. Atlanta to Miami, 3-6. All right, all of our data is good.
Loyalty noted.
Somebody just did a resub. Leonard is back. Hi, Leonard. Thank you for the nice resub today. Hey, thank you for, what's it been? It's 49 months. Wow. Thank you for a 49-month restart. That was super duper nice of you. Thanks, Leonard, for helping me to keep the lights on and coming in and being a fun sim pilot. Poliot says we should turn off Elevate X. Is there any chance that they fix the faulty landing rate system and we're going to start getting butter landings more? Okay, let's come over here. In true spy fashion, Jackson, Miami have gone offline. Of course they have. Of course they have. I'm just going to make sure that Miami loads in. No, the pilot has not been fixed. Okay, so there we go. All right, I'm just going to come over to my library here and just see if the Miami scenery is loaded. So at least we got something to look at. KMIA, Miami, it's disabled. And let's enable. Oh my gosh, I have the LVFR. I have the Latin VFR of this. I thought I had the other one. Okay. No complaints, but at least it's enabled and it will work. Let's get our big MD-11. And we're going to have to flip over from Lufty Cargo to FedEx. Leonard, thank you again for the really nice resub. And liveries. And I want the Panda plane. It is good to know. Oh yeah, DMK. I don't know. There's some people that they know every scenery that they bought. They know every scenery. They know who made it. I don't know how they do it. These are also the same people who very probably know every ICCOW code for every airport all across the world. Atlanta. Are you streaming? My next stream is going to be Thursday. I really do need to take just a few days to not say anything. One of the things we could do is we could do 007 on Thursday. So yeah, the next 2 days I'm just, gonna need to shut up. Not use the old voice because it's pretty badly strained. Northeast spot 3. Good night, Captain Chris. Are you going to call it a night? Hey, really glad to hear. Thanks for coming in, Captain Chris. We'll catch you next time. Watch out for alligators on the runway. Thank you for being here. DMK, really the same kinds of things that you would do on like a weekend. The first day, I kind of go slow about my day and starting things up. I clean, do a little bit better job of cleaning the kitchen. I clean the bathrooms. I, do some cleanup in here, make the carpet, run the vacuum cleaner over it. And then usually I will turn on some sort of a movie or something like that and go to sleep. And then at the end of the movie, I wake up, put on another movie, and go back to sleep. That's just my crazy. And then on the next morning, I'll get up and go and make a run to the grocery store and start getting ready for a week of spying and flying with friends. It's not that exciting. All right, we're all good to go here. I think we're just waiting. So it's just a normal day. Usually the night before, I'm gonna, like tonight after we're done with the live stream, I'll actually kind of sit back, put on an episode of probably Warehouse 13, and make something to eat and just chill. I'm gonna go and do Ready to Fly. And we've got a cute little teddy bear on the airplane. All right, let's go ahead and start VPilot. That's right, Panda sightings, 12 o'clock. There's bears. I haven't seen that yet, DMK. You sure you don't want to watch the Starfighters? No, I really don't need to watch a bold Air Force epic. Besides, I know the lyrics to the songs, and that's good enough. Da, 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 da. And we all know about poopy suits, too. What plane is this? Shrek Gaming. This is the TFDI MD-11. And it's actually gotten really good. So this is FDX, Flight 441. We are in MD-11 and connect. Pauliette wants to know who this is. Somebody's got an L1011 Delta livery here. I'll bet, I don't know what it is, but judging from this screen here, there's not much, there's low vis there. The servo choir, military choir, I don't know the lyrics to that. It's a really good one, and what's really interesting about that song, I think Kevin Murphy did all the parts of the harmony on that song. Kevin Murphy, he very, very musically talented in my Mystery Science Theater, and I think he did all the parts on that song. Recorded one part, rolled the tape back, recorded another one, that sort of deal. Just loading Elevate X. I mean, and the lyrics for that were, of course, hilarious, right? Yeah, he did. Some of the people were super, super, super duper talented in the old Mystery Science Theater 3000. Just waiting for Elevate X to get going here. I was going to look and see if I could just operate some stairs here. All right. Elevate X is now active. Start tracking. Continue with sim brief. Follow the plane. And always wants to load the X-plane stuff. All right, that looks good. And we've got some stairs coming out. And it's been a while since I've been in this one, so it's time to... We need to shock the socks off of Polyot and grab a checklist for this airplane, because I forget stuff in this one. The United Servo Academy Men's Course hymn. That was it. We've got another airplane over here. A FedEx 777. Holy moly. A FedEx 777's all ready to go. All right. Let's go ahead and hop in the plane. And we're going to start over here with some services. And I'm going to open up that 1L door and the cargo door. There goes our doors open. Wolfie says it's lonely on that side of the concourse. All right, so we got those doors open. Let's go to dispatch and import the flight plan. Krebby, are you going to take the 777 out? Is that you? All right, Atlanta to Miami. The airplane is in pounds. That's good. Let's turn on our MD-11. Oh, before we do that, I usually like to go and make sure my throttles work, my speed brakes work, and my yoke works, and my rudder pedals, just to make sure those are working on this airplane before. So we got those going here. Let's turn on the airplane. And the on switch is up here. Battery. Ground power.
Autopilot.
Betty! And emergency exit lights armed and guarded. Navigation lights are on. Overhead backlighting. And main panel backlighting. And that looks good. Let's also turn up the backlighting on the autopilot and turn up just a little bit of that floodlight there too. Just in case. I'm going to also turn this up about halfway because it's getting dark and it might get dark, so we'll see. All right, all of this looks good. Airplanes come to life nicely. All right, let's do FMC1. Navigation data is good. 21 March to 17 April. It should be May and June. I updated it. I updated this. That's annoying. That's really annoying. You can select individual charts, but it won't create a memory of charts for you. Okay, well, hopefully this works. So it's going to be the Bang 3 departure. Oh, started raining. Your packages are going to be a little on the wet side. Sorry. Bang 3. With an initial climb clearance of 10,000 feet. I have an ACARS message here. I got an ACARS message. Let's see what it says. You have been banned from the airport. You're a menace to birds. All right. FedEx 441, Atlanta to Miami on the Bang 3 departure. Luck Honed and the Frog's arrival. Altitude's flight level 350. not 360, so it's going to be 350. The squawk is 2025. 2025. Remarks, cleared on the bang, departure, luck transition, maintain 10,000, speed, expect 350, 10 after departure. Departure is 133.475, 133.475. Operate aircraft with mode Charlie, contact ground south end of the ramp. Push and start is on us, so we're ready to go. Let's see, Pauliot says that it's a pretty airport in the sim considering it's pretty ugly IRL. Captain Chris is calling it a night. Good night, Captain Chris. Thanks for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you Thursday. This is the Atlanta airport. It does look really nice in the sim. All the airports look really nice, you're right, compared to, you know, what they look like IRL. I think you're right about that. Good night, Captain Chris. Thank you for coming by. Have a wonderful evening. Sheep will remain off the runway and will, of course, be really good. Kidding. All right, let's see. Let's see if this will just go ahead and dispatch. Send the flight plan to the flight management computer. Atlanta to Miami. And then this is why it's good to have your flight plan standing by, because you're going to need to add to this here. It doesn't like the database, so something's wrong getting nav data in here. Let's see. Ultranet is Orlando. KMCO. I'll stop being sing-songy. We are FDX. Flight 441. Let's go and turn on the nav data. Captain Chris is in a 007 mode. Yeah, I was going to do it a little bit later on today. It is a little bit exhausting for me to play that game. It just goes so fast and is so intense. So we'll plan 007 for Thursday for sure. Cargo fire test is good, and nav, and those are good too. Initialize. Flight level 350. Cost index is 118. There is a lot to pay attention to. It's nonstop. There's and you know, halfway through some of these things and some of these fights and everything else, I'm just like, oh my gosh, stop, we need a break. Another reason why I would not be doing that. I think I'm going to do it once a week till I get to the end of the game. Once a week to the end of the game. All right, page 2. Let's go load the plane now. Set payload and fuel. Payload. Ooh, postcard view time. I'll shut up and listen to the fun song. And we'll close the doors now. All right. So we're going to be doing the bang departure, but we're supposed to taxi south. My guess is on this one. Okay, so they could let us take off on the north side runway, at which point it would be RNAV Snuffy or RNAV Slaw. And it's important to remember those if you're not used to flying out of Atlanta. So if we go to the south side, we would basically taxi out here, and it would basically be Delta down to the south side, and out we go, unless they put us on 26 left. And I don't know what they're going to do. So we'll just play this by ear a little bit here. But pushing starts on us, so I think we probably ought to pick something. Let's see. We could go to SIDS, page 3 on the SIDS, and see what the bang departure says, and that'll give us an idea of what we're supposed to do. So the bang departure is a south departure, so that means south departures, it's going to be 27 right. So we're going to plan 27 right because that's what it says to do. Atlanta, SID. Two 7 right. Bang 3, and we exit at Luck. Luck is not in here. Nope, the transition had already popped it in for us. Okay, that looks good, and insert. All right, after that, somebody subscribed on YouTube. It's Agent Bashing. Did I say that right? Thanks for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome aboard. We're taking the MD-11 down to Miami. Okay, the arrival, since we're FedEx, they're going to put us on the north side, we hope. So expecting the, it's going to be an RNAV. They don't have an ILS. So it's going to be an RNAV to runway 8 left. RNAV to, no, there is a localizer. Well, we'll plug that in. Localizer 8 left. To 10. We're coming in on the Frogs arrival. Frogs 4. And we pick up Frogs at Honed. And I don't think there's anything else. We'll just do that. It's going to probably be nice enough anyway, so we'll probably just be doing, what's the word? Visual. It's probably going to be visual. Okay, over to services. Closed. Let's go ahead and start up the APU. My guess is they have, the hydraulic pressure test is good. I'm going to start the APU now. APU starts. Let's get some cabin signs on. Doors are closed. And let's have GSX prepare to push us back. Prepare for pushback. That's not encouraging. Takeoff and approach page. Almost time to go. APU's coming on up. That looks really good. I don't know that GSX is preparing for pushback and departure. Departure clearance. Okay, they say that they've done it and we're just supposed to wait here. We'll wait for it. We'll wait here. Parking brakes can go on. Parking brakes are on. That looks good. Oh, we did get a squawk code. We probably better put that in. They get cranky if you don't use that. 2025. 2025. Good. Tower is up. 119.1. 119.1. Activate that.
Southwest 3052.
After that, departure's 133475.
5.27 right, Southwest 3052.
Oh, wow. 133475. There we go. Looking good. Everything's good there. Let's get the bleed on.
Taxi via Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima Charlie.
APU bleed's going on. I'm going to disconnect ground power. Ground power's disconnected. I can get rid of the GPU. Chocks are good, and that's going to clear that. There's Tim Dog in the American.
American 520 at Atlanta Tower, runway 27 right, taxi via Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima Charlie. 27 right via Lima, Juliet, Mike, Lima Charlie, Atlanta 520.
Almost ready to go. Okay, let's do performance for departure. Atlanta, we are expecting 27 right.
Marinara 802 Heavy, Atlanta Tower, runway 27 right, taxi right, Romeo, hold short of runway 27 left at the approach ramp.
Let's get the weather. Altimeter is 2995 here in Atlanta. 2995.
Departure.
Departure Delta 28.
Altimeters are checked and set. Takeoff weight is good. And
Takeoff 27 right, RNAV swap, Southwest, sir.
Oh gosh, dude, killing us. Wonderful kid to get a direct to right out of takeoff. Bashing is here. It's a classic. This is a good airplane. You're flying the Indybuilds A310 and the A300. That is a surprisingly good airplane in Flight Sim 2, and a really, really deep. It's not working. I've got to fix it. The Nvidia driver also changed my audio settings, so I have to go back and MacGyver the audio settings to work with to get the Katie Pilot app working. Very annoying. Okay, so let's see. For us, it's going to be flaps 10 and flexing to 59 degrees. 59 degrees, and our flaps are going to be 10 for takeoff. And let's do, so we've got a +6. The slope is +0.3. +0.3 is our runway slope. And headwind is +6. +6 is our headwind. Outside air temperature is a nice 26 degrees Celsius. Be sure and do the 6, the C for Celsius. And that means our speeds for takeoff are going to be 140, 156.
Great day, 3052.
140, 156, and 170. We need to set dial-a-flap to 10. Just call 1-800-DIAL-A-FLAP. There we go. Looking good. All of those numbers are in and groovy. Back to service it. No, back to charts. All right. Let's see if anybody's behind us. There was a big 777 behind us. Yep, they're already pushing.
Shuttle to the Foxtrot left tower, good evening. Establishment will apply to runway 27 left.
I'm sorry, what was the call?
Nose right tail left.
Shuttle to the Foxtrot heavy.
Release parking brakes, please.
I think we can go. And we need to turn on the transponder and have it turned on. Good to go there. Up here we do.
And Delta 3120, we're going to need a couple minutes here. I got to take care of an issue.
Beacon
pull off to the side.
on.
Delta 3120, hold short of Echo and just about ready.
Hold short Echo, we'll call you.
Let's go.
Delta 508, contact departure.
Parking brakes off. We are out.
All engines clear. Start at will.
I don't need these.
Southwest 857, continue all the way
And
down.
out we go.
To the left at the pad.
Continue all the way, we'll stay to the left, southwest 850.
All right, I think we could start some engines here. Ignition going on. Ignition is on. And we start engine number 3 first. The light goes on, announce engine 3 starts. Check the N2, that's going up. And we've got oil quantity is good. 17% if we want to be like the pilots from Lufthansa Cargo flying this. 14, 15, 16, 17, and fuel. And unlike one content creator over on YouTube, you can start engines differently on this airplane as opposed to the one that he said everybody starts this one all the same way. That's being catty. I shouldn't do that. Parking brakes on. And we got a good start on engine number 3. Starting 1 next. That looks good. Engine number 2 is the one actually in the tail, Patrick. So let's go ahead. We're going to start engine number 1. Light goes on. Engine number 1 starts. N2 is coming up. Check the oil pressure over here on engine 3. It's still good. And the same one here. 14, 15, 16, 17, fuel. Frankie Stat is back with a big 95 consecutive stream streak. Hi, Frankie. We are just getting ready to depart here. Heading down to Miami doing cargo flying.
Heading 110 something.
Delta 1323, contact departure.
I forgot the emergency POW. I got my checklist and forgot to use it. Terrible. Liz Joy Live just hit a follow on the channel. Hi, Liz. Thanks for the follow. This is the new Atlanta, Frankie, and it's looking pretty good. Nordic Sun hit follow on the channel. Hi, Nordic Sun. All right, good start there. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Just like Inga and Claudia and Lufthansa Cargo, they're going to check the oil on the last engine started, and they're going to come over here and watch for 17% and start fuel. 16, 17% and fuel. This is the one in the middle, in the tail.
And Delta 31.
So now we're starting the one in the tail.
3120, Roger.
Liz Joy Live and Nordic Sun, thanks for the follows. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. While these are going, let's get things going. We want traffic, data, and airports in. That looks good. And we've got 3 engines going. Oil pressure is holding steady. That's good. Let's come on up here and turn off the APU bleed. Don't need the APU bleed. We also don't need GSX. Our pushback is complete. And flaps are going to be to dial a flap. Auto brakes takeoff. Speed brakes are armed. And taxi lights on. I think we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and arm nav and profile and auto flight. Parking brakes off. Let's go. Very big airplane. Does take a little bit to get it going. We may be getting kicked over to the north runway. How many times have I flown this airplane? I've lost count. Way too many. Martel, thank you for coming. Have a wonderful evening. And I hope it's a great evening and a good week for you in Nuremberg. We'll be back soon.
Subscriber
But thank you
confirmed.
for coming in.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Leonard just gifted some
Loyalty
subs to the
confirmed.
community. Hey, Leonard, thanks for gifting some subs to the community. Can't say thank you enough for that. It really does make a difference. Thank you for the extra support. But also, thank you for giving some subs to other people too, because not everybody can afford a sub. So thank you. I have a feeling we're getting kicked over to 26 left. Slightly shorter than the other runway. I know it's coming to get us, right? Dude, airplane, what are you doing? It's gonna crash into our engine. This is why you turn off damage in Microsoft Flight Simulator. You just do that. Hotlanta Tower, hi there from FedEx 441 on the North Cargo ramp. We do have information. Oh, we just had it, but we lost it. We do have the latest status requesting taxi.
FedEx 441, Atlanta Tower information, Quebec, runway 26 left, taxi left on Alpha, hold short of runway 26 right at the approach end.
All right, over to the other runway, so 26 left, and we're going to be doing that via... Charts are a little bit awkward in this one.
FedEx 441, heavy, no problem. It's going to be the left turn onto Alpha, hold short of runway 26 right at the approach end.
Left turn on Alpha, we are holding short of 26 right at the approach end for FedEx 441. Rude little thing. Okay, we got the runways flipped, so much for my prediction abilities. We need to go and redo the departure. So, flight plan, runway, SID. Now make sure we're not running off anything here.
Heavy, RNAV to Snuffy, runway 26 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV to Snuffy, clear for takeoff.
So it's now going to be 26 left.
Heavy, RNAV to football, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff on 2407.
So 26 left. Okay. 26 left. 26 left. We're still doing the bang departure. So bang. Uh-oh.
FedEx 441, cross runway 26 right at the approach and continue via Bravo.
Continue, go ahead and cross 26 right at the approach end and continue via Bravo for FedEx 441. All of those are still the same, so let's see if we can just flip the runway around and it'll be fine. Now then, this one is a little bit shorter. So I think we really need to do new numbers for departure. Okay, let's go to performance. The pilots wouldn't be doing this while taxiing. Okay, let's get rid of this. Come on, airplane, don't stop. Okay, we're good. Performance. 26 left. Anybody over there? Nope. Over there. And come around here.
This is November 14 Kilo Alpha. We're
And it's okay to taxi over that center line because remember, the nose wheel on this airplane's about a mile behind the cockpit here, which is always entertaining. Okay, we also got a crosswind. Okay, 26 left, so information, and calculate.
Yes, we've got Quebec on
All right,
board.
it's going to be
We are
flaps 11 now.
30 and request is,
Flaps are going to be 11. Good.
Sierra, Destin Airport.
And let's come over here and we're going to do plus 6. Those numbers haven't changed. Take off and approach. Those numbers are the same.
Roger, I'll have that for you shortly.
139, 155. 139,
Binary
155, and 169. 169. Not that much of a difference, but it's a good idea to do that. What's the power setting to taxi an airplane? So the way that I learned to taxi this thing was by watching some Lufthansa cargo pilots. And what they're going to do is they've got 3 engines, right? So on this one, there's Leonard in chat. Thank you again. Yeah, last minute changes are a problem sometimes. The way you taxi Nordic Sun.
441 heavy RNAV to Snuffy, runway 26 left, clear for takeoff.
26 left, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are RNAV Snuffy for FedEx 441 Heavy. So what they'll do to start a taxi is they'll push all 3 engines forward like that. And when they push all 3 engines forward like that, they'll get the airplane rolling. Like you see, we're rolling right now. Once you're rolling, a little bit more first of all. Anybody coming? Nope, nobody coming. So then what they'll do is once you get going like this, they'll take the wing engines and idle them and then taxi with the middle engine. This is a big, heavy metal airplane. It really is. So you're going to need to put those wing engines up a little bit on this one because it's so heavy. And if we're going up a hill right now, it also rarely will do a thrust idle taxi, just like hardly ever.
Turbulence supporting heavy MD-11 off the parallel, runway 26 right, flight of land, wind 240 at 7.
Copy the wind.
And that's generally the taxi. As far as an actual power setting, it depends on how heavy you are. It depends if you're going up a hill or something like that. Okay, throttle's down to idle. Lights on.
Alright, cleared out of the Class Bravo, moving over May, out of the 2500, 13347, and 0325 on the clock, 4640.
4 kilo alpha, reback correct.
Let's go. Throttle's going up.
Shuttle 22 Foxtrot Heavy, welcome to Atlanta State Parking.
Stable. Look down here, takeoff thrust is set, profile is armed.
Shuttle 22 Foxtrot Heavy, taxi Romeo to the ramp.
Romeo to the ramp,
100 knots.
District 5040, continue all the way down.
V1, rotate. And we're RNAV Snuffy. Loviz says that the L1011 FedEx 441 over to departure. Thanks for the clearance out. 13447.
Clear Street 5041, continue all the way down.
AP, because we're going to get busy. Autoflight is engaged. Hot.
Maintain 12,000 in southwest, 4529.
Flaps retract.
Belt 1047 heavy at AJ, contact tower 119.1.
Hot land at departure. Hi there. FedEx 441 Heavy's passing 4,500 for 10. Direct Snuffy.
FedEx 441 Heavy, land to departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000. Turn left heading 180.
Climb and maintain 10,000. Left turn now 180 degrees for FedEx 441 Heavy.
Control Frontier Flight 4025, descending via the arrival with Echo.
Was that Delta 2332?
Okay, we just blew off the star, the SID.
2990
Just blew off the SID. After takeoff items, auto brakes off, speed brakes disarmed.
2990.
Delta 23 to 32, did you check?
Frontier 4025 with Echo.
Just by 4025, Atlanta Bridge, runway 27 left.
Okay,
27 left,
180
Frontier
on the
4025.
turn. Beautiful day in Atlanta, it looks like. Probably getting a little hot. Probably a little bit humid too.
Delta 2332, Atlanta Bridge, you have frequency. Delta 2990, fields ahead to your last one to 50 miles.
Film flight 2990.
Roger. Delta 723 heavy, speed.
Okay, there's 10,000 feet, 250 knots, landing lights off,
250 and it's going to maintain 3,000.
nose light off.
Delta 723.
Let's make the map a little bit bigger. There's Rivet.
Delta 2332, Atlanta Bridge, expect a visual runway 26 right, instead of maintain 12,000.
Okay, so far so good. We barely got all the things done that we needed to get done.
441 heavy, clear direct Bain.
FedEx 441 Heavy is direct Bain.
Delta 2990, turn left heading 300.
Oh,
clear to
bang,
visual
not
runway
Bain.
27 left, speed 210.
Okay, I find with these older airplanes, if you're in heading hold mode, I like to go and make the turn manually to Bain if I possibly can. Or bang, excuse me. Hi, Keeman, for you. Welcome aboard. So there's our turn, and now let's do direct 2. Direct 2.
FedEx 441 heavy, climb and maintain 14,000.
14,000 for FedEx 441 Heavy.
Southwest 4529, ready speed to 210.
Oof, 210 knots, Southwest 4529.
Delta 2332,
Direct bang.
direct range.
Direct 2, and then you can go and do nav. And they said 14,000, right? Hard to see, it's a little bright. 14,000. And
20
bang.
or greater till depot, at depot, tower 921, Delta 2992.
Delta 723 heavy.
Okay, let's bring the map in one click. That's too much. 10,000 feet, speed's coming up. Okay, check up here.
Field is headed to your left 15 miles.
We have got lights are off, everything but logo is on. Cabin signs to auto.
441 heavy, contact Atlanta Center 132.907.
132.907 for FedEx 441 Heavy. Thank you.
Delta 2332, what do you speed to 210?
Speed to 213 knots, Delta 2332.
There we go. Lovis is now cruising at Mach
Atlanta United
0.83.
2747, so you flight level 370.
Yeah, 2747 Atlanta Center, good afternoon. Descend on pilot discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Wow. Okay, we made it out there.
240 for United 2747.
Atlanta Center, hi there. FedEx 441 Heavy is passing 2,300 for 14. Direct bang.
FedEx 441 Atlanta Center, good afternoon. Climb and maintain flight level 350.
Flight level 350 for FedEx 441.
Delta 3214 cross 1, Zeta maintain 11,000 at 250 knots. The Birmingham altimeter is 299.
Looking good. Out we go. Got some nice views out of the small little windows that they did leave in here.
Delta 1411 cross 1, Zeta maintain 11,000 at 250 knots. The Birmingham altimeter
Really
is
shows just how
299.
big. It is. This view just looks big looking out there. Aviator. Let's see. It was a hog to get to cruise.
520 Jacksonville Center's closed. Frequency change of period. Good day.
Soldier advisor, Max 520, thanks.
122.8. That was Tim Dog.
American 550 40 excusing cross. Aussie to maintain 1,000 at 250 knots. One altimeter 299.5.
122.8.
Cross Aussie, maintain that 12,000.
Okay, cool. That looks good. We can come down here and do ACARS. We can do weather. We can do KMIA. They've gone offline, but we can at least get the weather through this. And send it.
133.47.
And there is our latest weather for Miami.
Is Delta 2035.
And we can do that several times throughout the flight if we need.
3347, thanks, Delta 2035.
Reset this to 15 degrees. Dial of flap goes to 15.
Cross tripper at and maintain 13,000.
There we go, 15. Miami CTAF is 118.3. Tim Dog, I totally forgot that. Miami CTAF 1183. That's great to know. Take that over, put that over in your arrival notes if you need them. So that way you'll remember. So we've got 118.3.
14, 10 Memphis Center, close frequency change approved, good day.
Loviz says it was a struggle to get out there. Okay, standard altimeter. 2992. And out we go. Got a UPS over here. I think that the new Atlanta scenery is just fine. 30 does seem a little steep in some cases for, you know, something that doesn't have, you know, elaborate terminals modeled and stuff. Polyot says that there are some terminals that are modeled. So I think it's not a bad looking airport too. Also want to tip my hat to, you know, the developer. There was some controversy about some things they were planning to do. They changed their mind and they're not doing it. So I think that that's really nice and happy to see that they did that. No ATC, this is going to be a nice little chill out flight.
American 811 Unim's here, you got the field.
We've got the view, we're taking visual, sir.
American 811, clear visual approach, runway 36 right, runway 36 right,
busiest airport right now is Atlanta, not surprising at all, since that's the new airport, followed by Boston, LA, Heathrow, always in the top 5. Miami, Halifax, and Toronto Pearson. Busiest airline is Delta, followed by American, United, Southwest, Lufthansa, Emirates, and Speedbird. The most used airplanes is 737-800, followed by the A320. Those two are always up there. The A350 is in the list. So all sorts of interesting airplanes. And the busiest route on VATSIM is Hartsfield to Miami. Oh, well, that's us for once. Let's see, we got an arrival into Buenos Aires, Fort Lauderdale to Atlanta, Orlando to Atlanta. I think a lot of people want to go into Atlanta because of the new scenery. So we're looking pretty good there. Aviator was reading the TWAP Pilot's Operating Handbook on the L1011. Loviz wants to know how many L1011s there are.
5040 Atlanta Center, good afternoon. Climb and maintain flight level 270.
Airplanes, L1011s.
Level 3214, say approach request.
I'd probably like the ILM-6 for Delta 1340.
There are 2 L1011s. It's number 49 on the list. 2 L1011s flying right now. Number 49.
Delta 1411, say approach request.
We would like
Delta 1411.
We know who one of those is. That's right. One of those is saying there's low vis in the cockpit. I'm just wondering who the other one might be.
324, what's the
let's see.
1653, contact Atlanta approach 133.47.
You're going to do the A300 cargo Atlanta to Miami. Come on along. It should be nice weather. It's kind of chill out right now.
Atlanta approach 133.47.
It's a nice chill out flight.
154 for American 5040, good day, thank you.
Let's see if they left any food in the galley for us.
District 5041 Atlanta Center, good afternoon.
So when you get here, caution, step down. There is a step down here.
Clementine 270, District 51, no problem.
And there's 3 seats for people deadheading. And they have a small galley over here. And they didn't leave out any pizza. They haven't made coffee or nothing. And they didn't model the lavatory, but they did model the steps, so that's a really good thing to not trip over.
Final, descend and maintain 4,000.
It's a really spacious cockpit. There's a lot of room up here. And it really is kind of a cool one. The view outside this cockpit is supposed to be one of the best in aviation. These windows are huge. So pilots get an incredibly nice view up front too. And nothing to worry about here. Thunderstorms reported in Miami right now. Winds 120 at 5, 10 miles visibility. Let's see. Looks like we've got scattered thunderstorms. Broken. Nothing too big.
57 left the center close. Frequency change approved. Good eye.
Typical day, my guess.
Order advisory.
Typical day in Miami. Let's see, progress. We are 489 miles from Miami. We are estimated to have 31,000 pounds of fuel in the tanks when we land. It'll eventually give us a top of descent in a bit, but not anytime soon. If we end up going to our alternate from Miami, see, it'll take almost 10,000 pounds of fuel to get this thing from Miami up to Orlando. And we'll be landing at 0058. So we got a little bit of flying to do on this one. Hopefully we get some nice views. Ooh. Getting a little bit of vibration.
4993 correct approach 133.47. G'day.
You notice my engine vibrating up and down a bit? I've never seen that before. I've seen engines flopping around a little bit on the 777. Yeah, and the real engines do. I've not seen that here.
2779.0380. Got 2779, Atlanta Center, good afternoon. Descent at pilot's discretion, maintain
we got a little
level 240.
turbulence here. Do we have wing flap out here?
Our discretion, 9240, 2779.
Hi, Mikey. Yeah, it is a little cloudy for sure. Look, these are really big engines. They're just really big engines. So my guess is yep, they're gonna bounce like that.
Sorry about the hassle. You can taxi Romeo.
They definitely do that on the 777, and in fact, I've seen that real life. Lovis says
441 Jacksonville Center closed. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change approved. Good eye.
Over to advisory. Thanks from FedEx 441. I kind of think that that's going to be a normal thing for big airplanes with big engines on them. Lovis says with every update of the L1011, they're probably making it more realistic, which means there's more to learn. And there's more drift now in the INS, really. What should Mikey do for the next 3 hours? Well, you could go over to Pensacola and take off and meet us in Miami. I did go by the new Atlanta Dad game time, so as you probably heard, there was a little controversy about some things that they were going to add to it, but they decided not to do that, and it looks really good. So the airport looks great, and I'm glad they did that. Mikey has to update World Cup 26. And there's our final cruise. Elevation issues at Miami. Okay, so you probably saw as we were coming out, I had quite a little hill to go up here. So when we were coming out and doing the taxi, not at Miami, at Atlanta, I was coming over here and there really was a little bit of a hill up here. Now, not all airports are, you know, level. They're not all. But like this end of the runway is 1,024 feet above sea level. This end of the runway is 995 feet. But they're a lot flatter, so I think that there were elevation issues about that. Performance did really good. Now, I also turned off, you know, like when you download a scenery from Orbix, you can turn off optional things like cars in the parking lot, ground crew running around, trees and bunny rabbits and stuff. You can turn a lot of, I turned everything off when I got it. So I turned off all the optionals. And as you saw, my performance going out was just fine. Krebby, yeah, turning off the optionals is a good idea. Okay, everything's clear up here. We'll come over here and we need to check. Cabin altitude is 6,400 feet. And the airplane's stable, fuel is good, engines are looking nice, nothing in the red. Hi Dad came, stop by your local USPS and look at the package room. The shelves are absolutely packed with Cologuard. Is it worth the money? I like having the Atlanta airport. The Atlanta default had its problems. It wasn't great. It wasn't terrible. I think it's nice considering Atlanta is such a big hub with so much ATC. I like having the Atlanta airport. Do I think it's more like a $20 to $25 airport? Yeah. Do I mind this? Not so much, especially since the developer listened to the community and made the changes that people were asking about. So I think that was a good thing. But Love is also, yeah, that's right, we don't need clutter. We get everything we need with GSX. So it really is quite nice about that. Let's see, Mikey was thinking about dusting off the 747. Stuart's back in chat. Welcome in. You just wish that somebody other than Orbix would have done that. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if they fixed Chicago O'Hare too, right? No kidding. Weather, we had a little thunderstorm go through east of town, but right now it's partly sunny. Some nice high clouds, 72 degrees. We had a little weather system come through, knocked our temperature down about 10-15 degrees. So very pleasant here at Spa HQ. It's going to be that way for the next few days. So perfect weather for spice, sleeping, and stuff like that. Loviz is right. We all do that. We just avoid O'Hare like the plague right now. And even the controllers, you know, it's got to be frustrating for them, you know, to have a whole bunch of people come in and fly on a VATSIM event and nothing works. Well, the other thing is we've done a couple of arrivals at Midway and love the Midway arrivals. I mean, those are actually really quite nice. I'm just checking for a Rise plushie update, see if it was delivered. Not really updating their pages at all. I actually got an email saying it was going to be delayed. I don't know if they picked it up or not. But yeah, departures out of Midway are nice. There's a couple of arrivals at Midway that I think are really cool. There's some really good Midway arrivals. So I think that's better right now. Low pressure is all dead. Game Time says low pressure is moving through the Ozarks today. And it's going to be damp in the Ozarks, really. Perfect day to get some homework, housework done. Probably developers are waiting for the real airport to be... Oh, you mean the real O'Hare so that they know what's going to happen? Isn't that basically going to be a work in progress for the next 30 years? Hard time doing motivation. Well, you know, we've got all sorts of crazy stuff in the world right now, Mikey. Jobs are really difficult. I know jobs are hard and the world is going nuts. So I don't really feel like it's just you. I think it's hard to kind of keep your... It's hard to stay motivated and stuff in some cases. I think practice, you know, taking a little bit of extra time to remind yourself that what life is like right now is really unusual for us silly little humans. And us silly little humans are on a big case of overload right now. And give yourself a little bit of space. That being said, you know, got to get up each day and pay the rent. You know, keep a house, keep a roof over your head. And there are times that I just, you know, feel the same way and don't even want to eat. But, you know, you got to keep yourself going. And, you know, looking for jobs. I've got one friend. She is very, very well qualified in her field of work. She is incredibly energetic. She is a delightful person to have around. She's very professional, and she's insanely creative. And she spent about 2.5 years looking for a job in all of this crazy that's going on. Just got one about 2 weeks ago, and I'm so happy, you know, that she was able to do that. So, yeah, Patrick, you got to stay hydrated. You really do. Mikey, okay, so the doom scrolling thing. It's really hard to stop doing that. You've got to, and I've had to, I mean, really kind of get tough with myself and say, no, I am not going to do that. You know, and you've got to put the phone away. You've got to stay off of, you know, the content, the news content channels on YouTube. You know, I spend, it's not easy. It absolutely, in June, that's where well, see, you know your business a lot better, Mikey, and if June, the teaching job's open, then you go and jump in to apply. But it's terribly easy to get sucked into doom scrolling. And that's not just me saying that too. That's like, so I hate to, you know, do politics with all of this. There's a group of people, they're called the Lincoln Project. There's one guy in the Lincoln Project who was a high-powered, you know, political consultant, made some very hard-hitting ads, is a real, you know, he's a tough guy in that world. And he's done a couple of podcasts on his show and said, listen, doom scrolling is something that is we're all dealing with it right now. And he has a heart. You just have to put the phone down and force yourself to sit out on the back porch and look outside. You also kind of, if you live alone like I do, you kind of have to watch yourself and see, okay, what are the things that, you know, tend to be upsetting to me? What are the things that make, you know, that lead to doom scrolling? Me staying busy about certain things, staying, you know, I actually have a bit of a schedule for producing my day, you know, that starts at 6:30 in the morning before the day's live streams, and staying on my schedule. And in my case, you know, keeping all the things going for the live stream and the YouTube channel, very, very important, because that's how I keep the roof over my head, and focusing just on that. And then I also realize that we are living in really abnormal times. Jobs are ridiculous. Just go to LinkedIn. It's ridiculous over there. And you have to remind yourself and sort of say that to yourself. You know, I've got a legal pad over on my other desk over there where I've actually written stuff down. And staying into the routine. That's one of the things that this guy that I was telling you about said. You need to find a routine and stick with it. And you also need to look at the things that, despite everything, still make you smile. I still enjoy an episode of Warehouse 13. I don't watch them constantly, but I do enjoy a good Warehouse 13. And, you know, do one of those a day. But it's not easy, Mikey. And staying motivated is really hard. Thing for you, as you said, you know, you've got the jobs next month, which is like now. You get to start applying for jobs in your field of work, and keep going. But that's kind of what I've learned, and I'm no expert about it, and I fail all the time. I fail all the time, Mikey, at being able to put a little distance between myself and the crazy. That's how insane it is for us. So I hope that helps. Jim just did a resub. Hey Jim, thank you for a really nice 8-month resub and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome on in. We're heading down to Miami in the big old MD-11. GT Boy, welcome aboard, and thank you for... no, you're calling it a night. Good night, GT Boy. Thanks for bringing in some beer cheers. I think another thing that I've been reading about is just how different we all are in a way. Yep, we're all humans and stuff like that, but we're also kind of different. And the things that might work for, you know, this person over here might not work for this person over here. We're all different. I will say that one of the things that started working for me was sit down without computers and lights on, and you know, a cup of coffee, quiet, and a legal pad, and take a look at where I was, what I saw was a problem, and what I needed to solve it, and that helped. And I follow that list. I read it every day. One of the things that I've been doing for a very long time in my life, 15, 20 years, is unless I'm like running late in the morning, I start my day with something called morning coffee cheers. And morning coffee is sit out here, look out the window, enjoy the sunrise, and just kind of do a little bit of, hey, cheers to the live stream and the cool people that I've met here. Cheers to a couple of the friends that have stayed friends with me. And that's just a little thing that I do that's still kind of normal. And what Manaphy just said, I think, is important too. Turn off every notification you possibly can for all of these apps. I think that the only notification that I've got on my phone right now is weather alerts. And that's got to be a warning. Everything else is turned off. Everything. And that way you're not going to be alerted about some post on LinkedIn or Threads or YouTube or something like that. Intergalactic, yeah, I've had to turn them all off. I've also got another one here that I've turned on, and I don't know if you could do this in an Android, but in my iPhone, you can set it to a setting where the only time your phone is going to ring is if it's somebody that's already in your address book. Now, for you looking for a job, that might not be the best thing to do at the moment, but as soon as you can turn that sort of thing off, that way you're not getting, because if I had it on, I'd probably have 5 phone calls a day during the live stream from some politician here in this state that wants my vote, because it's time for the political primary in this state. I mean, it's constant. So, turning off notifications, as many as you possibly can. Look, it's not like you're going to miss anything that important. I mean, as somebody that worked in TV news for 35 years, you don't need to do the 24-hour news cycle. It'll drive you crazy. Dad Game Time's wife likes listening to the stream while you're watching. Told the kids to tune in. I try to be. I really just try to be nice. So thank you for saying so, Dad Game Time. And hello to Dad Game Time's wife and kids. You're okay, Mikey's not bothered by notifications, but more of being out of a routine. And since your job is a little bit, it's off and on because you're still a substitute teacher and stuff like that, that makes it even harder. So you've got to give yourself permission to be a little bit nicer to yourself and say, this is nuts right now. This is not normal for humans. And I've got to recognize that and cut myself some slack. I mean, it sounds a little bit like Stuart Smalley from, Saturday Night Live. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and people like me. I mean, it was something we laughed at for years watching Saturday Night Live. But to a certain extent, especially in the times that we live in right now, you've got to do that. JSG Droid in with really great advice. JSG Droid journals. Thoughts that trouble you, and you work through a calming resolution. And focus how you can, take that and help others. See, that's a really great way to go. Hi, JSG Droid. Welcome in. Journaling works for a lot of people. I mean, if you take a look at it, those 3 spy stories that I wrote were sort of an extended journal about just how weird my life is. But, that's a good thing, and a lot of people suggest that. Well, that's right. Intergalactic gentlemen, we are good enough, smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like us. Patrick says a good place to look for work is Workforce Center. You know that nothing isn't helpful. And some days you've just got to give yourself permission to not do anything. Somebody was in chat earlier asking, what do you do on your days off, Dave? One of the days that I take off, and that's usually tomorrow, I make coffee, I make something to eat, I might turn on some music on Stormy here, otherwise I leave Stormy off. I might watch a movie, but it's got to be a movie that is not going to depress me or scare me or, it's got to be something that makes me laugh. And that's it. And you actually, Mikey, you've got to give yourself permission to do absolutely nothing someday. I mean, here in America, the rule is we're all, tough people, taking names and kicking ass, and we have to be doing stuff, at 100 miles an hour. No, you've got to give yourself some downtime and give yourself permission to do that. Loviz got sober 25 years ago. When you would call your sponsor, I would just complain, and all he would ask you is living in the problem or living in the solution. He would, okay, that's an interesting way to put it. Are you living in the problem or living in the solution? Well, I can imagine if that's he said over and over, it's probably stuck on endless loop, right, Loviz? Meditation, yoga, prayer. Yeah, and Dad Game Time. It's anything. It can be anything. For me, one of the and finding things that give you a little bit of strength and make you feel good. For me, I spend a lot. I've got a lot of little ebooks about Winston Churchill right now. Good guy, bad guy, however you feel about him. For me, reading about Winston Churchill, especially during World War II, gives me a little bit of hope. So, Wolfie took up walking while listening to audiobooks. You feel refreshed about that? No kid, all of our minds need rest, and it's very hard to do that. Loviz, you use that with your clients? I think that's great. Supposed to be off, work asked you to come in. A big group tour. That's nice of you, Patrick. It's important to take time off, but if you got a good boss, you got a good job, you like what's going on, it's good to give them back a little bit too. Well, Mikey, it's out of your hands, it's in other people's hands, but just keep, trying and come on in here. JSG Droid, your sponsor, said the same thing. No kidding. And that's right. You absolutely, if there are things about the world today drive you nuts, and, you know, and the lights are out and the doors are closed, you're all alone, you just don't handle it well, which I don't, you know, I fall off the doom scrolling wagon. I get annoyed or scared or angry about where the world is. You are going to fall off that. It's scary out there, and, you know, Mikey likes to walk every afternoon. Goth Montcalm just chased us out of Atlanta, FedEx 693. Happy landings, Goth Montcalm. I hope I'm saying it right. Your doctor says to get hobbies are really, really good, Mikey. I mean, hey, Kill Dead. Red Ted is back in chat. Hey, good to see you. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in. But, you know, getting the hobby, that's one of the things that I'm approaching, 10 years of live streaming right now? I still love these flight sim airplanes. This is a great hobby. This is a great thing to spend time learning and doing cool things with. It really is. And that's an important thing to do. And it's definitely one of the healthier hobbies, I think, at least for me. It has been a while. Kill Dead Red Ted, welcome back in. Thanks for coming in today. Patrick says, a word from Batman begins, why do we fail so we can learn to pick ourselves up? You know, that's another thing that I've done is there are some lines that have come out of movies and TV shows that I really, really like. And I've tried to learn from them. You know, some movies are written by people who have been there and done that. And they put a little bit of that wisdom in their movie, in their TV show. A favorite character of mine that has become since I first saw them was a guy who started the last season of Star Trek Picard. And he started the season off as a real jerk. Nobody liked this guy. This is Captain Shaw from Star Trek Picard. I mean, nobody liked this guy. He was rude, really rude to Captain Picard. He was rude to Commander Riker. He was rude to 7 of 9. Nobody liked him. And by the end of the series, everybody liked him because we finally came to understand why it was that he was such a jerk. And as it turned out, we found out in the middle of the series. As it turned out, Captain Shaw was a crew member on a starship during the famous Battle of Wolf 359. And it's sort of like, okay, he was one of the people on a ship that, you know, got the crap kicked out of it by the Borg in Wolf 359. That was when the Borg took on Captain Picard, blew it away. And so all of a sudden we figure out while they're kind of sitting at the bar on the Titan starship, and this guy just lays into Captain Picard, you know, and says, you know, I was on the USS Constance when everything went boom. I was, you know, I was one of 10 people, the last 10 people to get off the ship when 30 people got left behind, and you could see that this guy was hurting. And as it turned out, he had a really bad case of post-traumatic stress disorder. They wrote that in there. And the last thing that he kind of said after that speech was a line that stuck with me. And that is, you know, he blew up at Captain Picard in front of all of these people, all of his crew. He's a captain. He blew up, and after Captain Picard leaves in shame, he looks around, sees his crews looking at him as he blew up, you know, in a way that people with PTSD have. And he said, forgive me. At some point, asshole became a substitute for charm. It's practically become my motto to really make sure that that doesn't happen. And I like him because he proved that people that have had the crap kicked out of them, people that have been damaged physically and mentally, can move forward in their lives and can become a captain of a starship. And so he became one of my favorite captains. Really like him. Captain Shaw. And there's some interesting backstory about all that too. And okay, so for Patrick says Mrs. Doubtfire. Mrs. Doubtfire helps you figure things out. We're all different, and that stuff helps. And so, again, if you're having some issues, take a look there. He really was. He really was a true Starfleet officer and captain, and in the end, in pretty much his dying breath, he did one thing that, just said, okay, I like you because, he respected 7 of 9 with his dying breath. Because we found out why it is that he was so mean to 7 of 9. 7 of 9's former Borg. He has a good reason to not like the Borg, so there you go. But anyway, I think that one of the things that you can do is look to your favorite pieces of fiction and find some inspiration and find some things that you can help with in your real life, because a lot of fiction is written by people who've been there, who've done that, who've had a rough time, and they've written something kind of deep that you might be able to learn from. In the world of espionage fiction, there is an author, he's no longer with us anymore, named John le Carré. John le Carré wrote Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. There's a new movie about that. There's an older BBC series and a really good book. And he had a whole series. He did another one called The Man Who Came In From the Cold, Spy Who Came In From the Cold. And as it turned out, le Carré was a member of British intelligence. I think that he was outed by a member of the Cambridge Five. So his career's over. And there's a couple of scenes that he wrote for George Smiley, especially in some of the later stories after Tinker Tailor. And you can see what 30 years working at the circus, that's what they called their spy agency, how, that kind of left these guys pretty badly damaged. And you can learn from that too and watch how they, picked themselves up, cleaned them, and moved on. And maybe you could look at that too. Gothmonktum, you're kidding. Actually, it was a line from Fellowship of the Rings that really set you on your particular. Isn't it cool to learn? Okay, so here's something that, many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them that do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment? For even the very wise cannot see it all. If you found something like that, if you really can work it out and find some inspiration, especially in a world right now where there's so little of that, I think it's great. Let's see. You're going to do some stuff in the classroom, Mikey? Original Dark Wind? Yeah. Okay. Measure of a Man. That was kind of a hard one, because Measure of a Man, if I remember that one, that's basically where they wanted to take Commander Data, the android off the Enterprise, basically take him back to the lab and dissect him, see what makes him tick. And Riker, he devastating at that one. But that one was, there was a lot of deep ones there. And it's not just Star Trek. If that's not your thing, there was an episode of the old TV show MASH. It was one of the later seasons. If you look online, I think you can watch it. It's called Old Soldiers. And that one is a really great story about Colonel Potter in MASH. And a little bit of, time passing and things like that. And it wasn't one of the heaviest episodes, but it was one of the ones that I've never forgotten. And then later, one of the writers was talking about how they worked so hard to try and do this script for the character of Colonel Potter. But you'll find these little bits of inspiration everywhere in the world. And if you can find it, you really ought to use it these days. You do like being in the classroom and the environment, I think students are supposed to do that. And if you've got the passion for it, then you got to keep going with it. And I know it's probably really hard to get into that right now, Mikey, but especially, I guess you start out being a substitute and then you finally get a posting to your classroom. I don't know how that works. But every year that you tick off, you get closer to that. Mikey likes the For All Mankind. Yeah, you can learn a lot of really, really good things from fiction. Loviz says there's a great podcast. It is. I forget the name of it, but all of those are on YouTube. And Will Wheaton does a pretty good job of hosting those podcasts. They are good, but really staying with things that are meaningful to you, make you feel good about yourself, help you feel good when the show goes off is so important to find right now. Okay, let's see. We're 192 miles out. We probably ought to go and get a new weather. Well, Senor Tomas, yeah, even Doctor Who can do that. One of the newer doctors that we have out there has a very nice. I'm getting a new METAR for Miami. Has an episode out. It's one of the new ones. Senor Tomas, you like the Vincent Van Gogh? That was a hard one, to realize, but the real Vincent Van Gogh really had a hard time of it. I like the one Peter Capaldi did called Listen. The episode that he did called Listen is an absolute favorite of mine. It's about, being afraid of the monsters under your bed, fear, and dealing with fear. And how do you do that? Okay, we got to get a Miami chart here. There we go. All right, the Bluefish arrival. I think that's what it is. You're going to do Dark Star in Flight Sim 2020? I think you just, and it's tough to know, Mikey, what to do. And if you just don't have anything that you feel like doing, if you like For All Mankind, watching 2 or 3 episodes about that is a good idea. You might be getting Jack Setter up. I did notice that Orlando Approach and Tower were up earlier today. So I did notice that they were up earlier. It's going to be 5,000 feet for our descent. Okay, we are in profile. 5,000 feet. Didn't mean for this to ever get so heavy, but I think it's also really nice that we can take a little bit of time out of what's going on and just be able to say, hey, it's crazy out there. Jobs are hard to come by. There's this fear, and trying to figure out things together like this hopefully helps a bit. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Oh man, I remember when my sister was a young child, sitting in front of the TV watching Mr. Rogers with her. You want to do a flight. The last flight you did was on the 27th. I don't know, Mikey. How about, where is a place in the world that you have never been that you would like to go and check out? That you've never been before. Where's a place that you've never been before? And you don't have to do all the numbers correctly. You don't have to be on VATSIM. Just a place to go and check out a little bit and look at the scenery. Maybe go and fly past the mountains or something along those lines. I think that would be the best right now. Well, Mikey, for a lot of people, not just you, it's not okay. What's going on in the world is not okay. What's going on with people's jobs, people who dedicate their lives to a profession and have them just cut out, because somebody that's got a lot of money wants more money, or for some of the incredibly crazy things. And it's okay to tell yourself that you're not okay, because it's not okay. It isn't. And it's all right to tell yourself. And once you tell yourself that, it's sort of like, all right, it's not that bad. And also, that's one of the other things that I think is kind of important about what I do with the spy flight, and that is keep these lines of communication open, be able to, we're on Twitch, for crying out loud, flight simming. This has been a pretty heavy conversation about stuff. But seriously, being able to say, it's not okay, I'm not okay. And I'm not either. I haven't been okay for years. Being able to acknowledge that, and you've got to do it on a daily basis. You've got to do it on a daily basis, because that's the way it is. And the feeling that knowing that you're not alone, like Wolfie just said, that's a thing. You want to go to Croatia? Well, you can always change the weather. I mean, if you want to go and just do an exploration flight and fly around places that you're curious about. Look, for me, I spent a lot of time flying around the Greek islands and just exploring them. I wasn't on VATSIM, wasn't even live streaming back at the time. I did a lot of flights around the Greek islands just to go and look around there. So just going and do that. Your PMDG did some weird crap. Well, that's Flight Simulator. Nothing you can do about that. But one of the things that I also have been trying to say to myself, and there are things going on in our individual worlds that are what I call unresolvable. Either permanently, most of it is temporarily, but there are issues in each of our individual lives that are unresolvable right now. Just are. I've got a bunch of them. Things that are driving me absolutely out of my mind. But you know what? I can't fix it today. Probably can't fix it tomorrow. Am I going to keep my eyes open for possible solutions? Yes. But if it's something I can't fix today, and believe you me, if you knew my personal history, you know that I have a unique ability to drive myself absolutely out of my mind. Just, that kind of a train wreck. So I've come up with the concept of that's unresolvable. I can't fix that today. There was a scene, again in Star Trek, sorry to do so much of that, but it was well written, there's good stuff in there, where Captain Picard was admitting to Counselor Troy that he has come to the realization that there are fewer days ahead than there are behind. And I've come to that realization with hair turning gray and stuff like that, and I really feel like if it's an unresolvable, I'm going to try and not deal with it today. I'll deal with it tomorrow maybe, and I might, you know, but you've got to realize that there are unresolvables that you can't solve, and trying however you can to not let it drive you nuts is important, and you need to do that. Mikey liked For All Mankind, the little rock on Mars. It was good storytelling, and it was great storytelling that helped, you know, that, and it was more than just Generations and everything else. It was even the old 1960s version of it there was some really good stories in there too. It wasn't just crazy spaceships speeding around blowing stuff up. Performance, 1 mile to top of descent. It's time to start our descent. That's also another reason why I'm so grateful that Polyauts, you know, set stuff up really well for us in Discord. There are some very knowledgeable and smart, talented people in the spy flight community. People who know 10 times more about life and things of substance than I ever will. And it's not there, the people aren't there 24/7, but you can reach out there too. And it's not an act of weakness to reach out if you're in trouble. And if there's one of the cool spy pilots that's out there, you ought to do that. Yes, we miss crazy ships buzzing around and blowing stuff up. Okay, we've started our descent, and I saw briefly some Miami ATIS, and then it disappeared. There is an ATIS up here. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I think we can all just come on in. Carp, anything you recommend for trying to learn the 767-300 freighter? Carpe, are you talking about the one over in X-Plane? Are you talking about the X-Plane? August Dog, go to a flight museum. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, there's sometimes that, you know, I'll wake up on the wrong side of the bed and all of that. One of the things that I will do is I'll just go and drive by the airport, because one of the things that I look out and I see is at our airport, there's usually a FedEx A300 parked there. Sometimes there is a UPS 767 there too. So, because we love airplanes and travel and stuff like that, going and just connecting. For me, it's drive by, you know, that part of the airport in my car. I don't even stop, but I say, a real airplane, and then go home. But that's a good thing to do. So Carpe, I really like the Flight Factor airplanes that I had when I was flying around in X-Plane. I really did. Flight Factor's done such a good job. I think that one of the best things that we do in the world of flight sim these days when we want to learn a new airplane is we go to YouTube and we do a search for that airplane and check that out. And that's one of the cool things to go and do. So that's a neat thing, is being able to watch somebody fly the airplane. Sadly, I don't have X-Plane going anymore, and all I really did was the 757. But the cool part about that, 76, 75, pretty close to the same thing. So you can learn those things too. So, Manaphy occasionally hears C-130s. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're the Nike missile base. There are all sorts of cool things to learn about. And it wants a little speed break here. Okay. We need some speed brake. Speeds touch fast. Carpy like to see the DC-10s flying into Portland, really? X-Plane to Corfu and Skiathos. Well, it's hard to get motivated sometimes. I know that I have a really hard time. Let's see. Mikey wants to know how far Manistee is from Cape Canaveral, I think. I think we're doing pretty good there. I'm going to come up and do some cabin signs. Cabin signs are on. Our descent's pretty good. All right, all this looks good. Airplane's doing good. It isn't. You're getting tired of the Phoenix. It's a great airplane, but you're always in it. The only reason that, and I, you know, it'll shock you to hear, I get a little tired of the Phoenix too, to be honest. But I also famously have, you know, my landings are pretty crappy. And so it's sort of like, I'm going to stick with these airplanes until I can get my landings. And obviously it's going to take some work. But that's kind of how it is that I'm living with that right now. I do like the CPDLC stuff. That's really nice. Oh, wait a minute. We're not on the Bluefish arrival. We're on the Frogs arrival. What am I thinking? We're on Frogs. Duh. Nine and 12. What about 8s? All right, we have an localizer runway 8 left. August says, it's nice to be in the same place where we all share experiences. That's one of the things that I've really tried to do. All for one and one for all. And I really do try and make sure that it's a good place to do that. That people can come in and feel good about. And if you're having a hard day, come in and say, I'm having a hard day, and you're going to have some friends come in and help you with that. But it's really difficult out there for everybody. It's not just you. It's 440, I believe. 440 your minimums for mine. Yep, 440, and we're all set here on the localizer 8 left. Carp found a video on the 767. It's been a while. It's been a while since a lot's been done with that. Eventually, there's going to be a 767 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It won't be anytime soon, possibly not even in our lifetime, but somebody's eventually going to do that. 2999 is our altimeter. Altimeter's checked and set. CTAF 118.3. 118.3. Loviz had a minus 148 in the TriStar, and it seems like the TriStar was kind of putting up a fight with you today. But Loviz had a great landing rate. That's TriStar butter all over the runway. Oh, we're all kind of coming in here to good old Miami here. If you were a billionaire, would you install a level D sim in your mansion? No. If I was loaded, if I was one of those people that had quote unquote too much money, I would do more real things. And I would also use that to help folks. Loviz has 3 level D simulators. Once you arm, you can't deploy the speed brakes with this. Mikey wants to go to southern Italy.
One is tree, correction, American 1 tree, it will be turning for ILS runway 9 approach.
That's right, Thalo. If someone wants to make us millionaires and billionaires, they could do that, and that way we could find out, because inquiring minds want to know. Inquiring minds want to know this stuff. Coming up on 10,000 feet, it's going to slow us down here in just a bit. There we go. Speed brakes, let's get those out there. Nerd Droid. Hi, Nerd Droid.
Miami traffic, American 318 Heavy is pushed back from the gate here. We'll be taxiing the runway.
August wants to help the zoo. It does take a lot of money to help.
For departure on the Alton 2, Miami traffic.
Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
105 Heavy, Miami traffic, crossing runway 8 left.
Landing lights. I'm
Miami
also going to
traffic,
do
American 520, about 8 mile final, runway 12, we'll hold short of runway 9X, Miami.
our descent is still going really
Miami
good.
traffic, American 1 tree, it is turning final, LS runway 9.
We are
Miami traffic, FedEx 105
34
Heavy,
miles out.
holding short, runway 8 right, waiting for traffic and final.
Flaps 35, and it's going to be 160 to land. I'm going to do slats extend.
FedEx 105 Heavy, Miami traffic taking off runway 8 right, advise wake turbulence traffic.
And we'll start our final plunge to about 4,000 feet here. We're going to have to do our own descent on this because this is just a localizer. It's not an ILS. And we'll get the airport chart up. There we go.
Miami traffic, American 520 short final, runway 12, hold short
Flaps
short
15.
of runway 9.
Flaps are 15. Better look outside. We're about ready to be moving into some clouds here. Those are some pretty dark clouds up in front of us. Really dark clouds in front of us.
Short, we are on 50 mile final runway 26 left for Miami traffic.
American Boeing 737 waiting to take off at right. We'll just have to wait 2 little minutes before takeoff. We have a problem in the cockpit.
Probably spilled coffee.
Sorry about that, FedEx 224 is on 14 mile final runway 8 left, not 26 left, for Miami traffic.
Miami traffic, FedEx 441 Heavy is a MD-11. We are setting up for the localizer, runway 8 left. Looks like we're about 20 miles out, Miami. No, Wolfie had a minus 162. And Wolfie says it's stormy in the ground. Stormy in the ground. West Coast Aviator. Hey, West Coast Aviator, thank you for taking the time to come in and say that. Thank you for coming by. I hope it's a great start to your week and all is right in the world for you. Our next flight is, well, our next flight's probably going to be Friday. Our next flight is Friday, and we're going to do James Bond's new 007 game on Thursday. I'm going to try and do a little bit of fine-tuning on my Xbox controller so I can drive a little bit better, a little more like 007.
FedEx 105 Heavy, Miami traffic still on runway 8 right, advise takeoff in 1 minute.
Mikey says it gets dark with lightning fast in Florida.
Short, final
Yeah, I remember that. There was a very long time ago. I think my younger sister at the time was still a teenager in high school, and our family did a trip out to Florida, Disney World and stuff like that. We stayed at a place that was on the Florida West Coast. And it was really nice. It was about 5 floors up, and we had this incredible view of the Gulf of Mexico. And we were kind of just sitting there looking out the window, and we're surprised just how fast it got dark. It got dark fast. And then the other thing that we noticed is about 11 o'clock at night, we kind of, got up for some reason, and we spent about 2 hours sitting in the living room area looking out this window at this huge thunderstorm out in the Gulf. The most intense light show I've ever seen. But yeah, it got dark very quick. And it was summertime and stuff, but still. Mikey, there's only so much that you can take care of. Again, unless you're one of those people that is really good with a computer and you can take everything apart and every component is, the thing is it's what I call, again, one of the unresolvables. You're just not going to know that. Take as good a care of your computer as you can. Get some compressed air and blow out the vents of your ventilation system in your computer. Keep those as clean as you can. I do that almost every 2 to 3 weeks now. And that's about the best thing you can do. And try not to let it drive you crazy. Scattered thunderstorms. Yep, that's right. I mean, that was one of the things that bugged my sister and I when we were doing that thing, is that every afternoon when there was a ride we wanted to go on in Florida at Disney World, there was a thunderstorm we had to go in. Hated it. Just couldn't stand it.
FedEx 105 Heavy, Miami traffic departing 8 right.
Eagle, I remember, keep flying, don't worry, take as good a care, keep it as ventilated as you possibly can. You do the best you can with this sort of thing. And a lot of us, Mikey, we are at a point where we're doing the best we possibly can. And it's just not all that easy. Gear going down. Okay, looks like we got rain. I'm descending to the final plunge altitude of 1,500 feet. VAP is going to be 158, 160. We'll just call it 160. So 160 is our speed. I'm going to stay flaps 30. I'm going to go ahead.
I think you're good to go, American 2245.
Okay. Thanks for that. All right, we traffic American 2245, speed quad runway 8 right. Any traffic inbound 8 right, just confirm for us, please.
Miami traffic, FedEx 441's 5-mile finals for 8 left, landing Miami.
Oh, okay, copy. Alright, Miami traffic American, 2245 feet apart, runway 8, right, that's the question.
Buen velo, Papa.
Miami traffic, FedEx 2.4, clear runway 8 left. Talk to the cargo land via Kilo for Miami.
Miami traffic on Mike. American 318 Heavy will be holding short for company traffic, lining up and waiting time now.
Miami traffic, American 1 here, tree crossing runway 12.
EAD box is green. The lights at Miami tonight are absolutely outstanding looking. Really looks nice. And I'll bet there's palm trees too.
Miami traffic, American 318 Heavy will be lining up and holding for departing traffic runway 8 right.
We're on the left side. Landing.
300. 200. 100. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Little hard. Reversers. Miami traffic, FedEx 441 Heavy is clear of runway 8 left, taxi to FedEx land. Happy landings, Miami. Lovis says it's cool you can see the Hard Rock Cafe. Lovis was talking about Okeechobee and algae blooms. Tim Dog is at D43 as an American airline. Excuse me, American Airlines. Wabi says hi. Hello, Wabi. We just landed, and I thought that the auto throttle was a little weird in this one. It seemed a little bit different.
Miami traffic, American 318 Heavy on runway 8 right now, departing takeoff for the Alton 2 will be out to the north, Miami traffic.
And there's our big Panda plane taxiing by. Probably a little bit heavy. I kind of felt like I was going down a little hard here. And let's see, how did we do? It was a minus 400, 1.32 Gs. Oh, well. Let's see, Arthur is rotating. Are you just departing? Where are you going today? And flaps are up. Speed brakes are down. Starting to clean up the plane. I'm also not 100% sure that my autopilot disconnected when I hit the button on my side stick. I don't know if things are changing, but things seemed a little weird there. That's true. CT Aviation. It's not the airplane to go for butter in, but sadly, as a flight simulator pilot, I spend a majority of my time hunting for butter, so there you go. Loviz was watching an old real-world video last night on why the MD-11 was so hard to land. Oh, I know why the, you know, for me, I don't know what I'm doing. Tell you what, I remember those 4 videos that I yammer on and on about, the Inga and Claudia videos. They did some really nice landings in those videos. And that's the 777, I think, that flew down with us from Atlanta. Did they have any good hints in that low vis in the video about how to land like a pro? And oh, we're in the wrong town. Otherwise, we could do our Universal Studios tour here. Blitz is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Just coming in here. I didn't want to get too close to the 777 over there. We were gonna, the wingtips were gonna mix, so I'm just going slightly off to the side here. And taxi light goes off. Low vis says flare early and keep your speed. Okay, you know what? Big heavy airplane like this, that makes a lot of sense. That really does make a lot of sense. And we're trying to avoid smacking the wingtip of that big old 777 over there. It would have been close. That's probably pretty good. Look at the size comparison. So there's a 777 over there, and there's our MD-11. There's our big old MD-11. Okay, parking brakes. Engine 1 and Engine 3 go off immediately. And we'll also turn off altitude reporting and the transponder. And those look really good. Come over here, go to services, get wheel chocks, and get a ground power unit. Come up here and plug in ground power. Then you can come over here and turn engine number 2 off. And with that, you can go, and from there you could get GSX to, oh, got to do the beacon. I know I was forgetting something. Oh, and cabin signs and beacon. There we go. Now, let's see, we could get GSX to deboard the airplane. Request deboarding. And here comes all of our deboarding stuff. Lovis also says, do not slam the front gear. I try not to. There's been a few times that I have kind of slammed the front gear on the airplane, so I really try to hold that off and do that. Blitz says Blitz 35 has been flying on the network. Unfortunately, not much ATC, but the interactions have been super solid. You're going to find that in an awful lot of places. The ATC in VATSIM just keeps getting better and better. There's some nice ATC. LA's up, Chicago's up. Looks like we got Boston up into Moncton Center, into Canada. There's also ATC in Mexico right now. So those are looking pretty good too. But you'll find some really good ATC. And you know, the other thing is don't feel like you've got to really, you know, spend a ton of time in there, and you got to go from 0 to 60 in 10 seconds. Give yourself time to learn and, you know, build up with the network. What we're doing here, especially on VATSIM with these kinds of very complex airplanes, is not easy. This is not an easy game to jump into. And you got to give yourself as much room as you possibly can to learn. You've really got to give yourself as much room as you possibly can to learn. But if you give yourself time to learn it, then you'll be able to fly basically all over the world, and fly ATC all over the world. That's one of the great parts. There was a time I was just so afraid to fly it, VATSIM London, VATSIM Germany, and all that other stuff. And now it's sort of like, wow, now we get to fly all over the world, and it's such a good time. So Loviz says that the freighter is harder to land than the passenger version. That's what's great about Twitch and YouTube, August Dog, is being able to go and check out somebody that's actually flying the airplane that you want to learn, and go and learn from how they do the flight. I mean, and that's a really neat way of doing this flight sim thing that we do. And we have a pretty good time doing it too. At least I do. And I'm super grateful. Thank you for doing the flight with me today. Hey, listen, today's conversation got a little bit heavy and stuff. And if you're not doing well, it's not a sign of weakness or a sign of shame to reach out and ask for help if you need it. Now, the spy flight is not a real, it's not professional counseling or anything like that, but it's good friends helping each other out. If you're having a hard time, don't be afraid to go over to Discord and see if there's somebody that's been flying around with us and chat. There is a voice channel on Discord, Spy Discord, that anybody can use, and you can keep it private and have a conversation about stuff. It's a heck of a time to be alone and dealing with this. And normally we don't, things don't get this deep and heavy and stuff, but we do try and take as good a care of each other as we possibly can. And, unless it's just, we're doomed from the start, big thing is we'll get through all of this crazy and get back to a point where we're all building and growing again. At least that's the hope. So thank you for being here on all that. Let's see, Loviz, just find an area that typically has a lot of ATC, find a route and do it. Yeah, what Loviz is describing, by the way, is what Loviz just described is what we call the milk run. And what the milk run is an area of the world that you are familiar with, that you live in, maybe your hometown, and a big airport nearby, and you fly it back and forth because that's how you get good at this. Loviz just said flying between Jacksonville, Florida, and Atlanta. My first milk run was Denver and Austin, Texas. Those were the two airports, and I burned up the sim skies between those. Probably 150 flights, I don't know how many. It was a long time ago. But figuring out what your milk run is, and just do it and practice, and that's another way to learn it. So there you go. JSG Droid, the deep conversations do help. It's great to reflect. It's great. And, like airplanes and stuff, we're kind of learning a little bit from each other. And that kind of helps out a little bit too. So, and pizza, the universal food language of us all, is just really, really good pizza. But again, if you're having a hard time, if it's a rough day, please, if you've got nobody else to turn to and you need to chat, go over to Spy Discord. I pop in every now and then. Not that I'm all that whatever, but still. You can go and get some help there. And if not help, at least get an idea of where you might go and get a little help or something. But it's not a sign of weakness if you reach out and ask, okay? But thank you for coming in today. I really do hope that you are doing well. I can't wait to see you. We're going to go raid Conti. It's been a while since we've seen Conti, so let's go ahead and do that. For now, let's plan on doing... How about if we plan on doing James Bond on Thursday? Actually, I think Conti is wrapping up here. I think Conti's about ready to wrap up. I don't know. Doing some sort of a thing there. Well, maybe not. Right? Oh, okay. He says he'll be right back. So why don't let's go raid him and be waiting for Conti when Conti gets back. Okay. So thank you for coming in. I hope you are doing really good. If you're not, it's okay to say so. I can't wait to see you on Thursday for James Bond. And then Friday, we'll start off with Frankfurt Friday and find some more trouble to get in there, okay? Good food does help you out too. It absolutely does. August, I will look for that. Was the jump seat on? I think Conti's wrapping up. So let's go find the jump seat. Let's see. Jump seat. Where is the jump seat? Where is Sim Caesar? And there's that. Yeah, I think that's over. Where is... I can't find the jump seat. Jump jet. There we go. I've got it. There's jump seat. All right, we're all good to go. Hey, thank you for being here. They're just getting started, so let's go say hi to Sim Caesar and doing the jump seat with Moose tonight. And it looks like they're flying X-Plane 12. All right. Thanks again for coming in. I really appreciate it. If you're over on YouTube, the raid over to the jump seat. If you haven't seen it, it's over on Twitch, and it's really nice to check out. If not, I will look forward to seeing you back here on Twitch and YouTube, Thursday, 1800 Zulu with 007. In the meantime, now more than ever before, please stay healthy, stay safe, and I can't wait to see you in the friendly sim skies then. Cheers. Good night. Thank you so much for being here. Cheerio.